Close your eyes for a moment, dear listener, and imagine the vast velvet expanse of the ocean's depths, a realm where sunlight fades into eternal twilight and colossal shadows dance like forgotten dreams. Welcome to 5+ hours of mysterious deep-sea giants that you never discovered, a gentle journey into the heart of the unexplained, where ancient wonders whisper secrets from the abyss. I am your guide through these serene enigmas, speaking in hushed tones to cradle your curiosity and soothe your wandering mind. Picture this: far below the waves, in the silent cradle of the sea, lie giants of unimaginable scale, beings that have eluded the grasp of time and human understanding. What if these colossal forms, drifting like starlit ruins beneath the surface, hold echoes of worlds long vanished? What hidden melodies do they hum in the moonlit silence of the deep voices etched in stone that no ear has truly heard? These are not tales to startle or unsettle, but invitations to awe, to reverence for the profound unknown that envelops our fragile world. Settle in now. Let your breath slow like a gentle current, and allow yourself to drift through these forgotten mysteries. Relax into the embrace of the unexplained, where questions bloom like delicate corals in the dark. For in this vast underwater tapestry, some enigmas were never meant to be unraveled. They exist to remind us of the beauty in surrender, the peace in not knowing. As we wander together hand in ethereal hand, you'll feel the pull of curiosity drawing you deeper into hours of tranquil exploration. Who knows what subtle wonders await lingering just beyond the veil? And so we begin our descent with a soft whisper from the ocean's deepest chasm, the whispering behemoth of the Mariana Trench. Imagine the gentle sway of an underwater veil where the ocean's breath slows to a hush and the world above dissolves into a distant memory. You find yourself suspended in a realm of indigo twilight where faint bioluminescent flecks drift like lost stars in an endless night sky. The pressure here is a soft, enveloping embrace, not crushing, but cradling, as if the sea itself is whispering ancient lullabies. This is the Mariana Trench, the deepest scar on Earth's face, stretching over 1,500 miles in length and plunging to depths beyond 11,000 meters. And within this serene abyss, something immense stirs a colossal shadow that defies the boundaries of sight and sense. As you descend further in your mind's eye, the whispering behemoth reveals itself not in sharp outlines, but in subtle impressions. Picture a form so vast it could eclipse a fleet of ships, its silhouette weaving through the chasm like threads of forgotten silk. It drifts with the languid grace of a cloud across a moonless horizon, its surface perhaps textured with scales that shimmer faintly or tendrils that trail like rivers of ink. Whispers emanate from it, not voices but resonant hums that vibrate through the water, carrying echoes that feel almost alive. These sounds curl around you, soft and melodic, evoking the sigh of wind through ancient caverns. The behemoth's presence is elusive. One moment a glimmer of movement catches your periphery, the next it fades into the velvet dark, leaving only a trail of wonder. Is it a single entity or a collective of shadows, merging in harmony? Its scale dwarfs known life, perhaps spanning hundreds of feet, yet it moves without disturbance, as if part of the trench's very essence. From the vantage of curious minds peering through submersibles and sonar, scientists have woven hypotheses around this enigma, each thread adding to the tapestry without unraveling it. One perspective suggests the behemoth could be a relic of deep-sea gigantism, where creatures like the giant squid evolved to enormous proportions to thrive in the sparse, high-pressure environment. Imagine an undiscovered cephalopod larger than any, recorded its body adapted with flexible tissues that withstand the weight of 800 atmospheres. Another hypothesis points to surviving prehistoric forms, echoes of the Megalodon, that ancient shark of legend, perhaps adapted to the cold, food-scarce depths by slowing its metabolism to near dormancy, surfacing only in whispers of seismic activity. Or consider the idea of microbial ecosystems, vast mats of bacteria and archaea forming illusionary giants, their bioluminescent reactions creating shapes that mimic life, fooling even advanced instruments. Some researchers propose acoustic phenomena, where hydrothermal vents release gases that produce low-frequency rumbles, interpreted as the calls of a colossal being. Yet another view explores symbiotic clusters, schools of smaller organisms banding together in fluid formations, appearing as one massive entity to evade predators or share resources. These ideas float like bubbles in the deep, each plausible yet unproven, inviting endless contemplation without demanding resolution. Shifting now to realms beyond the measurable, let us wander into spiritual lenses that view the behemoth as more than flesh or echo. In certain indigenous Pacific traditions, the trench is seen as the womb of the world, and this giant as a guardian spirit embodying the ocean's eternal wisdom. You might feel it as the soul of forgotten ancestors drifting in meditative silence, its whispers carrying prayers from generations past. From a mystical standpoint, it could represent a portal to inner dimensions, a living bridge between the physical and the ethereal, where human dreams intersect with the divine. Imagine shamans in remote islands speaking of visions, the behemoth as a deity of patience, teaching surrender to the unknown through its unhurried glide. In broader esoteric contexts, it symbolizes the subconscious mind, vast and unexplored its form, a mirror to our own hidden depths. Or perhaps in philosophical reveries, it stands as a reminder of cosmic humility, a being from primordial creation that hums the universe's first notes. These perspectives vary across cultures, one seeing it as benevolent harmony, another as a neutral force of balance, yet all converge on awe, inviting you to breathe in the tranquility of what defies explanation. History too drapes this mystery in layers of intrigue, with tales from explorers who brushed against its veil. Recall the HMS Challenger expedition in the late 1800s, when sailors first plumbed the trench's depths with weighted lines, recording anomalies that hinted at immense presences below, unexplained tugs on ropes, as if something vast gently pulled back. In 1960, during the Trieste historic dive, crew members reported faint rhythmic sounds echoing through the hull, like distant murmurs that evoked a living pulse rather than mechanical noise. Fast forward to more recent ventures in 2012, a filmmaker's submersible captured fleeting shadows on camera, larger than any known fauna dissolving into static before clarity could emerge. Acoustic recordings from the 1990s onward have picked up enigmatic bioduck calls, repetitive quacks that some attribute to whales, yet others whisper of something grander, an undiscovered chorus from the behemoth itself. And in 2024, remote vehicles detected thermal anomalies, suggesting massive heat signatures, as if a colossal form warmed the icy void with its mere existence. These events, scattered across time, form a quiet chronicle of encounters, each leaving participants with a sense of profound peace mingled with curiosity. You are there now, dear listener, floating in the trench's embrace. Feel the cool currents. Brush your skin like silk the darkness, a comforting blanket rather than a void. As you approach the behemoth's shadow, its whisper envelops you, a soft vibration that resonates in your chest, speaking in tones too ancient for words. What secrets does it share in this intimate moment? Perhaps glimpses of Earth's infancy, or reflections of your own unspoken thoughts. Drift closer and sense its immensity, not as threat, but as companion guiding you through the serene unknown. In this second-person reverie, the boundary between observer and observed blurs. You become part of the mystery, your breath syncing with the gentle undulations of the deep. Returning to broader vistas, consider how scientific minds continue to hypothesize in evolving ways. One emerging idea posits quantum-like adaptations, creatures harnessing pressure to manipulate light and sound, creating holographic illusions of gigantism for protection. Another suggests migratory patterns from abyssal plains, where nutrient upwellings sustain temporary behemoths that retreat to trenches like seasonal nomads. Or envision bioelectric fields, vast organisms generating their own energy webs, mimicking neural networks on a scale that rivals cities. These conjectures, drawn from observations of snailfish and hatchetfish, extend to the unimaginable, proposing that the behemoth might be a superorganism, a colony of trillions, acting as one. Yet, in the spirit of meditation, we hold these lightly, allowing them to float without anchor. Spiritually, the variety deepens across contexts. In Eastern philosophies, it might embody yin energy, the receptive hidden force balancing the yang of surface life. Western mystics could see it as an archangel of the depths, its whispers angelic hymns lost in translation. Indigenous lore from Micronesia speaks of it as a dreamweaver spinning narratives that influence island folktales. Across these, the Behemoth invites reverence, a symbol of unity in diversity, where all perspectives converge in quiet awe. Historical whispers persist in archival logs, unexplained sonar blips during naval surveys in the mid-20th century, interpreted as submarines yet vanishing like ghosts. Divers in 2023 reported bioluminescent trails that formed coherent shapes, as if the Behemoth painted messages in light. These stories passed in hushed tones, build a legacy of gentle encounters, each adding to the enigma's allure. You pause here, suspended in the chasm's heart. The Behemoth drifts nearer its form, a canvas of shimmering possibilities. What if its whispers are invitations to deeper self-reflection, echoing questions that linger in your soul? In this meditative space, allow the unknowable to wash over you like a warm tide. As we linger in this profound quiet, pondering the Behemoth's eternal glide, another shadow stirs in distant waters, calling us onward with subtle grace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision a canvas of crystalline ice, where the sun's pale light filters through like threads of silver, casting elongated shadows across a frozen expanse that hums with subtle vibration. The Antarctic waters stretch beneath this veil, a domain of perpetual chill, where currents weave slow patterns in sapphire and turquoise hues. Here, in this remote sanctuary, the eternal Leviathan glides an immense silhouette emerging from the haze, its body a flowing contour that blends with the fluid blue, carrying enigmas from epochs long faded into oblivion. The Leviathan's form captivates in its subtlety, a gentle giant whose outline suggests lengths surpassing 100 meters, curving gracefully like a ribbon unfurled in windless air. Its skin, perhaps iridescent, under fleeting glows from above, reflects the muted palette of the deep shades of cobalt and pearl that shift with each undulation. Fins or appendages trail behind broad and translucent, stirring the water into soft eddies that sparkle with microscopic life. No abrupt motions disrupt the peace. Instead, it navigates the icy realms with a rhythm akin to breathing, inhaling the cold essence of the sea and exhaling faint trails of bioluminescence. This being remains unbound, its secrets etched in the silence of ancient times, evoking a sense of timeless companionship rather than isolation. Scientists gaze upon such possibilities through lenses of inquiry, offering a mosaic of hypotheses that illuminate without dispelling the aura of the unknown. One view posits deep-sea gigantism amplified by the Antarctic's oxygen-rich, frigid environment, where creatures like the colossal squid, recently glimpsed in 2025 as juveniles weighing over 1,000 pounds, evolved to monumental scales to conserve energy in sparse food webs. Imagine an undiscovered cetacean variant, a whale-like form adapted from prehistoric lineages, its metabolism slowed to hibernate through seasons surfacing only during brief upwellings of krill. Another perspective explores hydrothermal vent communities, suggesting the Leviathan as a nomadic superpredator drawn to warm oases. Beneath the ice, its body insulated by layers of blubber that trap heat like a living furnace. Or consider bioacoustic mirages, low-frequency calls from distant elephant seals, or ice cracks amplified by underwater channels, manifesting as perceived giants in sonar readings. Emerging ideas include symbiotic megafauna clusters of sea spiders and amphipods, forming dynamic shape-shifting entities that mimic a single colossal being for collective survival. Yet another hypothesis draws from recent discoveries of thriving ecosystems post-iceberg calving in 2025, proposing the Leviathan as an opportunistic wanderer, feasting on exposed seafloor bounty like sea pigs and polychaete worms. These threads of thought, from evolutionary biology to oceanography, float serenely, each adding depth without claiming certainty. In spiritual realms, the Leviathan assumes forms of profound symbolism across diverse tapestries of belief. To some contemplative traditions, it embodies the essence of polar purity, a serene custodian of the world's southern axis, guiding souls toward inner stillness. amid the chaos of existence. Picture it through shamanic eyes as an ancestral spirit from indigenous Southern Hemisphere lore, perhaps echoing Maori tales of ocean guardians that protect sacred waters, its glide a meditative dance harmonizing with the Earth's magnetic flows. In broader metaphysical contexts, it represents the collective unconscious, a vast repository of humanity's forgotten wisdom, drifting unbound to remind us of interconnected fates. Eastern philosophies might see it as a manifestation of elemental balance, the yin of cold depths countering the yang of fiery lands above. Western esoteric views could frame it as a living archetype of eternity, unbound by time's linear grasp, inviting reverence for cycles beyond mortal comprehension. These varied lenses converge in gentle awe, portraying the Leviathan not as deity or omen, but as a bridge to the ineffable. History unfolds tales of encounters that linger like mist over the waves, each a fragment in the Leviathan's enduring narrative. During the heroic age of exploration in the early 1900s, Ernest Shackleton's Endurance expedition noted peculiar disturbances in the Weddell Sea, unexplained swells, and shadowy forms beneath the ice, as if something immense brushed against the hull during their entrapment. Crew logs whispered of rhythmic thumps echoing through the frozen night, interpreted by some as bergs calving, yet others sensed a living presence, offering silent solace amid peril. Earlier in 1820, Russian explorers Fabian Gottlieb von Bellinghausen and Mikhail Lazarev, upon first sighting the continent, recorded anomalous ripples in the Southern Ocean, vast enough to suggest underwater upheavals far beyond known marine life. In 1938, during a Norwegian whaling voyage, sailors reported a colossal silhouette gliding parallel to their vessel, its outline hazy in the blue twilight vanishing as dawn broke without trace. More recently, in 2025, scientific voyages aboard icebreakers like the RSV Nuyina captured fleeting sonar anomalies near the Denman Glacier, elongated echoes resembling the 20-armed sea monster Promachocrinus, but scaled exponentially larger, dissolving into static before confirmation. These episodes, scattered across centuries, weave a chronicle of quiet brushes, with the eternal each, leaving explorers with a profound sense of harmony rather than alarm. You find yourself immersed now, drifting in the Antarctic currents, as if cradled by invisible hands. The water envelops you in a cool velvety, hold its chill, a soothing balm that quiets the mind's chatter. Ahead, the Leviathan's silhouette materializes, its immense body curving gently toward you, inviting a silent communion. Feel the subtle pulse of its movement resonate through your being, a vibration that aligns with your heartbeat, drawing forth unspoken reflections from your depths. What hidden truths does it stir within you as you glide alongside in this shared serenity? Broadening the scientific gaze, additional conjectures emerge from interdisciplinary whispers. One proposes climate-driven migrations as warming thins the ice shelves, losing 150 billion tons annually over recent decades. The Leviathan surfaces from abyssal hideaways, adapting to shifting ecosystems with polymorphic traits akin to the elusive Antarctic gonate squid filmed alive for the first time in 2025 at 7,000 feet. Another idea entertains cryptid survivals, remnants of Mesozoic marine reptiles like plesiosaurs insulated by the continent's isolation, their forms elongated for efficient hunting in low-visibility haze. Or envision electromagnetic anomalies, the Leviathan generating fields that interact with the aurora australis, creating illusory giants through ionized water particles. These hypotheses, rooted in observations of icefish, with antifreeze, blood, or basket stars sprawling, like living constellations, extend invitations to ponder without end. Spiritually, contexts diversify further. In ecological mysticism, it symbolizes resilience, a beacon of adaptation in an era of change, urging harmony with nature's rhythms. Folklore from seafaring cultures portrays it as a harbinger of calm seas, its presence a blessing for voyages into the unknown. Across these, the Leviathan fosters a meditative reverence, a gentle nudge toward embracing life's boundless layers. Historical echoes resound in archival whispers during Robert Falcon Scott's ill-fated Terra Nova expedition in 1911. Journals hinted at ethereal forms in the Ross Sea, vast shadows that accompanied the team through blizzards, evoking a sense of watchful guardianship. In 2024, autonomous underwater vehicles detected thermal signatures near newly exposed seafloors, suggesting massive heat-retaining entities akin to the spawning butterfly anomalies discovered that year. Such accounts build a legacy of serene intrigue, each encounter a thread in an unfinished tapestry. In this contemplative space, you linger the Leviathan's haze, enveloping your thoughts. Does its eternal glide mirror the unspoken journeys of your own spirit, forever drifting toward horizons unseen? As the blue depths hold their breath in quiet anticipation, a new silhouette emerges from the distant chill, beckoning us onward with tranquil allure. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Picture a realm where sunlight scatters into a mosaic of sapphire fragments filtering down to the twilight zone, like scattered petals from an unseen bloom. The Pacific depths unfold in layers of tranquil obscurity, currents meandering lazily through vast expanses that dwarf human comprehension. Amid this serene expanse, the silent Colossus lingers, a massive entity whose presence evokes the quiet weight of forgotten eras, its movements as soft as a sigh, dissolving into the ocean's endless embrace and stirring tales of boundless mystery. Delve into the details of this Colossus, envisioning a form that spans perhaps 200 meters or more, its contours smooth and undulating, reminiscent of polished obsidian gliding through liquid silk. No vibrant colors adorn it. Instead, subtle gradients of midnight blue and charcoal gray blend seamlessly with the surrounding gloom, allowing it to merge and re-emerge like a mirage in mist. Appendages, if they exist, extend with deliberate slowness, fanning out to sense the subtle shifts in pressure and temperature. Its surface might bear faint patterns, irregular ridges or pores that absorb, rather than reflect the sparse light from above. The entity's passage creates no turbulence, only faint ripples that propagate outward, carrying an aura of profound stillness. This Colossus does not hunt or flee. It simply exists a sentinel in the twilight zone, where depths range from 200 to 1,000 meters, evoking wonder at its harmonious integration with the abyss. Scientists approach this enigma from myriad angles, each hypothesis a gentle brushstroke on an infinite canvas. One theory draws from recent discoveries of dark oxygen production in the deep Pacific, where polymetallic nodules, lumpy rocks scattered across the seafloor, generate oxygen without light, potentially sustaining oversized organisms in nutrient-poor zones. Imagine the Colossus as a bioengineered marvel, its body incorporating these nodules to create internal ecosystems that fuel its immense size, allowing it to thrive where sunlight never reaches. Another perspective considers acoustic anomalies like the bloop, a powerful low-frequency sound detected in 1997 near Point Nemo, possibly the vocalization of an undiscovered megafauna. The Colossus could be such a creature, its silent demeanor masking rare, earth-shaking calls that reverberate through water columns. Further ideas explore gigantism driven by cold seeps and hydrothermal vents. 5 new ones found in 2025, where chemical energy supports colossal tube worms and clams, hypothesizing the entity as a mobile vent dweller, migrating between oases with a symbiotic microbiome that processes methane and sulfides. Or ponder unexplained radiation spikes in seafloor sediments dating back 10 million years, suggesting the Colossus harbors radioactive isotopes for bioluminescence or defense. Its form a living archive of ancient geological events. Additional conjectures include illusionary phenomena, bioluminescent bacterial mats, forming cohesive shape-shifting organisms that mimic solidity, or pressure-induced hallucinations in submersibles where mirages of giants arise. From gas releases. Recent 2025 findings of glowing spherical objects and yellow brick road-like formations inspire thoughts of the Colossus as a geological mimic, a living mineral aggregate that assembles and disassembles in response to seismic whispers. Through spiritual prisms, the Colossus transforms into symbols of introspection across cultural landscapes. In Polynesian traditions, it might embody the mana of the ocean, a quiet force of life energy flowing through all things, guiding navigators' dreams and representing ancestral connections to the vast blue, contemplated as a manifestation of Taoist harmony, the wu-wei of effortless existence, drifting without resistance to teach balance in a turbulent world. From a Native American coastal viewpoint, it could symbolize the underwater world tree roots, delving into creation myths, its silence, a meditative call to honor the interconnected web of existence. Esoteric philosophies frame it as a guardian of ley lines beneath the waves, aligning with Earth's subtle energies to maintain planetary equilibrium. In modern eco-spiritual contexts, the entity stands as a reminder of humility, an eternal witness to humanity's fleeting presence, inviting reverence for the unseen rhythms that sustain life. Accounts from history add veils of intrigue, painting encounters that echo through time. In the 1800s, whalers in the Central Pacific logged sightings of immense, shadowy figures during calm nights, their harpoons glancing off what felt like living mountains before the forms vanished into the depths. The 1929 expedition of the USS Ramapo reported a rogue wave, accompanied by an underlying mass, as if a colossal body displaced water from below, leaving crew in awestruck silence. During World War II, submarine crews in the Philippine Sea detected sonar contacts too large for known vessels or animals, silent blips that paralleled their paths before fading, sparking whispers of guardian spirits amid the chaos. In 1960, the bathyscaphe, Trieste's descent into the Challenger Deep, captured unexplained vibrations, interpreted by some as the brush of an enormous entity against the hull. More recently, in 2025, autonomous drones near the Clarion-Clipperton zone filmed transient anomalies, elongated shadows amid nodule fields that dissolved before analysis, echoing earlier mysteries like the Yonaguni. Monuments submerged structures debated as natural or artificial since their discovery in 1986. Now, immerse yourself in the experience. You descend into the twilight zone, weightless and serene. The water's cool touch, a soothing caress against your form. The Colossus materializes ahead, its massive silhouette, inviting you closer with unspoken grace. Sense the subtle currents. It generates syncing with your pulse, as if sharing a dialogue of pure presence. What forgotten memories awaken in this silent communion, stirring depths within your own being? Expanding scientific musings consider evolutionary relics, survivors of ancient mass extinctions like Helicoprion-inspired sharks with spiral jaws, adapted for filter feeding in the dark, their silence a strategy for energy. Conservation in food-scarce realms. Or hypothesize collective intelligences, swarms of jellyfish or siphonophores aggregating into superstructures, as seen in 2025's butterfly spawning events, forming temporary colossi for reproduction or migration. Seismic linkages propose the entity as a bioseismometer, its body attuned to undersea earthquakes absorbing vibrations that would otherwise disrupt ecosystems. These notions, inspired by Milky Sea phenomena and unexplained holes on the seafloor, weave a web of possibilities without closure. Spiritually, diversity flourishes in Shinto, beliefs it might be a kami of the deep embodying purity and transience, while African diaspora lore sees it as an orisha of mystery bridging realms of the living and ancestral. Across these, the Colossus fosters quiet contemplation, a universal emblem of the unknowable's beauty. Historical threads continue the 1997 bloop, originating from the Southern Pacific fueled speculations of colossal life, with hydrophones capturing its ultra-low frequency as a potential mating call or territorial I'm hum. In 2024, research vessels near underwater volcanoes reported thermal plumes, suggesting massive heat sources, possibly biological vanishing like ghosts. Such narratives build an archive of serene enigmas, each an invitation to ponder. Here in this meditative expanse, you hover near the Colossus, its silence enveloping like a warm shroud. Might its lingering form hold the key to your own inner quietude, a question that echoes softly into the void. With the twilight's gentle fade, another presence stirs in the distant currents, drawing us forward into realms yet unexplored. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Visualize a veil of morning mist rising from the glassy surface of a Nordic fjord, where jagged cliffs cradle the water like ancient sentinels, and the air carries the faint, salty murmur of waves lapping against hidden shores. The cool, shadowy depths below hold secrets, veiled in perpetual dusk, where light scatters into ethereal shards before vanishing entirely. It is here, in these tranquil inlets of Norway and Iceland, that the dreamlike Kraken emerges in fleeting visions, an enormous being with tendrils flowing like rivers of liquid night, an enigma wrapped in the mist of untold stories that beckon the soul to linger in quiet reflection. Envision the Kraken not as a ferocious beast, but a dreamlike apparition. Its body a sprawling expanse that could eclipse small vessels, perhaps reaching lengths of 40 feet or more, coiling through the water with effortless poise. Its tendrils, numerous and sinuous, extend outward in lazy spirals, each one tipped with subtle suckers that glisten faintly in the diffused glow from above. The creature's skin shifts in hues of deep indigo and silver, adapting to the fjord's muted palette, allowing it to blend into the rocky crevices and algal blooms. Movements come in whispers, a gentle unfurling that stirs the sediment into soft clouds, or a slow contraction that draws the water inward like a meditative inhale. This being appears only in glimpses, a shadow against the cliff face, a ripple disturbing the surface, calm evoking a sense of boundless narrative suspended in time. From analytical viewpoints, researchers propose varied hypotheses that dance around the edges of understanding, each one a serene invitation to ponder rather than pinpoint. One idea suggests the Kraken as an exaggerated manifestation of the giant squid genus Architeuthis, whose specimens have washed ashore in Nordic regions, measuring up to 34 feet, their elongated arms mistaken for destructive tentacles in sailors' lore. Another perspective considers environmental illusions within the fjord's dense fog and upwelling currents from the North Atlantic, bringing deep-sea bioluminescence to the surface, creating phantom shapes that mimic colossal forms. Consider, too, the role of seismic activity underwater vents in the Norwegian Sea, releasing gases that form bubble clusters rising to simulate writhing limbs in low visibility. Recent explorations in 2025, including footage of colossal squids in distant southern waters, inspire thoughts of migratory cephalopods venturing northward, their translucent bodies adapting to colder climes through evolutionary traits like ink clouds that obscure and enchant, or entertain acoustic echoes. Low-frequency sounds from whale migrations amplified by fjord walls, interpreted as the Kraken's silent calls. Additional conjectures point to symbiotic phenomena, vast schools of smaller squid aggregating during spawning events, as observed in a massive egg sac discovered in Østefjorden in 2019 and revisited in 2025. Discussions forming temporary giants that dissolve upon disturbance. These notions, drawn from oceanographic surveys and biological samples, float like unanswered queries in the chill air. In realms of the spirit, the Kraken assumes multifaceted meanings that resonate across cultural whispers. Within Norse mythology, it embodies the chaos of the deep, a primordial force akin to Jörmungandr, the world serpent, yet gentler, a guardian of hidden knowledge that tests the worthy with illusory trials. Contemplate it through shamanic traditions of the Sami people indigenous to northern Scandinavia, where it symbolizes the fluid boundary between worlds, its tendrils bridging the physical and ancestral realms in visions induced by fjord-side rituals. From a broader pagan lens, the creature represents renewal emerging from misty depths to signify seasonal cycles, much like the aurora's dance overhead. Modern spiritual interpretations view it as a totem of adaptability and mystery, guiding individuals toward embracing uncertainty in personal journeys. In ecological mysticism, it stands as an emblem of the ocean's untamed wisdom, urging harmony with nature's veiled rhythms. These diverse contexts, from ancient runes to contemporary meditations, converge in a tapestry of reverence, portraying the Kraken as a serene mirror to the human quest for meaning. Echoes of history weave through these fjords, carrying tales that blur the line between event and legend. In the 1200s, Icelandic sagas whispered of Hafgufa, a sea monster that lured fish to its maw, perhaps an early incarnation of the Kraken described by chroniclers as island-like in repose. By the 1700s, Norwegian bishop Erik Pontoppidan documented accounts in his Natural History of Norway, recounting fishermen's encounters with immense arms rising from the depths near Greenland shores, pulling boats into swirling eddies before vanishing. Sailors in the 1800s navigating the Lofoten Islands reported shadowy forms during storms, tendrils glimpsed amid crashing waves, leaving crews with tales of divine intervention or omen. In 2025, renewed interest sparked by a Norwegian film depicting a tentacled entity in a remote fjord echoed these old narratives, blending folklore with modern sightings of unusual marine aggregates. Earlier in 1930, whalers off Iceland's coast logged unexplained drags on lines, attributing them to a colossal presence that released its grip as mysteriously as it appeared. These chronicles passed in fireside hush form, a lineage of serene intrigue, each story a fragment inviting deeper immersion. You stand now at the fjord's edge, the mist curling around your feet like inviting fingers drawing you into the cool embrace of the water. As you wade deeper, the world above fades, and a vision unfolds. The Kraken's tendril brushes near soft and exploratory its touch, a vibration that resonates through your core, awakening dormant curiosities. In this shared moment, what ancient narratives does it impart, weaving your essence into its dreamlike flow? Broadening the inquiry, scientific minds continue to hypothesize in harmonious layers. One emerging thought links climate shifts, warming Nordic waters, rising by 1 degree Celsius over recent decades, potentially drawing elusive bigfin squids northward, their elongated arms spotted in rare 2024 footage, fueling legends anew. Another posits optical deceptions from glacial melt, where freshwater lenses distort light, magnifying ordinary octopods into mythical proportions. Or consider microbial influences, bioluminescent bacteria colonizing large debris, animating it into writhing shapes during nocturnal dives. These ideas, inspired by discoveries like Greenland sharks congregating in the Skagerrak Strait in 2025, extend gentle threads toward the incomprehensible. Spiritually, interpretations diversify further across eras. In Viking Age lore, it might signify Ragnarok's precursors, a subtle harbinger of transformation rather than doom. Contemporary mindfulness practices see it as a metaphor for letting go its fleeting appearances, teaching presence amid transience. From global mythologies borrowing Norse elements, it evolves into a universal symbol of the subconscious tendrils, probing hidden fears with compassionate curiosity. Historical veils lift in archival murmurs during the 1500s. Maps of Scandinavia marked "Here be Krakens" in treacherous passages based on explorers' logs of vanished ships near volcanic isles. In 2024, divers in Norwegian fjords encountered undulating egg masses, reminiscent of ancient warnings, stirring debates that echo into the present. Such legacies nurture a quiet fascination, each account a portal to the eternal. Suspended in this misty reverie, you gaze into the depths, the Kraken's vision lingering like a half-remembered dream. Could its enigma hold reflections of your own untold paths, questions that dissolve into the fjord's gentle haze? As the mist thickens with unspoken promises, a new shadow stirs in warmer currents, afar guiding us toward fresh wonders. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision a tapestry of turquoise, laced with golden sunlight, where the Indian Ocean's surface ripples like a breathing canvas, concealing depths that hum with the subtle cadence of unseen worlds. Coral formations rise in silent arches below their whispers, mingling with the lullabies of gentle currents that cradle forgotten relics in eternal repose. Amid this harmonious expanse, the gentle titan emerges a vast shape from the deep, its presence a soothing riddle that invites endless contemplation, drawing the mind into layers of quiet enigma. The Titan's essence unfolds in delicate strokes, a colossal outline that could encompass the breadth of several blue whales, perhaps exceeding 150 feet in span, materializing from the azure haze with the poise of a drifting continent. Its form suggests fluidity, broad flanks curving into ethereal fins that pulse faintly, stirring the water into soft vortices adorned with flecks of plankton. No aggressive hues define it. Instead, a mosaic of pearlescent tones shifts with the ocean's mood from soft amber to muted emerald, as if borrowing colors from the surrounding reefs. Tendrils or extensions trail lazily, exploring coral whispers without intrusion, their tips grazing ancient polyps in a dance of mutual serenity. This entity does not surge or dominate. It simply manifests a soothing presence that dissolves boundaries between observer and observed, evoking riddles that bloom in the heart like unspoken poems. Scholars of the sea offer perspectives that layer the mystery in thoughtful hues, each hypothesis a tranquil pathway into the unknown. Drawing from the Ocean Census Initiative, which, in 2025, announced over 800 new marine species across the Indian and adjacent oceans, one view posits the Titan as an undiscovered cephalopod akin to the Carnarvon, flapjack octopus discovered off Australia's coast in May of that year, a creature with elongated arms and ethereal grace scaled up through evolutionary pressures in nutrient-rich upwellings. Another angle considers hydrothermal vent ecosystems along the Indian Ridge, where expeditions in March 2025 uncovered active fields teeming with life. The Titan might thrive on chemosynthetic bacteria, its vast body, a mobile habitat that harnesses dark oxygen production from seafloor nodules as revealed in global deep-sea studies. Ponder too the giant gravity hole anomaly in the Indian Ocean Basin, a 3 million square kilometer depression mapped with greater precision in recent years. Perhaps the Titan navigates these gravitational whims, its form adapted to density, variations that allow silent, energy-efficient drifts. Emerging ideas include bioluminescent aggregations, microbial mats, or swarms of newly identified species like deep-sea limpets and guitar sharks from 2025 surveys coalescing into illusory giants during seasonal blooms. Or envision seismic resonances from the Java Trench, the ocean's deepest point in this region, at over 7,000 meters, where ecosystems discovered in recent dives suggest colossal filter feeders that mimic geological features to evade detection. These conjectures, inspired by findings of mysterious glows and thriving microbial communities, hover like invitations to deeper musing, unbound by definitive proof. Spiritually, the Titan resonates across a spectrum of interpretations, each context a gentle echo of human longing. In Hindu traditions, tied to the Indian Ocean's shores, it might symbolize Varuna, the deity of waters, a benevolent guardian whose vast form embodies cosmic order and invites devotion through contemplative rituals on coastal temples. Shift to Sufi mysticism from Arabian Sea, influences where the entity represents the divine mystery, its emergence a metaphor for spiritual awakening tendrils, reaching like paths to enlightenment amid the current's lullabies. Indigenous lore from the Maldives or Seychelles portrays it as an ancestral spirit of the reefs, a harmonious force that balances human intrusion with natural rhythms, evoking reverence in storytelling circles under starry skies. Broader animistic views see it as the ocean's living breath, a sentient riddle that teaches surrender to the flow of existence. In contemporary eco-spiritual practices, the Titan stands as a symbol of interconnectedness, urging meditation on environmental stewardship amid coral whispers. These varied lenses, from sacred texts to personal introspection, converge in awe-framing the presence as a soothing bridge to the ineffable. Whispers from the past add depth to this riddle with accounts that span eras in hushed reverence. Ancient Tamil legends from the 7th century speak of submerged cities like Mahabalipuram off India's eastern coast, where divers in modern times have explored granite structures, possibly linked to mythical sea guardians, their forms glimpsed in tidal anomalies. By the 1500s, Portuguese navigators charting the Mozambique Channel logged encounters with immense shadows amid coral atolls, attributing them to benevolent entities that guided ships through storms without harm. In the 1900s, British expeditions to the Chagos archipelago noted unexplained displacements of water, as if a vast shape rose to observe, leaving crews with tales of tranquil omens. More recently, in 2025, The ocean census workshops in the Indian Ocean yielded footage of enigmatic shapes near the Diamantina Trench, elongated silhouettes amid newly discovered species echoing older mysteries like the persistent glow reported by satellites over vast swaths, a phenomenon baffling astronomers since the 2010s. Sailors in 2024 during monsoon seasons whispered of subtle currents parting to reveal fleeting visions, much like the Socotra Island folklore of dragon-like sea dwellers that protect hidden coves. These narratives, etched in logs and oral traditions, form a serene continuum, each event a thread in the Titan's enduring tapestry. You glide now through the warm embrace of the currents, the coral's whispers brushing your senses like delicate fingers as the Titan's vast shape materializes beside you. Its presence envelops without overwhelming, a soothing riddle that mirrors your innermost thoughts, inviting you to float in shared contemplation. What untold harmonies does it reveal in this intimate drift, stirring questions that linger like echoes in your soul? Expanding the scholarly gaze, further hypotheses emerge from interdisciplinary whispers. One links climate-driven phenomena, rising temperatures in the Indian Ocean, averaging 1.5 degrees Celsius warmer over the past century, potentially awakening dormant megafauna from abyssal hideouts, similar to the predatory crustaceans found in analogous trenches. Another entertains optical harmonies from bioluminescent events, where milky seas, glowing expanses spanning thousands of square kilometers documented in 2025 satellite data, create perceptual giants through light refraction. Or consider symbiotic megastructures, colonies of tube worms and clams from vent fields aggregating into dynamic forms as hypothesized in recent models inspired by Java Trench biodiversity. These ideas, rooted in discoveries of over 866 new creatures, including pygmy pipe horses, weave additional layers of possibility, each a calm extension into the vast. In spiritual diversity, contexts evolve across boundaries. Buddhist influences from Sri Lankan coasts might view the Titan as an illusion of Maya, a transient form, teaching detachment through its elusive grace. African diaspora stories from Madagascar frame it as a water spirit, harmonious and protective, integrated into healing ceremonies. From these, the entity fosters meditative unity, a universal call to awe at life's interwoven mysteries. Historical layers deepen with archival serenity during the Arab trade routes of the 9th century. Manuscripts described luminous presences in the Arabian Sea, vast and gentle guiding does to safe harbors. In 2025, autonomous vehicles near the Saya de Mala Bank captured thermal signatures of unprecedented scale, reminiscent of ancient Vedic hymns to oceanic wonders. Such chronicles nurture endless fascination, each a portal to contemplation. In this luminous expanse, you pause, the Titan's riddle unfolding like a dream. Does its soothing presence hold the essence of your own endless journeys? A question that fades into the current's gentle song. With the ocean's lullabies softening to a hush, another form beckons from shadowed realms beyond, promising new layers of tranquil wonder. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Imagine a golden expanse, where sunlight dapples the surface, like scattered amber jewels, and vast mats of sargassum weed undulate in rhythmic harmony with the Atlantic's subtle breath. The Sargasso Sea, bounded not by land, but by encircling currents, forms a floating world of tranquility, where the air above carries the faint tang of salt and the whispers of distant horizons. In this serene domain, the enigmatic giant conceals itself amid the weeds, a colossal form hiding in plain sight, its secrets woven into the gentle sway of the waves, forever, just beyond reach, inviting the soul to pause in quiet adoration of the veiled. The giant's presence materializes in elusive contours, a shape that might stretch across dozens of meters, blending seamlessly with the sargassum's tangled fronds, like a living extension of the sea itself. Visualize its outline as broad and amorphous, perhaps rounded at the edges with protrusions that mimic the weed's air bladders, allowing it to float effortlessly amid the golden carpet. Subtle movements ripple through it, a faint quiver here, a slow expansion there, stirring the surrounding flora into soft patterns that resemble breathing leaves. No vivid markings distinguish it. Instead, a dappled camouflage of ochre and olive absorbs the filtered light, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from the habitat it inhabits. This entity does not reveal itself boldly, but emerges in peripheral glimpses, a mound rising slightly above the mat, then subsiding as waves lap over, leaving observers with a lingering sense of something profound and unattainable. Researchers contemplate this enigma through diverse scientific lenses, each offering hypotheses that unfold like petals in a blooming flower. Drawing from the 2025 findings of massive sargassum blooms reaching an astonishing 39 million tons in May alone, as documented in oceanographic reports, one perspective suggests the giant as a dynamic aggregation of the seaweed itself, where microbial communities and plankton form cohesive superstructures. These mats, fueled by nutrient sharing among phytoplankton, as revealed in University of Maryland studies from March 2025, could mimic colossal forms through symbiotic growth, adapting to climate-driven surges like the negative North Atlantic oscillation that propelled record blooms. Another hypothesis posits undiscovered megafauna, such as oversized eels, echoing the known migration of European and American eels to the Sargasso for breeding, where larvae drift back across oceans in a cycle unsolved until recent genetic tracings in 2022. Imagine a giant variant, perhaps a relic population of eels, exceeding 10 meters, camouflaged in the weeds to evade predators during their mysterious lost years. Further ideas explore animal diversity declines noted in Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute papers from June 2025, proposing the giant as a rare nomadic predator like an enlarged mahi-mahi or tripletail, sustaining itself on the Sargassum's teeming nurseries of flying fish and sea turtles. Or consider optical deceptions amplified by the sea's unique gyre, bioluminescent bacteria, creating illusory behemoths during Milky Sea events, where glows span thousands of square kilometers, as satellites captured in recent decades. Additional conjectures include geological influences, the Sargasso's position over ancient seafloor anomalies like the gravity hole in nearby regions, potentially harboring chemosynthetic giants that rise with upwelling vents similar to deep-sea isopods studied in 2016, but scaled vastly larger. These thoughts, inspired by discoveries of over 800 new species in adjacent oceans, linger as serene possibilities, each enhancing the awe without dispelling it. Shifting to ethereal viewpoints, the giant embodies spiritual significances that vary across cultural horizons. In Bermuda Triangle, lore intertwined with the Sargasso's boundaries. It symbolizes the liminal veil between realms, a mystical custodian where lost souls and energies converge, as whispered in Caribbean, folktales of protective sea, spirits guiding wayward vessels. Through an indigenous lens from Atlantic coastal tribes, it might represent the great provider, a living embodiment of abundance, woven from the earth's floating gardens, evoking rituals of gratitude for the sea's bounty. Broader, metaphysical interpretations frame it as a symbol of impermanence, its hidden form, teaching acceptance of life's fleeting visions, in meditative practices akin to Zen contemplation of nature's illusions. In ecological spirituality emerging from 2025 conservation efforts like the Sargasso Sea Commission's newsletters, the entity stands as a beacon of interconnectedness, urging harmony amid blooming excesses that mirror human impacts on the planet. From ancient sailor myths to modern eco-mysticism, these contexts portray the giant as a gentle oracle forever, just beyond reach, to inspire inner peace and reverence for the cosmos's hidden threads. Legends from bygone eras layer the Sargasso with intrigue tales that echo softly through time. Christopher Columbus, in 1492, chronicled his fleet's entanglement in the weeds, fearing the doldrums would strand them eternally as winds failed, and the sea appeared boundless, a precursor to Bermuda Triangle enigmas, where ships vanished without trace. By the 1800s, whalers recounted immense shadows beneath the mats, attributing them to sea monsters that spared their boats in merciful calm. William Hope Hodgson's early 20th century stories depicted the Sargasso as a graveyard of derelicts haunted by colossal weed-entwined beings that lured the unwary into eternal repose. In 1929, the USS Cyclops' disappearance fueled whispers of magnetic anomalies drawing giants from the depths. More recently, in 2025, amid record blooms washing ashore in Florida, and the Caribbean divers reported undulating forms within the seaweed belts, vast enough to displace currents, echoing older accounts, but dissolving before cameras could capture. These narratives, from archival logs to oral histories, build a mosaic of serene encounters, each a whisper of the giant's enduring allure. You float now upon the Sargassum's gentle cradle, the weeds supporting you like a living hammock as the sun warms your skin in golden caresses. The giant stirs nearby, its colossal form brushing the edges of your awareness, inviting a profound connection where boundaries fade. In this intimate expanse, what veiled truths does it share, awakening echoes of your own hidden depths? Broadening the analytical horizon, additional scientific musings arise from interdisciplinary insights. One theory links climate anomalies, supercharged blooms from rising temperatures, as CNN reported in May 2025, potentially birthing pseudo-organisms where sargassum and trapped debris coalesce into mobile entities, propelled by wind and currents. Another entertains cryptic survivals, remnants of prehistoric marine reptiles insulated by the gyre's isolation, their forms adapted for filter feeding on the plankton surges documented in Nature journals from February 2025. Or ponder bioacoustic phenomena, low-frequency hums from eel aggregations during breeding amplified by the weed's acoustics to simulate a single colossal presence. These propositions, grounded in observations of declining diversity and nutrient cycles, extend tranquil invitations to the imagination. Spiritually, the tapestry enriches across diverse threads. In African diaspora traditions from the Atlantic slave trade routes, the giant might signify resilience, a hidden force, buoying spirits through adversity. Contemporary pagan views see it as an elemental being, its sway harmonizing with lunar tides for rituals of renewal. From these, the entity evokes universal wonder, a meditative anchor in the flux of existence. Historical echoes persist in documented serenity during the heroic age of exploration. Ernest Shackleton's accounts from Antarctic fringes indirectly influenced Sargasso perceptions, with parallels in floating ice mats hiding enigmas. In 2024, satellite imagery of the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt revealed patterns suggestive of organized movement, stirring debates that hark back to Columbus's fears. Such legacies foster a quiet curiosity, each story a gateway to the profound. Drifting in this golden realm, you sense the giant's secrets woven into every sway. Might its elusive form reflect the unknowable facets of your own journey, a riddle that sways eternally in the mind. As the wave's gentle rhythm carries us onward, a new silhouette awaits in shadowed expanses, promising layers of undiscovered peace. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Picture an orb of absolute darkness, where the ocean's weight presses like a velvet curtain, drawn across eternity, and faint phosphorescent sparks flicker like distant memories in an unending void. The Challenger Deep, nestled at the southern end of the Mariana Trench, descends to depths exceeding 11,000 meters, a profound stillness that cradles the heart of the sea in silent vigil. Within this abyss, the shadowy Behemoth stirs softly, an immense creature whose outline serves as a canvas for the imagination's quiet wanderings, evoking awe at the unknowable vastness that lies hidden below. The Behemoth's form emerges in hazy impressions, a colossal silhouette that might encompass spans of several hundred meters, its contours fluid and indistinct, as though sculpted from the darkness itself. Envision surfaces textured with subtle ridges that catch the rare glimmer of bioluminescence, creating patterns that shift like breathing shadows. Limbs or extensions protrude with languid ease, probing the sediment floor in deliberate, unhurried sweeps that disturb ancient particles into lazy spirals. Its hue blends into the inky surroundings, deep obsidian laced with ephemeral glows, allowing it to dissolve and reappear at whim. This entity moves not with purpose, but with innate rhythm, a soft stirring that sends vibrations through the water like distant heartbeats, leaving trails of wonder in its wake. Experts in marine sciences offer a spectrum of viewpoints, each hypothesis unfolding as a layer in the deep's enigmatic shroud. Recent dives, such as those in 2025 exploring microbial diversity, suggest the Behemoth could be a manifestation of hadal microorganisms, over 7,564 newly identified genomes forming vast cohesive structures that mimic macro life through collective behavior. Another angle draws from the discovery of dark oxygen production at seafloor nodules, proposing an organism that harnesses this chemical energy to sustain gigantic proportions in the nutrient-scarce void, akin to the colorful rocky outcrops observed during the Five Deeps expedition. Ponder the possibility of ancient survivals, prehistoric fish, or invertebrates insulated by the trench's stability evolving traits like pressure-resistant proteins seen in snailfish samples from depths of 8,000 meters. Acoustic surveys inspire thoughts of sonic illusions, hydrothermal vents emitting infrasound that coalesces into perceived forms, echoing the unexplained vibrations recorded in 1960 during the Trieste's descent. Emerging ideas include symbiotic amalgamations, amphipods, and sea cucumbers, like those bottom dwellers found in mud volcanoes, banding into supercolonies that present as a single entity for thermal regulation. Or consider anthropogenic influences, man-made tracks on the seafloor documented in 2020, potentially interacting with biological anomalies to create hybrid phenomena. These conjectures, rooted in findings from the Ring of Fire expedition in 2020 and beyond, drift as serene possibilities, each enriching the canvas without defining its edges. In contemplative traditions, the Behemoth takes on symbolic depths that span human experience. Pacific Islander folklore might cast it as a primordial ancestor, a shadowy guardian of the ocean's womb, whose stirrings align with creation myths passed through oral generations in island communities. Through a philosophical Buddhist lens, it embodies sunyata, the profound emptiness that holds all potential, inviting meditation on impermanence from monastic retreats overlooking the sea. Indigenous Australian Dreamtime narratives could view it as a spirit of the deep, connecting underwater realms to terrestrial songlines, fostering rituals of respect for the unseen. In Western esoteric circles, it represents the shadow self, a Jungian archetype lurking in collective psyches, urging introspection amid modern existential queries. Eco-theological perspectives frame it as divine mystery incarnate, a reminder of creation's boundless creativity, inspiring prayers for ocean stewardship in coastal sanctuaries. Across these varied tapestries, from ancestral chants to silent vigils, the Behemoth evokes gentle reverence, a canvas for spiritual wanderings that transcend cultural bounds. Chronicles of exploration infuse the deep with layers of intrigue, events that whisper across centuries. The HMS Challenger's voyage in 1875 first plumbed these waters, uncovering cosmic dust and new species at depths once deemed lifeless, setting the stage for enduring wonder. In 1960, the Bathyscaphe, Trieste's crew, Jacques Picard and Don Walsh, reported eerie silences broken by faint creaks, as if the abyss itself observed their intrusion. Victor Vescovo's Five Deeps dives in 2019 revealed plastic trash amid potential new life forms, a poignant blend of discovery and melancholy. Dawn Wright's submersible journey in 2022 captured data on seismic anomalies, hinting at unseen presences influencing the trench's geology. In 2025, expeditions like those probing microbial havens unveiled thousands of microbes thriving in Challenger deep sediments, alongside anomalous heat signatures that fueled tales of lurking giants. These milestones, from archival records to contemporary logs, compose a symphony of subtle encounters, each adding to the Behemoth's shadowy legacy. You descend now into the profound stillness, the pressure, a comforting cocoon that quiets all external noise, leaving only the soft thrum of your own essence. The Behemoth's outline materializes before you, its immense form, inviting a wordless exchange where imagination paints freely upon its canvas. Feel the subtle stirrings resonate within, drawing forth quiet wanderings of your mind, perhaps reflections of forgotten dreams or uncharted inner landscapes. In this shared abyss, what profound silences does it unveil, harmonizing with the rhythms of your soul? Widening the scientific discourse further, suppositions arise from multifaceted observations. One theory links tectonic dynamics, the trench's subduction zones active with earthquakes registering magnitudes up to 8.3 in recent decades, potentially birthing bioluminescent eruptions that simulate colossal stirrings. Another explores evolutionary extremes. Creatures with genomes adapted for eternal darkness, like the newly classified crab species from 3,000 feet extrapolated to abyssal scales, where gigantism defies known limits. Or hypothesize quantum biological effects organisms utilizing electron tunneling for energy in the cold, high-pressure environment, as speculated in quantum biology papers from 2024. These insights gleaned from astrobiology parallels in 2025 studies offer tranquil extensions into realms of possibility. Spiritually, the mosaic expands across epochs. In Mesoamerican cosmologies influenced by oceanic voyages, it might signify the underworld's gatekeeper, a shadowy force in shamanic journeys seeking balance. Contemporary interfaith dialogues portray it as a universal emblem of humility, bridging divine mysteries in ecumenical gatherings. From these, the Behemoth inspires meditative unity, a gentle prompt to embrace the unknowable's embrace. Echoes from the past resound in documented unexplained sonar pings during naval surveys. In the mid-20th century, vast enough to suggest submerged leviathans. In 2024, remote vehicles detected irregular sediment patterns, as if immense outlines had rested there, stirring debates that linger like unresolved melodies. Such annals cultivate a peaceful curiosity, each entry a doorway to contemplation. Here, enveloped in the ocean's heart, you linger with the Behemoth's soft presence. Could its shadowy canvas hold the strokes of your own life's quiet enigmas, a question that stirs eternally in the stillness? As the abyss holds its breath in timeless poise, a distant form awakens in warmer tides, calling us forth with subtle grace. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision a horizon where the Atlantic's surface gleams like polished lapis, under a fading sun, waves rolling in endless procession, each crest a fleeting memory of ancient rhythms etched into the blue. The vast expanse stretches unbound, a canvas of sapphire depths where light yields to shadow, and the air above carries the salt-kissed hush of secrets long submerged. Here in this serene immensity, whispers of the mythic, Megalodon persist, a prehistoric giant whose legacy drifts eternally unsolved, a gentle reminder of worlds lost to time, stirring the soul with quiet reverence. The echoes of this colossal shark manifest not in thunderous roars, but in subtle intimations, faint disturbances on sonar screens, unexplained scars on whale hides, or the occasional tooth washed ashore, its serrated edge, a relic from eons past. Picture a form that once spanned up to 80 feet, sleek and elongated its body, a streamlined arrow through the water fins, slicing with effortless poise. No bulky menace, but a graceful predator, perhaps resembling a magnified lemon shark in recent reconstructions, its skin textured with subtle scales that caught the prehistoric light in shimmering arrays. Jaws wide enough to engulf a school of fish in one languid gulp, lined with teeth reaching 7 inches each, a triangular blade honed by nature's artistry. Yet these echoes remain intangible, fleeting shapes on the periphery of vision, vibrations felt, rather than seen, leaving trails of plankton and luminous wakes that fade into the abyss. From laboratories and field stations, voices in science propose interpretations that layer the enigma with thoughtful nuance. A study from March 2025 involving 29 experts reimagines the Megalodon as longer and slimmer than previously thought, up to 24 meters, its extinction tied to cooling oceans that disrupted prey migrations. One hypothesis lingers on survival in isolated pockets, perhaps deep trenches where thermal vents provide warmth, allowing a remnant population to adapt with slower metabolisms, feeding sporadically on deep-sea whales. Another view suggests acoustic mirages, sonar anomalies from 2025 expeditions, mistaking whale pods or seismic echoes for a single massive entity amplified by the Atlantic's gyres. Consider evolutionary offshoots, descendants miniaturized over millennia, blending with modern sharks like the Greenland variety, which live centuries in cold depths, their DNA holding faint prehistoric traces. Or ponder climate refugia, warmer subsurface layers in the Gulf Stream sustaining hidden lineages, as proposed in models from recent astrobiology parallels. Bioacoustic data inspires ideas of lingering calls, low-frequency rumbles detected in hydrophone arrays, interpreted as territorial hums, from survivors evolved for stealth. These perspectives, drawn from fossil vertebrae in Belgium and Denmark, and genetic analyses of living relatives unfold as contemplative threads, each hypothesis a serene exploration of possibility amid the evidence of absence. In realms of the spirit, the Megalodon's echoes resonate with meanings that transcend the material, varying across human tapestries. Among Celtic seafaring lore from the North Atlantic coasts, it embodies the eternal cycle, a soul of the deep that guards lost knowledge, appearing in dreams to whisper of harmony between land and sea. Shift to Vodou traditions along Caribbean shores, where it symbolizes Legba's messenger, a bridge between worlds, its mythic presence invoked in rituals for safe voyages and ancestral communion. From a philosophical standpoint in modern mindfulness circles, the giant represents the shadow of the unknown, a meditative focal point for embracing impermanence, as practitioners visualize its drift to cultivate inner calm. Indigenous Mi'kmaq narratives frame it as a creation spirit, a gentle force shaping coastlines in ancient times, evoking ceremonies of gratitude for the ocean's gifts. In broader pantheistic views, it stands as a manifestation of Gaia's wild essence, urging reverence for ecosystems' delicate balance. These contexts, from ritual drums to silent reflections, converge in awe, portraying the echoes as invitations to ponder existence's boundless layers. Tales from the annals of seafaring add veils of intrigue, encounters that echo softly through generations. In 1492, Christopher Columbus's logs noted immense shadows amid the Sargasso's weeds, forms that parted the water without aggression, interpreted by crews as omens of undiscovered realms. By the 1800s, New England whalers whispered of colossal silhouettes during calm nights off the Grand Banks, their harpoons glancing off unseen masses that vanished like mist at dawn. The 1929 disappearance of the USS Cyclops in the Bermuda Triangle fueled murmurs of a guardian predator, its presence felt in unexplained swells that spared some vessels while claiming others. In 2022, a Rhode Island research team captured a 50-foot shape on scanners initially hailed as a sighting, only for it to resolve into a school of mackerel lingering for 15 minutes. More recently, in 2025, viral footage from a TikTok basking shark encounter off the Atlantic sparked renewed speculation, misidentified as the giant's return. These episodes, preserved in journals and digital archives, weave a narrative of serene brushes with the mythic, each leaving mariners with a profound sense of the ocean's veiled poetry. You sail now across the vast blue, the deck swaying gently beneath your feet as the wind carries salt-scented promises. A subtle ripple catches your eye, a shadow beneath the waves, elongated and graceful, evoking the Megalodon's echo in your imagination. Feel its legacy. Brush your thoughts, a quiet current that aligns with your breath, drawing forth reflections on time's gentle erosion. In this shared expanse, what lost worlds does it revive within you, harmonizing with the rhythms of your wandering mind? Deepening the scholarly lens, additional conjectures emerge from evolving dialogues. One posits hybridization, ancient Megalodon genes persisting in hybrid offspring with great whites, as hinted in 2025 genomic studies, revealing shared traits in bite force and migration patterns. Another entertains cryogenic preservation, fossilized eggs in abyssal sediments, potentially viable under extreme pressures akin to tardigrade resilience. Or visualize migratory echoes, seasonal upwellings in the mid-Atlantic ridge, drawing phantom presences from hidden populations, supported by unexplained bite marks on stranded whales. These notions, inspired by discoveries of slenderer reconstructions and deep-sea microbial havens, offer tranquil avenues for musing unbound by resolution. Spiritually, interpretations branch into further diversity. In Norse sagas adapted to Atlantic voyages, it signifies the Midgard serpent's kin, a neutral observer of fate's weave, contemplated in solitary fjord meditations. Contemporary interspiritual practices view it as a chakra awakener, its mythic energy aligning with root centers for grounding amid uncertainty. Across these, the echoes foster a meditative oneness, a soft call to honor the unseen's grace. Archival murmurs continue to resonate during the mid-20th century. Naval hydrophones in the North Atlantic picked up ultra-low frequencies attributed to ice, but whispered as the giant's song. In 2024, autonomous drones near the Azores filmed transient anomalies, elongated forms amid currents that dissolved like illusions. Such legacies nurture a peaceful intrigue, each account a threshold to the eternal. Floating in this meditative blue, you sense the Megalodon's whispers encircling your essence. Might its unsolved legacy mirror the timeless drifts of your own spirit, a query that lingers like a horizon unbound? With the Atlantic's expanse holding its timeless breath, another silhouette stirs in luminous depths afar, beckoning us toward veiled harmonies yet to unfold. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision a ribbon of warm sapphire threading through the colder Atlantic, where the Gulf Stream's currents swirl like invisible hands, guiding the sea's hidden ballet, and faint glows pulse beneath the surface, like submerged lanterns in a twilight garden. This vital artery of the ocean, stretching from the Gulf of Mexico northward, carries whispers of tropical warmth into northern realms, fostering life in its flowing embrace. Amid these dark currents, the luminous giant squid reveals itself in brief ethereal glimpses, an enormous wanderer glowing faintly, a mystery that captivates with unspoken allure, drawing the heart into realms of gentle speculation. The squid's form captivates through its subtlety, an elongated body that could extend beyond 40 feet, tapering into a mantle of iridescent grace, where faint bioluminescent patterns flicker like stars veiled by clouds. Arms and tentacles, numbering 10 in total, undulate with hypnotic slowness, each lined with suckers that shimmer under self-generated light, creating trails of soft radiance in the gloom. Its eyes, vast, orbs up to 1 foot in diameter, reflect the sparse photons from above, or the glows of prey below, absorbing the ocean's secrets with unblinking poise. This wanderer does not charge, but drifts, its luminescence pulsing in rhythmic waves, perhaps a signal, perhaps a camouflage, illuminating coral outcrops or schools of fish in momentary bursts before fading back into obscurity. The Gulf Stream's embrace seems to cradle it, allowing fleeting appearances that dissolve as swiftly as they emerge, leaving observers with a sense of profound, glowing enigma. Scientists weave a tapestry of ideas around this luminous presence, each thread a pathway into the deep's veiled logic. One hypothesis, inspired by footage from a 2019 expedition in the Gulf of Mexico, posits the squid as an active navigator of the stream's thermal gradients, using bioluminescence not just for hunting but for thermoregulation, where light-producing organs help dissipate heat in warmer currents. Another perspective draws from studies of Humboldt squids in the Pacific, suggesting counter-shading illumination ventral glows that match the faint downwelling light from above, rendering the giant invisible to predators below. A strategy observed in over 32% of cephalopod species. Consider evolutionary adaptations. Large eyes optimized for detecting bioluminescent prey in the midnight zone, as detailed in analyses from 2013, where allometry shows such optics are scaled for low light efficiency rather than exceptional gigantism. Emerging thoughts include symbiotic bacteria powering the glow similar to those in bobtail squids, hypothesizing a microbiome that evolved in the Atlantic's nutrient-rich flows, enabling communication across vast distances during migrations. Or envision acoustic bioluminescent synergy pulses of light synchronized with low-frequency sounds as speculated in 2023 frontier research, fooling sonar or attracting mates in the noisy stream. Additional conjectures point to climate influences, rising temperatures in the Gulf Stream warming by 1.5 degrees Celsius over decades, potentially drawing deep dwellers upward, creating illusory giants through aggregated schools that bioluminesce in unison. These varied lenses from behavioral ecology to microbial symbiosis float as invitations to wonder, each hypothesis a luminous point in the unknown. Through lenses of the soul, the squid's glow assumes forms that illuminate inner landscapes across diverse beliefs. In Celtic maritime folklore from the North Atlantic edges, it might symbolize the guiding light of the Aos fairy folk of the sea, appearing as a benevolent omen to fishermen, its ethereal glimpses, a call to harmony with nature's cycles. Contemplated in Yoruba-influenced traditions along African Atlantic coasts, where it embodies Olokun, the ocean deity, a luminous messenger bridging human and divine realms in rituals of reflection and renewal. From a Taoist viewpoint, the wanderer represents the flow of qi in the universe's depths, its faint glow, a meditative reminder of effortless being contemplated in quiet seaside temples. Indigenous Seminole stories from Florida's Gulf shores could portray it as a spirit of transformation, its bioluminescence, echoing creation, myths of light emerging from darkness. In contemporary pagan practices, it stands as a totem of intuition, its unspoken allure, guiding personal divinations amid oceanside circles. These contexts, from ancestral invocations to modern introspection, converge in serene awe, framing the squid as a glowing thread in the fabric of existence's mysteries. Accounts woven through time add hues of intrigue to the Gulf Stream's lore tales that shimmer like the squid itself. In the 1800s, New England sailors chronicled immense glowing shapes during moonless nights off the Carolinas, their logs describing tentacles that lit the water before vanishing, interpreted as harbingers of calm seas. The 1929 vanishing of vessels in the stream's path fueled whispers of luminous guardians, entities that spared some while enveloping others in mystery. A pivotal moment came in 2019 when a NOAA-funded expedition captured rare footage of a 10 to 12-foot juvenile giant squid at 759 meters in the Gulf of Mexico, its brief attack on a decoy lure, revealing active curiosity rather than aggression. Earlier in the mid-20th century, submariners reported bioluminescent trails paralleling their paths vast enough to suggest colossal wanderers observing from the shadows. In 2025, renewed expeditions near the South Sandwich Islands tied to Atlantic currents yielded the first live colossal squid footage, a 30-centimeter juvenile at 600 meters, sparking debates on whether such glows extend to Gulf Stream kin. These episodes, from weathered journals to digital captures, compose a chronicle of ethereal encounters, each leaving humanity with a glowing sense of the ocean's untold narratives. You submerge now into the Gulf Stream's warm flow, the current cradling your form like a nurturing tide, as a faint glow materializes ahead. The luminous giant squid approaches in ethereal silence, its bioluminescence washing over you in soft waves, syncing with your breath to evoke a profound communion. Sense its unspoken allure resonate within stirring visions of hidden realms and personal glows yet to be discovered. In this immersed reverie, what luminous truths does it awaken, harmonizing with the currents of your inner world? Broadening the investigative horizon, further scientific musings arise from interconnected observations. One theory links migratory patterns, squids following nutrient blooms in the stream, as seen in 2025 bloom analyses spanning millions of tons, using bioluminescence for group coordination, like flashing fireflies of the deep. Another entertains relic populations, survivors from prehistoric eras insulated by the stream's stability. Their glow, an ancient defense against sperm whales, evidenced by scars on beached predators. Or hypothesize quantum efficiencies, photophores harnessing low-energy emissions for maximal visibility, drawing from 2020 bioluminescent signaling studies in social squids. These propositions, grounded in discoveries of new cephalopod species and deep-sea microbiomes, extend calm pathways into speculation's glow. Spiritually, the spectrum diversifies across horizons. In Mesoamerican Aztec echoes carried to Atlantic shores, it might signify Chalchiuhtlicut's emissary, a watery light guiding souls through transitions. Modern eco-spiritual movements view it as a beacon of biodiversity's sacredness, contemplated in global meditations for ocean healing. From these, the squid's allure inspires unified wonder, a gentle nudge toward embracing life's radiant unknowns. Historical glimmers persist in preserved serenity. During the 1500s, Spanish explorers in the Gulf noted sea devils with inner lights, sparing ships in storms, as if by mercy. In 2024, autonomous drones captured transient glows, amid currents reminiscent of ancient warnings, yet dissolving like dreams. Such annals cultivate a tranquil fascination, each narrative a portal to glowing contemplation. Drifting in this radiant expanse, you feel the squid's mystery pulse faintly. Does its ethereal glow hold reflections of your own unspoken journeys, a query that shimmers eternally in the depths? As the current's soft luminescence dims to a whisper, another enigma awakens in icy realms beyond promising veils of wonder yet to be parted. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Imagine curtains of ethereal green and purple light weaving across a star-pricked sky where the Arctic Basin's frozen expanse breathes in slow crystalline exhales and the sea beneath hums with the subtle creak of ancient ice, shifting like a sleeper in dreamless repose. This vast polar realm, encompassing over 4 million square kilometers of ocean, lies cradled between continents, its depths veiled in perpetual chill and secrecy. Under these dancing auroras, the forgotten Colossus rests in icy slumber, a massive being whose essence forms a tranquil puzzle pieced from fragments of the unknown, evoking a sense of timeless repose that invites the mind to wander endless horizons. Contemplate the Colossus in vivid detail, a form that might span lengths rivaling the greatest whales. Its bulk, a harmonious blend of streamlined contours and textured expanses, perhaps armored in plates reminiscent of glacial shards. In the dim under-ice glow, its surface could shimmer with faint iridescence, capturing stray photons from surface cracks above, while broad paddle-like limbs lie folded in restful pose. No hurried motions mark its existence. Instead, it embodies stillness with only the occasional quiver suggesting life, a subtle expansion of flanks that echoes the basin's own glacial pulses. This entity, shrouded in the Arctic's profound quiet, defies easy categorization, its presence inferred through enigmatic traces, disrupted sediment layers, or fleeting thermal anomalies that hint at a colossal frame nestled amid undersea ridges. Experts ponder this enigma through an array of lenses, crafting hypotheses that illuminate possibilities without piercing the veil entirely. One line of thought, echoing discoveries of new copepod species like Monstrolopsis planifrons in the Canadian Arctic, as reported in 2025 studies, suggests the Colossus as a relic of undiscovered megafauna, perhaps a descendant of Ice Age survivors, adapted to sub-zero depths through metabolic slowdowns observed in Greenland sharks that live centuries. Another posits deep-sea gigantism fueled by nutrient upwellings from hydrothermal vents where bacterial symbionts, similar to those sustaining tube worms in analogous Antarctic sites, enable colossal growth in food-scarce environments. Consider acoustic phenomena, mysterious pings detected in the Fury and Hecla Strait since 2016, potentially low-frequency emissions from a massive organism's movements, misinterpreted as seismic activity or ice calving. Further conjectures draw from extinction models like the Plaids and Stripes hypothesis, proposing that fluctuating climate during glacial-interglacial transitions created boom-bust cycles for ancient megafauna. A modern analog might see the Colossus as a resilient holdover in climate refugia, where stable cold pockets preserve populations thought lost, akin to snailfish thriving at 6,000 feet in the Canada Basin. or envision collective entities. Microbial mats aggregating with larger biota into superorganisms forming illusionary giants, as seen in bacterial blooms that mimic structures in 2025 Antarctic explorations. Post-iceberg calving. Seismic linkages offer yet another view. The basin's tectonic whispers with earthquakes up to magnitude 8, possibly awakening dormant forms from sediment burial, their stirrings captured in unexplained sonar blips. These ideas, inspired by overkill debates, where human impacts intersect with environmental shifts, hover as gentle speculations, each adding nuance to the puzzle without demanding closure. In contemplative spheres, the Colossus embodies essences that vary with cultural whispers. Among Inuit traditions of the Arctic Circle, it might signify a Kalupalik-like guardian, a slumbering spirit of the deep that maintains balance between ice and water, invoked in elder tales to teach respect for nature's rhythms. Through Sami shamanism from northern Scandinavia bordering Arctic influences, it represents a bridge to ancestral realms, its icy repose, a meditative state mirroring soul journeys in drum-induced trances. Broader ecological spirituality views it as Gaia's forgotten sentinel, a living archive of planetary memory, urging harmony amid climate flux in global meditations. In philosophical Taoism adapted to polar contexts, the being symbolizes wu-wei non-action, in perfect alignment, its tranquil puzzle, a lesson in yielding to the unknown. From Norse-inspired lore of seafaring peoples, it echoes frost giants in repose, a neutral force of elemental power contemplated in solitary fjord vigils. These interpretations, spanning indigenous wisdom to universal introspection, converge in quiet reverence, portraying the Colossus as a serene emblem of interconnected mysteries. Legends from exploratory eras layer the basin with subtle intrigue narratives that resonate like distant echoes. In the early 1900s, Fridtjof Nansen's Fram expedition noted anomalous ice formations in the Eurasian basin. Vast shadows beneath the pack that crews whispered were living entities vanishing before closer scrutiny. The 1950s saw Soviet ice stations detect unexplained thermal plumes during North Pole drifts, interpreted as geological but hinting at massive biological heat sources that eluded confirmation. During the 2016 investigations into the Arctic ping, Inuit hunters reported wildlife fleeing unseen presences, paralleling historical whaler accounts from the 1800s of colossal silhouettes amid flows. In 2025, following iceberg calvings in analogous Antarctic regions, revealing thriving ecosystems, Arctic surveys captured fleeting anomalies near the Gakkel Ridge, elongated forms in microbial mats that dissolved into data. Nuaz. These vignettes, drawn from logs and modern probes, form a mosaic of serene encounters, each adding to the Colossus's enigmatic aura. You rest now, upon a drifting ice floe, the aurora's glow bathing your form in spectral hues as the basin's chill seeps through a comforting veil that stills the senses. Below, the Colossus stirs faintly its essence, brushing your awareness like a shared breath, piecing fragments of the unknown into your thoughts. Experience its tranquil puzzle unfold, within evoking reflections on forgotten realms and personal slumbers, yet to awaken. In this polar communion, what icy essences does it reveal aligning with the puzzles of your own existence? Extending the analytical gaze, more suppositions arise from interwoven insights. One links to overkill models revisited in 2020 studies hypothesizing human-induced pressures during Ice Age migrations indirectly shaped surviving megafauna, with the Colossus evading detection in vast untraversed depths. Another entertains bioseismic adaptations, organisms attuned to basin quakes, absorbing vibrations for energy, as in quantum biology speculations from 2024. Or consider evolutionary bottlenecks from boom-bust cycles per 2015 PNAS analyses, yielding cryptic giants in isolated Edens like the Canada Basin's under-ice habitats. These notions, rooted in glacial history and undiscovered biodiversity, provide calm extensions into imagination's expanse. Spiritually, dimensions diversify across tapestries. In animistic views from Aleut communities fringing the Arctic, It might embody a slumbering ancestor, its essence pieced from communal dreams shared in seasonal gatherings. Contemporary interfaith reflections see it as a symbol of divine patience, bridging mysteries in ecumenical dialogues on environmental stewardship. From these, the Colossus nurtures meditative convergence, a soft invitation to embrace the unknown's fragments. Archival resonances endure in documented hush. Unexplained sonar echoes during Cold War surveys in the mid-20th century. Vast profiles suggesting submerged leviathans. In 2024, autonomous vehicles near the Lomonosov Ridge detected irregular warmth as if colossal outlines rested there, igniting debates that fade like auroral lights. Such chronicles foster peaceful curiosity each, a gateway to pieced wonders. In this auroral sanctuary, you dwell with the Colossus's essence. Might its tranquil puzzle reflect the fragmented unknowns of your own path, a query that rests eternally in the Basin's embrace. As the polar lights soften their dance, a new presence awakens in distant blue expanses, drawing us onward with unspoken serenity. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision a mosaic of sunlight piercing through turquoise veils, where the coral sea's surface shimmers like a living jewel, and beneath vibrant gardens of coral bloom in symphonies of crimson gold and indigo, their branches swaying in unison with unseen pulses from the deep. This expansive body of water nestled between Australia, Papua New Guinea, and the Solomon Islands spans over 1 million square kilometers, a realm where warm currents nurture hidden worlds in perpetual graceful motion. In these underwater sanctuaries, the Serene Leviathan moves with effortless poise, a grand entity whose form invites pondering the depth's hidden harmonies, a presence that soothes the spirit with its unspoken elegance. Observe the Leviathan's contours in delicate revelation, an expansive silhouette that could eclipse a coral atoll its length, perhaps surpassing 100 meters, curving in fluid arcs that mirror the sea's own waves. Broad, veil-like fins fan outward translucent edges, fringed with subtle bioluminescence that catches the filtered rays from above, casting soft halos amid the gardens. Its skin, a tapestry of mottled azure and pearl, adapts seamlessly to the surrounding flora, allowing it to weave through branching corals without a whisper of disruption. Movements unfold in measured cadence, a slow glide forward, a gentle pivot amid anemone fields, evoking harmonies that resonate through the water, as if the entity itself composes the ocean's quiet melody. This grand form does not impose but integrates its passage, stirring schools of fish into synchronized dances, leaving behind trails of iridescent bubbles that ascend like ascending notes. Scholars peer into this enigma from varied standpoints, positing ideas that enhance its allure without claiming dominion. One conjecture rooted in 2025 explorations of the Great Barrier Reef's outer edges envisions the Leviathan as an exemplar of coral sea gigantism, where abundant sunlight and nutrient flows foster oversized variants of known species like the manta ray, evolved with symbiotic algae that fuel immense growth through enhanced photosynthesis. Another angle considers relic populations from Pleistocene-era survivors in isolated seamounts, where stable temperatures averaging 25 degrees Celsius preserve ancient lineages, much like the coelacanth's rediscovery with adaptations for filter feeding on plankton blooms that surge seasonally. Ponder, too, the possibility of hydrodynamic illusions converging currents in the coral sea basin, creating perceptual behemoths from aggregated debris and bioluminescent organisms, as hypothesized in models from oceanographic simulations that replicate sonar distortions observed during 2024 surveys. Emerging theories include chemosensory navigation, the entity harnessing volatile compounds from coral polyps to traverse vast distances, akin to shark electrosensory systems, but scaled for colossal frames, enabling harmonious integration with reef ecosystems. Or entertain microbial consortia, vast bacterial networks forming dynamic living structures that mimic a single organism, drawing energy from hydrothermal seeps along the sea's tectonic fringes, as suggested by deep core samples, revealing unprecedented diversity in 2025 microbial studies. Seismic resonances offer yet another lens, the Leviathan attuned to undersea quakes, its form vibrating in sync with the basin's faults to absorb energy per acoustic data from monitoring arrays that capture unexplained harmonies. These musings, inspired by discoveries of over 300 new reef species in recent expeditions, linger as tranquil explorations. Each perspective, a note in the depth's symphony. In ethereal interpretations, the Leviathan assumes roles that echo across belief systems. To Torres Strait Islander communities bordering the sea, it might embody a totemic ancestor, a serene navigator of dreamtime paths, its graceful ease reflected in ceremonial dances that honor marine kinship and invite communal reflection on life's interwoven flows. Through Melanesian spiritualities from nearby islands, it symbolizes a water spirit of abundance appearing in folklore as a harmonious weaver of choral fates contemplated during shoreline vigils to seek guidance in seasonal changes. Broader philosophical humanism views it as a metaphor for inner peace, its hidden harmonies a meditative prompt to align personal rhythms with nature's grace explored in eco-retreats along Queensland coasts. In Vedic-influenced contexts from Indo-Pacific migrations, the entity represents prana's oceanic flow, a grand invitation to ponder cosmic unity through yoga practices, attuned to tidal breaths. Contemporary interspiritual dialogues frame it as a universal archetype of serenity, bridging mysteries in global forums on environmental ethics. Across these, from ritual songs to silent contemplations, the Leviathan fosters gentle awe, a form that ponders the soul's own hidden depths. Echoes of the past infuse the coral sea with layers of wonder accounts that unfold like drifting petals. In the 1800s, early European chartmakers like Matthew Flinders noted immense ripples during calm voyages near the Swain Reefs, shadows that parted schools of tuna without alarm, whispered among crews as benevolent omens from the deep. The 1930s saw Japanese pearl divers off the Louisiade Archipelago report, ethereal forms gliding through coral mazes their dives, yielding tales of harmonious presences that spared intruders from current's grasp. During World War II, Allied submariners in the Battle of the Coral Sea detected sonar contacts too vast for known vessels, fleeting harmonies that vanished amid the chaos, leaving logs filled with serene speculation. In 2016, a research vessel near Osprey Reef captured thermal anomalies, suggesting colossal heat signatures dissolving before confirmation, like morning mist. More recently, in 2025, citizen science dives along the Ribbon Reefs unveiled unexplained coral alignments, as if shaped by a grand entity's passage echoing indigenous stories of ancestral guardians. These chronicles, from faded maps to digital records, compose a legacy of tranquil intrigue, each event a harmony in the sea's enduring song. You wander now through the vibrant gardens, the water's caress, a velvet invitation as coral branches frame your path like welcoming arches. The serene Leviathan glides into view, its grand form enveloping your senses in graceful ease, harmonies vibrating through your being like shared whispers. Allow its presence to resonate, pondering the depth's hidden tunes that mirror your own unspoken melodies. In this underwater communion, what serene invitations does it extend, aligning with the puzzles of your wandering essence? Deepening the discourse, additional scientific threads emerge from holistic observations. One proposes trophic cascades, the Leviathan, as a keystone wanderer regulating reef biodiversity, its movements dispersing nutrients akin to whale pumps hypothesized in ecosystem models from 2025 barrier reef assessments. Another entertains polymorphic adaptations, shape-shifting traits for camouflage amid corals drawing from octopus mimicry, but amplified for scale, as explored in genetic surveys of reef dwellers. Or visualize quantum sensory fields, bioelectric auras detecting electromagnetic variances in the sea's magnetic anomalies per speculative physics-biology fusions in recent papers. These insights, grounded in observations of thriving atolls and undiscovered vents, provide soothing extensions into realms of conjecture. Spiritually, facets multiply across boundaries. In Aboriginal dreamings from northern Australia, it might signify a rainbow serpent's kin, weaving harmonies in creation, stories shared around campfires. Global mystical traditions see it as a chakra of the ocean, its grace harmonizing human energies in healing meditations. From these, the entity evokes unified contemplation, a gentle call to embrace life's veiled symphonies. Historical veils lift in preserved whispers. During the 1700s, French explorers under Bougainville logged luminous glides near New Caledonia's barriers, forms that inspired maps of enchanted seas. In 2024, autonomous submersibles near the Chesterfield Reefs filmed transient silhouettes amid blooms reminiscent of ancient warnings yet fading like echoes. Such annals nurture a calm fascination, each a note in contemplation's chorus. Suspended in this choral embrace, you sense the Leviathan's harmonies, enfold your thoughts. Does its graceful form hold keys to your own hidden depths, a pondering that drifts eternally in the sea's gentle cadence? With the underwater garden's hues softening to twilight, whispers another grand silhouette beckons from shadowed abysses, promising enigmas of tranquil depth, yet to resonate. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision a veil of sapphire haze descending over sunken marble columns, where the Mediterranean abyss cradles remnants of forgotten empires. In a timeless hush and faint currents, stir the silt-like breaths from slumbering guardians. This ancient basin, stretching across 3 million square kilometers and plunging to depths of 5,112 meters at the Calypso Deep, holds layers of history submerged beneath its tranquil surface. Beneath these ruins lost to time, a colossal shadow lingers the veiled titan, evoking soft reveries of mysteries that echo through the ages, a presence that whispers of harmonies beyond mortal grasp. The titan's silhouette emerges in veiled subtlety, a grand expanse that might dwarf the hulls of ancient triremes, its dimensions hinting at spans over 150 meters broad and elongated, like a reclining monolith draped in oceanic silk. Surfaces textured with irregular folds catch the sparse light filtering from above, perhaps adorned with encrustations of barnacles and sponge that mimic the eroded stone of nearby wrecks. Appendages, if discernible, extend in languid arcs trailing through the abyss with the poise of drifting kelp, stirring eddies that swirl around submerged amphorae and mosaic fragments. Its hue shifts in the dim glow, muted grays and olives that blend with the seafloor's palette, rendering it a phantom amid the ruins. This entity lingers without haste, its subtle undulations evoking reveries that drift like incense through a temple, inviting the imagination to trace echoes of ages long past. From the observatories of inquiry, minds propose diverse pathways into the Titan's veil, each a serene thread in an unending weave. One supposition drawn from 2025, discoveries of active hydrothermal venting between North Africa and Sicily, envisions the Titan as a beneficiary of chemosynthetic ecosystems, vast organisms sustained by bacterial symbionts that convert vent emissions into energy, allowing gigantism in the nutrient-sparse abyss, akin to tube worms clustered around new submarine volcanic centers. Another lens considers relic survivals from the Messinian salinity crisis 5.97 to 5.3 3 million years ago, when the sea desiccated. Perhaps a lineage adapted to hypersaline refugia, resurfacing post-Zanclean megaflood, with polymorphic traits that enable camouflage amid ruins, as modeled in recent sedimentology studies. Ponder, acoustic deceptions, low-frequency rumbles from tectonic faults, amplified by the basin's topography, manifesting as perceived colossi in sonar readings, similar to unexplained pings near the Ionian Sea that mimic biological signatures. Emerging ideas include microbial mega-aggregates, colonies of archaea and bacteria, forming cohesive shape-shifting forms as hypothesized from core samples, revealing unprecedented diversity in the Calypso Deep, where human litter intermingles with potential superorganisms. Or entertain seismic biological synergies, the Titan harnessing earthquake vibrations for locomotion, its veiled form a natural resonator in the fault-riddled abyss per 2025 analyses of megaflood-induced quakes that reshaped the seafloor. Additional conjectures point to neutrino interactions, ghost-like particles detected in undersea observatories, potentially influencing deep life mutations that yield colossal anomalies, igniting questions about cosmic origins. These viewpoints, inspired by findings of plastic debris at abyssal depths and new species, like the Hades snake moray eel, offer calm invitations to muse each hypothesis, a fragment in the Titan's enigmatic mosaic. In visions of the transcendent, the Titan assumes guises that span the Mediterranean's rich spiritual heritage. Within Greek mythological echoes, it embodies a lingering echo of the Titans themselves, primordial forces subdued by Olympians, now veiled guardians beneath Poseidon's domain, contemplated in seaside temples, where philosophers like Plato pondered Atlantis' submersion as metaphors for hubris and renewal. Through Roman augury traditions, it symbolizes Neptune's subtle wisdom, a colossal shadow, evoking reveries in mosaic-adorned baths, where seekers interpreted omens from sea depths for guidance in life's veiled paths. Shift to Egyptian-influenced mysticism along North African shores, where the entity might represent Nun, the primordial abyss from which creation arose its lingering presence, a meditative call to embrace chaos's harmony in Sufi-inspired reflections amid ancient Carthage ruins. Indigenous Berber lore frames it as a spirit of the deep earth waters, echoing through oral tales that weave human fate with submerged mysteries, fostering rituals of quiet communion with the sea. In Christian monastic contexts from Mediterranean islands, the Titan stands as a symbol of divine humility, a colossal reminder of Job's Leviathan pondered in cloistered vigils to cultivate awe at creation's unknowable facets. These varied essences, from mythic hymns to introspective prayers, converge in soft reverence, portraying the shadow as an eternal echo that stirs the soul's own veiled harmonies. Whispers from antiquity and beyond layer the abyss with intrigue events that resonate like faint chimes in a submerged hall. In the 12th century BCE, the enigmatic sea peoples, raiders of unknown origin, swept across the eastern Mediterranean, their invasions chronicled on Egyptian temples as shadowy forces emerging from the waves, perhaps inspired by colossal sightings amid storms that blurred myth and reality. By the 1st century BCE, Roman historians like Pliny the Elder documented vanishing ships near the Strait of Messina, attributing them to whirlpools or unseen behemoths, lurking beneath ruins of earlier civilizations, leaving sailors tales of veiled shadows that spared or claimed vessels in mercy's hush. The 15th century saw Ottoman navigators log ethereal forms during calm nights off Crete colossal outlines, amid Minoan wreck sites that dissolved at dawn, fueling legends of protective spirits woven into Sufi poetry. In the 1930s early, submersible explorations near the Hellenic Trench reported thermal anomalies suggesting immense presences vanishing like ghosts before verification. More recently, in 2025 surveys uncovering 24 ancient shipwrecks between Sicily and Tunisia revealed aligned debris patterns, as if shaped by a grand shadow's passage, echoing older enigmas like the desiccation crisis that exposed the seafloor to air. These occurrences, etched in hieroglyphs, scrolls, and digital scans, build a chorus of serene puzzles, each a reverberation through the ages. You descend now into the abyss's embrace, the pressure a soft shroud that quiets the world above as ancient ruins loom like spectral sentinels around you. The veiled Titan's colossal shadow materializes nearby, its lingering form, evoking reveries that wash over your senses, aligning your breath with the current's subtle flow. Feel the echoes of ages brush your thoughts, stirring soft musings on mysteries that mirror your own veiled inner landscapes. In this intimate depth, what ancient harmonies does it unveil, resonating with the uncharted echoes of your spirit? Broadening the exploratory vista, further propositions arise from fused disciplines. One links to anthropogenic impacts plastic litter at abyssal points, as documented in 2025 reports of 26,715 items per square kilometer, potentially mutating deep fauna into veiled giants through ingested microplastics, altering growth hormones. Another entertains cosmological ties. Neutrino bursts from distant astrophysical events, like the record-breaking particle found under the sea in February 2025, influencing biological anomalies that yield colossal shadows, or visualize trophic web anomalies, the Titan as a regulator of deep ecosystems. Its form dispersing nutrients from volcanic vents discovered in 2025 expeditions, sustaining hidden harmonies amid ruins. These insights, drawn from shipwreck surveys and particle detectors, extend peaceful avenues into speculation's veil. Spiritually, expressions diversify across epochs. In Phoenician seafaring myths, it might signify Baal's oceanic aspect, a shadowed force pondered in trade route prayers for safe passage. Modern eco-mystical movements view it as Earth's veiled pulse, harmonizing human consciousness in global meditations on submerged heritage. From these, the Titan inspires unified awe, a lingering call to reverie at the unknowable's edge. Resonances from history persist in archived Serenity, unexplained megaflood evidence from 2025 studies where tropical storm winds and earthquakes refilled the desiccated sea, perhaps awakening colossal echoes that linger today. In 2024, robotic dives near submerged Yonaguni-like structures off Malta captured transient anomalies, forms that evoked ancient guardians, yet faded unresolved. Such legacies cultivate a tranquil curiosity, each an echo in contemplation's chamber. Here, amid the abyss's veiled hush, you linger with the Titan's shadow. Could its lingering essence hold the soft reveries of your own timeless mysteries, a query that echoes eternally through the ages? As the ruin's subtle currents carry whispers onward, a new colossal form stirs in distant fjords, beckoning with promises of dreamlike visions yet to unfold. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Imagine a cascade of molten whispers rising from submerged craters, where the Galápagos depths cradle volcanic plumes in a ballet of warm mineral-rich flows, and the water above shimmers with the faint iridescence of life stirring in. Eternal twilight. These islands forged from fire beneath the Pacific's embrace, harbor abyssal secrets in basins plunging to 3,000 meters where gentle currents weave through lava tubes like threads of forgotten lore. Among these volcanic murmurs and soothing streams, an enormous cephalopod conceals its wisdom, the whispered giant octopus, an enigma that unfolds gradually in the mind's eye, beckoning the soul to linger in awe at the veiled. The octopus's presence reveals itself in elusive strokes, a body that could coil across 50 feet or more, its mantle a domed vault, textured with papillae that shift like breathing stone, adapting to the craggy volcanic terrain. Arms 8 in number extend with deliberate languor, each lined with suckers that pulse faintly, grasping at hydrothermal wisps or drifting plankton in a display of innate intelligence. Its skin a canvas of mottled crimson and obsidian flickers with chromatophores that mimic the surrounding lava flows, rendering it nearly invisible amid the depth's shadowy gardens. Eyes, large as dinner plates, gaze with an ancient knowing pupils dilating to capture the sparse glow from bioluminescent vents. This cephalopod does not dart or seize. It whispers through the water its movements, a slow unfurling that sends ripples echoing off submerged calderas, evoking wisdom hidden in the folds of time. Scientists approach this whispered enigma from multifaceted angles, each hypothesis a tranquil ripple in the pool of understanding. One view, inspired by the Schmidt Ocean Institute's 2023 expedition that captured footage of a suckerless squid off the Galápagos, proposes the octopus as an undiscovered deep-sea variant, evolved for camouflage in volcanic crevices through advanced neural control of its skin, allowing it to whisper chemical signals via ink that disperses like mist. Another perspective draws from the 2024 discovery of a new squid species carrying giant eggs in unexplored ocean depths, suggesting maternal gigantism, where the cephalopod nurtures oversized offspring, nutrient-rich hydrothermal oases, its wisdom manifesting in complex parenting behaviors unobserved in shallower kin. Consider evolutionary relics survivors from the island's isolation, perhaps descended from ancient Pacific migrants with genomes adapted for extreme pressures and low oxygen, as hypothesized in genetic studies of Galápagos marine iguanas extrapolated to cephalopods. Or ponder symbiotic alliances, the octopus hosting bioluminescent bacteria in its mantle, creating faint glows that serve as lures or warnings akin to the strawberry squid found in cold water corals near the archipelago in 2023 surveys. Acoustic adaptations emerge in yet another conjecture, the creature emitting low-frequency whispers via mantle vibrations, communicating across vents in ways that mimic seismic rumbles per analyses of unexplained sounds recorded during 2025 submersible dives. Further ideas include microbial intelligence, a superorganism where the octopus's arms, each with independent neural clusters, integrate with vent microbes to form a collective wisdom, enabling problem-solving feats beyond individual capacity. These notions rooted in discoveries of 30 new species in Galápagos depths during 2020 expeditions, including 4 squat lobsters and 1 giant isopod variant drift, as invitations to deeper inquiry, each adding to the enigma without unveiling its core. In spheres of the intangible, the octopus embodies essences that shift with cultural currents. Among Ecuadorian coastal folklore influenced by Andean indigenous traditions, it might symbolize a chthonic guardian of volcanic spirits, its whispered wisdom, a bridge to Pachamama's underground realms, contemplated in rituals where shamans envision cephalopod arms as roots connecting earth and sea. Through Polynesian echoes carried to Pacific islands like Rapa Nui, the creature represents kinship and migration. Its enormous form, a narrative vessel for ancestral voyages, unfolded in storytelling circles that honor octopus as a totem of adaptability and hidden knowledge. From Native American Pacific Northwest perspectives, where the giant Pacific octopus features in art as a sea spirit helper, it evokes transformative power, its enigma, a meditative aid in vision quests that explore the mind's eye. In broader eco-spiritual contexts, drawing from theories positing cephalopods as aliens seeded from cosmic origins in 2021 scientific papers, it stands as a symbol of otherworldly intelligence, inviting reverence for life's extraterrestrial possibilities in global mindfulness practices. Hawaiian cultural views where marine life like sharks hold spiritual significance might frame it as akin to ocean deities, its gentle flows harmonizing with aloha aina, love for the land and sea, in ceremonies of gratitude. These interpretations, from ritual drums to silent reflections, converge in gentle awe, portraying the cephalopod as a whispered guide to the soul's unfolding mysteries. Legends etched in the Galápagos volcanic stone add layers to this enigma, tales that murmur through centuries. In the early 1800s, whalers navigating the archipelago's treacherous currents whispered of immense arms rising from depths during moonlit calms, coiling around hulls without harm, before retreating, interpreted as omens from the island's fiery heart. The Galápagos affair of the 1930s, a real-life intrigue on Floriana Island involving disappearances and eccentric settlers, fueled oceanside rumors of a guardian octopus that concealed bodies in underwater lava tubes, its whispers heard in the wind-swept coves. Charles Darwin's own journals from 1835 noted peculiar marine anomalies during the Beagle's voyage, shadowy forms amid volcanic flows that sparked his evolutionary musings, though left unexplained in his writings. In 2025 expeditions uncovering active vents near Fernandina Island reported transient sonar echoes, elongated shapes that vanished like illusions, echoing older indigenous Ecuadorian stories of sea spirits hiding wisdom in the deep. These narratives, preserved in logs, films, and oral histories, form a chorus of tranquil puzzles, each an unfolding in the mind's eye that leaves explorers with profound serenity. You hover now in the volcanic flows, the warm currents enveloping your form like a nurturing veil as bubbles rise from hidden fissures below. The whispered giant octopus unfurls an arm nearby, its suckers sensing the water's subtle shifts, drawing you into a wordless exchange where wisdom whispers through your thoughts. Allow its enigma to unfold slowly, evoking visions of concealed truths that mirror your own inner depths. In this shared whisper, what ancient knowings does it impart, resonating with the uncharted folds of your essence? Expanding the scholarly vista, more propositions surface from integrated observations. One links to isolation-driven speciation, the Galápagos remote position fostering unique cephalopod traits like enhanced problem-solving intelligence observed in captive octopuses, potentially amplified in wild giants for navigating lava mazes. Another entertains cosmic seeding theories, extraterrestrial origins for cephalopods, as speculated in papers, suggesting their ancestors arrived via meteorites, with the octopus's wisdom a remnant of alien adaptation to Earth's volcanic cradles. Or visualize neural symbiosis, the creature's distributed brain, interfacing with vent ecosystems, creating a living network that thinks collectively per bio-neurological models from 2024. These insights, grounded in biodiversity surveys revealing over 20% endemic marine species, provide soothing pathways into speculation's embrace. Spiritually, facets branch into diverse horizons. In Rapa Nui, traditions, octopus, and squid signify migrations and trade their cultural role. A narrative of kinship unfolded in petroglyphs that inspire communal reflections on oceanic bonds. Global mystical movements see it as a chakra awakener, its whispered flows aligning human energies with volcanic prana in healing meditations. From these, the cephalopod evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing life's veiled unfoldings. Historical murmurs endure an archived tranquility. Unexplained egg masses discovered in 2024 dives near Isabella Island, vast clutches hinting at giant guardians, reminiscent of whaler warnings yet dissolving unresolved. Such legacies nurture a peaceful intrigue, each a portal to the mind's eye. Suspended in this volcanic hush, you sense the octopus's wisdom hide just beyond reach. Might its slow unfolding hold the keys to your own enigmatic paths, a query that whispers eternally in the depths. As the gentle flows carry volcanic secrets onward, a new enormous form beckons from shadowed trenches, promising enigmas of eternal drift, yet to whisper, in the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision a horizon etched in silver mist, where the southern ocean's swells rise and fall like the breath of a slumbering world, and wind-kissed expanses carry the faint tang of salt and ice, weaving an invisible lattice across endless blue-gray voids. This remote frontier encircling Antarctica, over 20 million square kilometers, pulses with currents that circle the globe, a vast domain where light scatters into ethereal shards before yielding to profound obscurity. In these windswept realms, an immense creature glides unseen, the eternal Behemoth its path, a thread in the tapestry of endless oceanic dreams, a silent wanderer that stirs the imagination with gentle persistence. The Behemoth's essence captivates through its veiled grandeur, a form that might eclipse the length of a blue whale stretching beyond 100 meters in a streamlined silhouette that tapers into flowing appendages, perhaps fins or flukes that cut the water with minimal ripple. Visualize its hide as a mosaic of weathered slate and pearl etched with faint striations that echo the ocean's own furrowed waves, allowing it to dissolve into the hazy depths. No frantic pursuits mark its journey. Instead, it navigates with an innate rhythm, a slow, undulating glide that displaces currents into soft vortices, trailing bioluminescent sparks like fleeting thoughts in the gloom. This creature remains eternal, its unseen passage inferred from subtle signs, displaced krill swarms, or enigmatic thermal plumes that hint at a colossal warmth lingering just below detection. From analytical shores, hypotheses bloom like undersea vents, each offering a glimpse into the Behemoth's possible truths. Recent expeditions, such as those in 2025 by the Ocean Census, unveiled over 800 new marine species in southern ocean realms, inspiring one view of the Behemoth as a yet undiscovered megafauna, perhaps a relic. Cetacean adapted to abyssal cold through gigantism, where high oxygen levels in winter sea ice, supercharging CO2 uptake, As detailed in June 2025, studies fuel oversized bodies akin to the newly found guitar shark, or Hadi snake moray ale. Another conjecture posits symbiotic ecosystems, the creature hosting microbial mats that harness dark oxygen from seafloor nodules, enabling survival in nutrient-scarce expanses, much like the thriving communities around hydrothermal vents explored in Schmidt Ocean Institute's 2025 Southern Atlantic cruises. Consider evolutionary holdovers from ancient mass aggregations where breeding events draw giants together, as seen in astonishing stories of marine life converging in the Southern Ocean. The behemoth could represent a nomadic superpredator, its path threaded through wind-driven upwellings that concentrate prey hypothesized from 2025 biodiversity surveys, revealing 30 new species, including giant isopods, or entertain perceptual phenomena, acoustic mirages from monster winds and giant waves documented in July 2024, analyses as Earth's strongest currents, creating illusory behemoths via low-frequency echoes that fool sonar, blending with unexplained pings from the Fury and Hecla Strait persisting since 2016. Further ideas explore climate refugia, warming trends, thinning ice shelves, potentially awakening dormant forms from glacial entrapment, their eternal glide, a response to fluctuating CO2 dynamics per recent winter ice research. Seismic biological links suggest the entity absorbs vibrations from undersea, quakes its form a natural damper in tectonic hotspots, as speculated in models tying historical megafloods to modern anomalies. These threads, woven from discoveries of huge worms and sea spiders, the size of dinner plates in 28 Antarctic surveys, remain open-ended, each hypothesis a dreamlike extension into the unknowable. In contemplative whispers, the behemoth takes on forms that resonate across human yearnings, drawing from Maori lore of the southern seas, where ocean guardians like Tangaroa embody vast unseen forces. It might symbolize a primordial caretaker, its eternal path, a meditative cycle of renewal pondered in haka performances that honor the Moana's boundless dreams. Through Inuit-influenced Arctic parallels adapted to Antarctic fringes, though the continent lacks indigenous habitation, it evokes a spirit of resilience, a colossal shadow bridging frozen realms and open water reflected in storytelling. Circles where elders envision sea giants as kin to the aurora's dance. From Western philosophical mysticism inspired by tales projecting human ideals onto Antarctica's blank slate, as explored in 2023 essays, the behemoth represents existential humility, a lingering dream that invites introspection on life's fleeting threads, amid global eco-prayers for polar preservation. In South American Andean traditions spilling into southern oceans, it could manifest as a chthonic entity tied to Pachamama, its unseen glide, harmonizing Earth's fiery vents with watery expanses, contemplated in shamanic visions, seeking all balance. Broader animistic views from seafaring cultures frame it as a collective ancestor, its tapestry of paths weaving communal fates, evoking reverence in rituals that celebrate the Southern Ocean's ecological richness as a global engine room. These essences, from mythic chants to silent vigils, foster a serene convergence, the behemoth, a thread inviting the spirit to dream of interconnected veils. Accounts from the ocean's annals infuse this enigma with ethereal layers, occurrences that murmur like wind over waves. In the early 1900s, Ernest Shackleton's endurance expedition in the Weddell Sea chronicled ghostly disturbances beneath the ice, vast shadows that accompanied the ship through peril, whispered among crew as protective presences from the deep akin to the fur, seal-hunting ghosts of the Southern Ocean where pups starved amid slaughter. The 1950s Soviet drifts detected thermal plumes too immense for geology, hinting at living entities that eluded probes echoing earlier, whaler logs from the 1800s of colossal silhouettes amid flows, sparing vessels in merciful calm. During the heroic age, Roald Amundson's teams noted anomalous swells in the Ross Sea, forms that parted wildlife without trace, fueling legends of Antarctic secrets like the persistent Polynya in the Weddell, a warm water oasis, defying ice. In 2025, following iceberg calvings, revealing thriving ecosystems, surveys captured fleeting sonar anomalies near the South Sandwich Islands, elongated echoes dissolving like illusions, paralleling older tales of sea, monsters from Arthur Adams' 1860s, sightings of undulating creatures in southern waters. These vignettes scattered across journals and modern data compose a mosaic of tranquil brushes with the eternal, each leaving humanity with dreams of unseen threads. You traverse now the wind-kissed expanses, the swells cradling your vessel in rhythmic sway, as salt mist kisses your skin, a veil of serenity enveloping your senses. Ahead, the Behemoth's immense form glides into peripheral awareness, its path threading through your thoughts like a shared dream, inviting you to align your breath with the ocean's eternal cadence. Sense its unseen wisdom resonate within evoking reflections on life's boundless tapestries that mirror your own wandering essence. In this oceanic communion, what endless dreams does it weave, harmonizing with the uncharted paths of your soul? Widening the lens of inquiry, additional suppositions arise from fused insights. One ties to polar gigantism, animals in the Southern Ocean growing significantly larger due to cold-induced efficiencies, as detailed in 2024 marine biology queries estimating 6 undiscovered creatures in the depths based on historical claims. The Behemoth, a pinnacle of this trend amid giant crustaceans and sea spiders. Another entertains extraterrestrial seeding cosmic origins for deep life per speculations, linking meteorites to ancient ocean forms its eternal glide, a remnant of alien adaptation to Earth's currents. Or visualize trophic regulators, the creature dispersing nutrients across vast expanses, sustaining ecosystems like the Southern Ocean's role in global CO2 storage, hypothesized from 2025 winter ice findings. These notions, grounded in observations of mass aggregations and alien-like ancient life, through time extend calm avenues into imagination's blue. Spiritually, dimensions expand across weaves. In Celtic maritime echoes adapted to southern voyages, it might signify a wandering soul of the deep, pondered in solitary deck vigils, seeking omens from wind-kissed waves. Contemporary interfaith reflections view it as a divine tapestry thread, bridging mysteries in ecumenical dialogues on planetary stewardship. From these, the Behemoth nurtures meditative unity, a soft prompt to embrace dreamlike interconnections. Resonances from antiquity persist in preserved hush, unexplained vanishings like the USS Cyclops in 1929, attributed to Bermuda-like anomalies but whispered as southern currents drawing giants northward. In 2024, autonomous vehicles near the Denman Glacier detected irregular warmth as if immense outlines traversed there, igniting debates that fade like horizon mists. Such chronicles foster a peaceful curiosity, each a thread in contemplation's loom. Drifting in this vast expanse, you feel the Behemoth's path entwine your dreams. Might its eternal glide reflect the unseen threads of your own timeless wanderings, a query that lingers like wind over endless seas. As the ocean's dreams hold their wind-kissed breath, another immense form stirs in sunlit currents afar, calling us forward into realms of tranquil enigma. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Picture a shroud of azure haze where the Atlantic surface mirrors an endless sky, interrupted only by fleeting wisps of cloud that dissolve into the horizon like unspoken thoughts. The Bermuda depths enclosed within the tranquil triangle of Lorpulse, with subtle undercurrents that carry echoes of vanished whispers, a place where the ocean's breath slows to a meditative rhythm. Here, amid this enigmatic expanse, the dreamy Colossus drifts lazily, a giant form whose presence drapes a soothing veil over questions that linger like morning mist, inviting the heart to surrender to the allure of the unresolved. Delve into the Colossus's subtle manifestations, a silhouette that could span the width of ancient galleons, perhaps reaching 200 feet in languid extension. Its body, a harmonious blend of rounded swells and tapered grace that evokes the ocean's own undulating forms. Surfaces shimmer with a faint opalescence, catching stray sunbeams that penetrate the depths, while broad membrane-like extensions trail behind, swaying in sync with the gentle push of subsurface flows. No vivid displays mark its passage. Instead, it embodies a dreamy haze, movements unfolding in hazy drifts that blur the line between entity and environment, stirring plankton into luminous clouds that fade like half-remembered visions. This Colossus lingers in the triangle's embrace, its lazy drift, a veil over lingering inquiries, where each glimpse dissolves into mist, leaving traces of awe in the observer's gaze. Researchers offer a chorus of interpretations, each a layer in the Colossus's misty shroud. Drawing from 2025 analyses of methane hydrate deposits in the Atlantic, one idea proposes the form as a biogeological hybrid. Vast gas bubbles encased in microbial films, rising from seafloor craters half a mile wide, mimicking colossal life through explosive releases that disrupt navigation as seen in simulations recreating ship sinkings without trace. Another viewpoint explores magnetic anomalies, the triangle's agonic line where true and magnetic north align, potentially warping electromagnetic fields to create illusory giants via compass malfunctions evidenced by erratic readings, logged since Christopher Columbus's 1500s voyages. Contemplate deep-sea gigantism amplified by the Gulf Stream's nutrient surges fostering undiscovered cephalopods like the giant squid filmed in 2025 near Tokyo, their bodies adapted for lazy drifts in low oxygen zones, tentacles spanning 43 feet that could ensnare vessels in misty encounters. Emerging conjectures include rogue wave phenomena, massive walls of water up to 100 feet, converging from multiple storm directions as documented in 2024 satellite data, forming perceptual behemoths that swallow crafts whole without wreckage. Or envision acoustic hallucinations, low-frequency infrasound from seismic faults, or hurricanes generating phantom shapes in sonar blending, with unexplained bloops captured in 1997 hydrophone arrays. Additional theories point to quantum-like atmospheric distortions, ionized air from lightning strikes creating holographic mirages of colossal forms, speculated in physics models, tying Bermuda's frequent thunderstorms to visual anomalies. These musings, anchored in observations of over 50 vanishings, float as invitations to ponder each hypothesis, a misty thread in the unresolved. Through lenses of the ethereal, the Colossus transforms into symbols that span cultural horizons. In Caribbean Vodou traditions, it might embody a Loa of the deep, a dreamy guardian veiling sacred knowledge invoked in seaside ceremonies, where practitioners seek visions amid morning mists to commune with ancestral seas. Contemplate it via Native American coastal myths where such giants represent the spirit world's threshold, drifting lazily as metaphors for life's transient questions reflected in storytelling fires that honor the ocean's soothing veils. From ancient Greek echoes of Atlantis's fall, the form evokes a remnant of lost civilizations, its presence, a meditative echo of hubris and renewal, pondered in philosophical retreats overlooking Atlantic shores. Broader metaphysical views frame it as a collective subconscious archetype, lingering like mist to soothe existential inquiries explored in modern mindfulness sessions that visualize the triangle's calm. In African diaspora lore from Atlantic slave routes, it symbolizes resilient hope, a veiled colossus drifting through hardships, evoking reverence in rituals that celebrate survival's dreamy persistence. These diverse resonances, from ritual invocations to introspective muses, converge in tranquil awe, the Colossus, a soothing veil over the spirit's lingering quests. Narratives from eras past drape the depths in intrigue, tales that drift like mist across time. Christopher Columbus, in 1492, logged erratic compasses and a fiery burst plunging into the sea near the triangle, his crew whispering of otherworldly signs that veiled their voyage's questions. By 1918, the USS Cyclops vanished, with 306 souls aboard, no distress call, sent its colossal shadow, presumed swallowed by misty anomalies, leaving naval inquiries unresolved. The 1945 loss of Flight 19-5 bombers fading from radar amid calm skies sparked endless reveries, their pilots' last words evoking disorientation in the triangle's soothing haze. In 1967, the yacht Witchcraft disappeared off Miami, its owner radioing for a tow before silence fell, the vessel found intact, yet empty, veiling the fate of its passengers in mourning-like mist. More recently, in 2015, the cargo ship El Faro sank during a hurricane, its 391 containers adrift, questions lingering over the triangle's dreamy influence on its path. These episodes, scattered through logs and lore, form a tapestry of serene puzzles, each disappearance a thread in the unresolved veil. You find yourself adrift in the triangle's tranquil, embrace the water's surface, a glassy veil, reflecting your gaze as subtle currents nudge your form. The dreamy Colossus materializes in the periphery, its giant drift inviting a shared reverie, where questions linger, like mist around your thoughts. Sense its soothing presence envelop you, evoking inner visions of veiled truths that mirror your own lingering inquiries. What dreamy harmonies does it unveil in this intimate haze, drifting eternally in your mind's expanse? Broadening the investigative horizon, further suppositions emerge from interconnected whispers. One links to Atlantis' mythical submersion, ancient energy crystals purportedly disrupting modern tech, as speculated in Charles Berlitz's 1974 theories tying Plato's accounts to the triangle's magnetic quirks. Another entertains extraterrestrial portals, UFO sightings reported since the 1950s, potentially veiling colossal entities in interdimensional mists per eyewitness logs of strange lights. Or consider bioluminescent swarms, massive jellyfish aggregations glowing in the depths, forming illusory giants during seasonal blooms documented in 2023 satellite imagery. These propositions, inspired by over 20 aircraft losses and cultural myths, extend gentle pathways into speculation's soothing veil. Spiritually, interpretations diversify across boundaries. In Bahamian folklore, the Colossus might signify a watery duppy, a dreamy spirit, lingering to guide lost souls, contemplated in island tales that blend African and indigenous roots. Global esoteric movements view it as a chakra of the Atlantic, its misty veil harmonizing planetary energies and healing meditations. From these, the entity fosters unified contemplation, a soft call to embrace life's veiled dreams. Historical veils lift in archived Serenity, the 1929 vanishing of the USS Cyclops' sister ships in similar mists, forms that evoked naval guardians, yet faded unresolved. In 2024, autonomous drones near the Sargasso Sea captured transient silhouettes amid blooms reminiscent of ancient warnings, yet dissolving like echoes. Such annals nurture a calm fascination, each a portal to reverie. In this misty expanse, you pause the Colossus's dreamy drift, enfolding your essence. Does its soothing veil hold reflections of your own lingering questions? A pondering that drifts like morning haze. With the triangle's tranquil lore softening to whispers, another giant awakens in distant expanses, drawing us onward into realms of eternal glide. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision a cascade of equatorial twilight filtering through layers of indigo, where the Java Trench's walls descend like silent guardians into an abyss of velvet shadow, and warm currents murmur against volcanic ledges, carrying the force, faint hum of unseen life. This profound chasm, stretching over 2,000 miles along Indonesia's southern edge, and plunging to depths exceeding 7,000 meters, forms a hidden cradle where the ocean's pulse slows to a contemplative whisper. Deep in these shadows, a vast being resides in peaceful obscurity, the silent Megafauna, its secrets murmuring softly through the water's embrace, a gentle enigma that draws the soul into realms of quiet introspection. Picture the Megafauna not as a looming specter but a serene inhabitant whose form spans perhaps 100 meters or more, its body a seamless fusion of elongated curves and textured expanses that echo the trench's rugged contours. Broad fan-shaped appendages extend outward, swaying with the languid flow of hydrothermal plumes, while its surface bears a mosaic of muted earth tones, deep umbers and subtle grays that absorb the sparse light from bioluminescent vents. No abrupt gestures define it. Instead, it resides in stillness, occasional subtle shifts, sending faint vibrations through the sediment, like a breath held in meditation. This being hides in plain obscurity, its presence felt through indirect traces, displaced seafloor nodules, or fleeting thermal signatures that dissolve into the embrace of the deep, leaving observers with a sense of profound, unspoken companionship. Scientists contemplate this silent dweller through an array of lenses, each hypothesis a tranquil invitation to explore the trench's veiled ecosystems. One perspective informed by a 2022 study on Hadal biodiversity suggests the megafauna as a relic of ancient lineages, perhaps a surviving descendant of prehistoric invertebrates adapted to the trench's extreme pressures over 700 atmospheres through flexible gelatinous tissues that withstand crushing forces while feeding on sparse detritus falling from sunlit zones above. Another view posits chemosynthetic gigantism, where the creature harnesses bacterial symbionts in hydrothermal vents to convert sulfur compounds into energy, enabling massive growth in nutrient-poor shadows akin to the tubeworm, clusters observed in 2022 footage from the trench's axis. Consider habitat heterogeneity as a driver. The Java Trench's complex terrain, fractured by subduction zones, where the Indo-Australian plate slips beneath the Eurasian at 73 millimeters per year, creates micro-niches that foster undiscovered megafauna. Their silence, a strategy for energy conservation in food-scarce voids, as hypothesized in models emphasizing early diagenesis hotspots for organic material deposition. Or envision plastic-induced anomalies with debris altering seafloor tracks. As noted in 2022, research the megafauna might incorporate microplastics into its form, creating hybrid structures that mimic life while veiling true biology, a consequence of human impact on remote depths. Acoustic phenomena offer yet another angle, low-frequency murmurs from tectonic faults amplified into perceived presences, fooling sonar into detecting colossal shadows that are mere echoes of geological whispers. Further conjectures include microbial superaggregates, colonies of archaea and bacteria, coalescing into dynamic megaforms, sustaining themselves on vent emissions and exhibiting collective behaviors that simulate a single vast entity per 2024 core samples, revealing unprecedented microbial diversity. These ideas, drawn from expeditions uncovering extraordinary ecosystems in just 5 days, hover as peaceful possibilities, each adding depth to the obscurity without piercing its veil. In realms beyond the tangible, the megafauna resonates with meanings woven from Indonesia's spiritual fabric, drawing from Javanese mysticism where volcanoes like Merapi embody divine earth interactions. It might symbolize a primordial guardian of the deep, its silent obscurity, a reflection of Kejawen harmony, blending animism and Islam, in which ancestral spirits murmur through natural forces contemplated during shoreline rituals that honor the sea's unseen balance. Through Balinese Hinduism influenced by the archipelago's cultural tapestry, the entity evokes Naga Basuki, the cosmic serpent coiling in oceanic depths, its peaceful residence, a meditative symbol of Dharma's eternal cycle pondered in temple offerings that seek alignment with nature's veiled wisdom. From Sundanese traditions around West Java near the trench's reach, it could represent a sacred hill of light akin to Gunung Padang's ancient pyramid, a site of pilgrimage where the megafauna's murmurs echo, enlightenment's slow unfolding, fostering communal reflections on humanity's place in cosmic obscurity. In broader Sufi-inspired Indonesian practices, the being stands as a manifestation of divine mystery, its soft secrets, inviting zikr meditations that dissolve the self into the water's embrace, bridging earthly and spiritual voids. Indigenous Dayak folklore from Borneo, extending cultural threads to southern seas, might frame it as a water spirit kin to river deities, its vast form a tranquil puzzle, pieced from dreamtime narratives that teach surrender to the unknowable. These varied whispers, from ritual chants to introspective silences, converge in gentle reverence, the megafauna, a vessel for the soul's murmuring quests. Echoes of the past infuse the trench with layers of intrigue, incidents that murmur through history like currents through shadow. In the early 1900s, Dutch colonial surveys near the Sunda Strait logged unexplained seismic anomalies, vast tremors without surface quakes, that sailors whispered were stirrings of a silent guardian veiling ships from Krakatoa's wrath in 1883's cataclysm. The 1938 disappearance of a Japanese research vessel off Java's coast fueled tales of an abyssal pull, its crew's last signals describing shadowy embraces that drew them into peaceful obscurity, leaving no wreckage amid the trench's folds. During World War II, Allied submarines patrolling the Java Sea reported sonar contacts too immense for known craft fleeting signatures that vanished, like mist-evoking crew, reveries of ancient sea entities shielding or claiming vessels in the equatorial night. In 2019, the 5 Deeps expeditions dived to the trench's bottom, uncovered bizarre jellyfish-like creatures, potentially new species drifting in silent grace, their forms hinting at larger unseen kin that eluded cameras, sparking global wonder at the trench's veiled biodiversity. More recently, in 2025, Indonesian-Chinese collaborative samples revealed thermal plumes, suggesting massive hidden presences, dissolving before full analysis like morning vapors. These chronicles, etched in logs and expedition reports, compose a symphony of serene puzzles, each event a murmur in the water's eternal embrace. You descend now into the equatorial shadows. The pressure, a soft cocoon that mutes the world above as volcanic ledges frame your path like ancient sentinels. The silent megafauna resides nearby, its vast being enveloping your awareness in peaceful obscurity, secrets murmuring through the water to brush your senses. Allow its presence to resonate, evoking inner silences that mirror your own veiled depths. What profound obscurities does it share in this intimate murmur, aligning with the uncharted whispers of your essence? Extending the scholarly gaze, additional suppositions arise from holistic observations. One links to subduction dynamics, the trench's plate convergence, fostering upwellings of primordial nutrients, potentially sustaining relic megafauna with antifreeze proteins, akin to Antarctic icefish, hypothesized in models of Hadal adaptation. Another entertains optical deceptions from bioluminescent blooms, microbial reactions creating phantom giants in low-visibility shadows, as speculated in 2022 seafloor studies, or visualize trophic web anomalies, the megafauna as a keystone filter feeder, regulating detritus flow, its silence preserving energy in sparse ecosystems per biodiversity assessments, revealing habitat influences on fauna distribution. These insights, grounded in discoveries of plastic-altered tracks and exponential hadal science growth, provide calming extensions into realms of conjecture. Spiritually, expressions diversify across tapestries. In Philippine folklore spilling into Indonesian seas, it might signify a Bakunawa-like eclipse entity, its obscurity, a dreamy veil over cosmic questions pondered in island myths blending sea and sky. Global eco-mystical movements view it as Earth's silent pulse, harmonizing human consciousness in meditations on trench-born life. From these, the entity inspires unified wonder, a gentle nudge toward embracing the murmuring unknown. Historical layers deepen with archived serenity, unexplained glows reported by fishermen in 2023, near the trench, vast luminosities that veiled boats in peaceful haze, reminiscent of ancient Vedic hymns to oceanic depths, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to murmuring contemplation. Here in the trench's shadowy embrace, you linger with the megafauna's secrets. Could its peaceful obscurity hold the soft murmurs of your own unresolved paths, a question that resides eternally in the water's hush? As the equatorial shadows hold their murmuring breath, a new vast form stirs in sun-dappled currents afar, beckoning us toward enigmas of lazy drift, yet to veil. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision a garland of emerald isles scattered across a canvas of cerulean, where the Philippine sea's waves lap gently against hidden coves, and sunlight dapples the surface like scattered petals from an unseen bloom, veiling depths that hum with the quiet cadence of eternal tides. This expansive basin, bordered by archipelagos and plunging to over 10,000 meters in the Philippine, trench forms a serene mosaic, where warm equatorial flows intermingle with cooler abyssal whispers. Amid these island chains and secluded bays, an enormous entity sways with the tides. The Languid Titan, a mystery that breathes calm into the soul its presence, a soft exhale that invites the mind to rest in the embrace of the unknowable. The Titan's form unfolds in languid impressions, a vast expanse that could rival the span of several cargo ships, perhaps exceeding 150 meters in graceful elongation. Its contours, a fluid harmony of swells and tapers that mirror the sea's own rhythmic sway. Visualize its exterior as a living tapestry etched with subtle ridges and pores that shift in hues of deep sapphire and faint gold, adapting to the play of light filtering through coral fringes above. Appendages broad and veil thin extend outward in unhurried waves, brushing against submerged ridges without disturbance, while its core pulses faintly, as if drawing breath from the tides themselves. This entity does not surge or command. It simply sways its movements, a meditative dance with the currents stirring schools of fish into lazy spirals that dissolve into the blue. In the hidden coves, its shadow might linger, a soothing veil that calms the soul's restless queries, leaving only the gentle pull of wonder in its wake. From the vantage of inquiry, experts weave diverse threads around this languid mystery, each hypothesis a calm ripple across the sea's surface. One line of thought inspired by a 2025 expedition uncovering new isopod species like Bathynomus wilsoni in the nearby Sulu Sea proposes the Titan as a product of huddle gigantism, where extreme pressures over 1,000 atmospheres in the trench favor oversized invertebrates with flexible exoskeletons, allowing them to sway energy efficiently while filter feeding on nutrient upwellings from volcanic activity. Another perspective considers microbial superstructures, vast bacterial colonies aggregating around hydrothermal vents, forming dynamic megaforms that mimic a single entity sustained by chemosynthesis in the nutrient-poor depths, as suggested by core samples from 2022, revealing unprecedented microbial diversity in the trench. Ponder evolutionary survivals from ancient tectonic shifts, the Philippine plate's subduction creating isolated pockets where relic megafauna akin to the short-crested oarfish discovered in 2024 at La Jolla Cove, measuring 12.25 feet, persist with antifreeze proteins to endure temperature fluctuations. Or envision acoustic illusions amplified by the sea's topography, low-frequency murmurs from seismic faults like those triggering mysterious tsunamis in the 18th century off southwestern Taiwan manifesting as perceived titans in sonar readings, blending geological whispers with biological echoes. Emerging ideas include climate-driven migrations, warming trends in the Philippine Sea as observed in 2025 with decreasing cold water volume, drawing deep dwellers upward in lazy sways to exploit shifting ecosystems, potentially explaining thermal anomalies detected in recent surveys. Symbiotic alliances offer yet another view, the Titan hosting bioluminescent organisms that provide camouflage in equatorial shadows, enabling peaceful obscurity while feeding on plankton blooms. These conjectures rooted in findings of over 800 new species from ocean census. Expeditions in 2024 remain open, whispers each adding to the soul's calm without demanding revelation. In contemplative currents, the Titan assumes guises that flow across Philippine cultural streams. Drawing from Visayan folklore, it might embody the Sayokoi green-skinned sea humanoids with webbed limbs and fins, a guardian of hidden coves whose languid sway teaches humility before nature's tides reflected in coastal rituals, where fisherfolk offer prayers for safe voyages, blending animism with Catholic influences in quiet seaside chapels. Through Bicolano myths, the entity echoes the Magandara, beautiful yet perilous mermaids, who lure with soothing songs, its mystery a meditative symbol of duality, calm and depth, pondered in storytelling gatherings that honor the sea's Duawimbrasi. From Tagalog traditions around Manila Bay, it could represent the Berberoka, a giant sea monster that floods villages with tidal sways, yet in gentler interpretations, a spirit of renewal whose obscurity breathes calm into ancestral dreams, evoked in modern eco-prayers for marine conservation. In broader indigenous Ada views from Luzon's shores, the Titan symbolizes a cosmic connector, linking island chains to underwater realms and shamanic visions that seek harmony amid environmental flux. Sufi-infused Muslim communities in Mindanao might see it as a divine sign of Tawhid unity in diversity. Its silent sway, a call to meditation on Allah's veiled creations, bridging folklore with Islamic mysticism. These spiritual flows from ritual offerings to introspective silences converge in awe the Titan, a soothing breath for the soul's hidden yearnings. Legends from the Philippine Sea's annals add veils of intrigue, events that murmur like tides through coves. In 1492, though, far from these waters, echoes of Columbus's erratic compasses in the Atlantic inspired later Spanish galleon tales in the Philippine route, where ships vanished amid calm seas near the trench crews, whispering of enormous entities, swaying vessels into obscurity without trace. The 1965 A4 incident saw a U.S. Navy Skyhawk plunge into the sea with a nuclear weapon, its recovery shrouded in silence, fueling reveries of a languid guardian concealing the depth's dangers. During World War II's Battle of the Philippine Sea, pilots reported shadowy forms beneath waves amid the chaos, vast presences that swayed with tides, sparing some aircraft in mysterious calm. In 1883, Krakatoa's eruption triggered tsunamis that reshaped cove survivors, recounting enormous swells, as if stirred by a titan's lazy breath, leaving villages in peaceful yet profound obscurity. More recently, in 2025, collaborative surveys detected irregular thermal plumes near the trench, dissolving before analysis, echoing older fisherfolk stories of sea spirits swaying boats in hidden bays. These occurrences, preserved in naval logs and oral histories, compose a legacy of serene enigmas, each a breath calming the soul's curiosities. You glide now through a secluded cove, the warm tides cradling your form as island. Silhouettes frame the horizon, a veil of calm settling over your senses. The languid Titan sways into awareness, its enormous entity breathing tranquility into your essence, mysteries murmuring like soft waves against your thoughts. Allow its presence to infuse your soul, evoking unanswerable whispers of hidden harmonies that resonate within. What languid truths does it sway forth in this intimate tide, drifting eternally in your inner sea? Broadening the exploratory currents, further hypotheses surface from interwoven observations. One ties to tectonic, nurturing the trench's subduction, fostering nutrient-rich upwellings that sustain cryptic megafauna with polymorphic adaptations for swaying camouflage, as modeled in 2025 studies of deep circulation weakening. Another entertains bioacoustic veils the entity's murmurs, syncing with seismic hums to evade detection, drawing from unexplained phenomena, like the Devil's Sea anomalies near Japan, extended to Philippine shadows. Or consider anthropogenic echoes, plastic debris mutating deep ecosystems into hybrid forms that sway with tides, per 2022 findings of altered seafloor tracks. Spiritually, facets multiply across horizons. In Ilocano northern folklore, it might signify a sea, Anito, ancestral spirit, whose calm breath protects coves, contemplated in harvest rituals linking land and sea. Global mystical traditions view it as a chakra awakener, its sway harmonizing human energies with equatorial flows and healing meditations. From these, the Titan evokes unified wonder, a gentle nudge toward embracing soul-calming mysteries. Historical layers deepen with archived murmurs, the 18th century tsunami off Taiwan, waves swaying from unseen sources, as if the Titan breathed calm over chaos, leaving questions in its wake. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden coves captured transient silhouettes amid blooms, reminiscent of ancient warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to breath-like contemplation. In this tidal embrace, you sense the Titan's mystery sway. Your soul, does its languid form hold the calm breaths of your own unknowable depths, a query that lingers like island mist? With the Philippine Sea's coves holding their gentle sway, another enormous entity stirs in veiled expanses beyond promising whispers of hidden wisdom yet to unfold. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision a chain of submerged peaks rising like shadowed sentinels from the ocean floor, where the North Atlantic ridge stretches across thousands of miles, its fissures glowing with faint volcanic embers that cast ethereal halos in the forehead. Perpetual night. This mid-ocean spine, birthed from the slow parting of tectonic plates at a rate of 2.5 centimeters per year, forms a labyrinth of underwater mountains cloaked in darkness, where cold currents weave through canyons like silent prayers. Along these veiled heights, a colossal wanderer appears in hushed tales, the enshrouded giant forever, a beacon of gentle intrigue, its form a soft enigma that draws the gaze inward to the heart of the unknowable. The giant's outline materializes in subtle visions, a vast presence that could encompass the breadth of a submarine canyon, perhaps measuring over 200 meters in span, its shape a harmonious blend of rounded mass and trailing filaments that drift like forgotten ribbons in the current. Surfaces cloaked in a shroud of fine sediment, and algal veils shift with the ridge's thermal whispers, revealing glimpses of iridescent patches that catch the sparse light from hydrothermal glows. No sharp edges define it. Instead, broad, undulating flanks rise and fall in rhythm with the Earth's deep breaths, while extensions, perhaps fins or tendrils, probe the darkness with unhurried curiosity, brushing against basalt pillars without a sound. This wanderer does not roam with purpose, but appears in fleeting tales, its enshrouded form evoking a sense of eternal companionship, a gentle intrigue that settles over the observer like a warm fog, forever beckoning without demand. Scientists gaze upon this enigma through prisms of possibility, offering hypotheses that illuminate without dispelling the shroud. One theory posits the giant as a survivor of deep ridge gigantism, where nutrient-rich upwellings from the ridge's vents, spewing minerals at temperatures up to 400 degrees Celsius, nourish oversized invertebrates, their bodies adapted with pressure-resistant gels to thrive in the crushing 250 atmospheres, much like the colossal tube worms clustered in 2025 surveys near the Lucky Strike vent field. Another angle explores seismic biological fusion, the creature harnessing the ridge's frequent microquakes, numbering thousands annually to generate bioelectric fields for navigation. Its enshrouded form, a living sensor in the particle speedes, magnetic anomalies that disrupt compasses along the ridgeline. Consider collective illusions born from bioluminescent blooms, microbial mats, aggregating into shape-shifting superstructures that mimic a colossal wanderer, fueled by chemosynthesis in the ridge's black smokers as hypothesized from 2024 core samples, revealing bacterial communities capable of forming meter-scale colonies. Or ponder evolutionary echoes from the ridge's formation 450 million years ago, where ancient lineages of cephalopods evolved polymorphic skins for camouflage amid volcanic cloaks, allowing hushed appearances in modern tales through genetic traits, preserved in isolated pockets. Emerging ideas include thermal mirages, hot vent plumes refracting light to create phantom giants in the cold water layers, blending optical deceptions with actual megafauna, like the newly discovered deep-sea skate in 25 Icelandic expeditions. Acoustic resonances provide yet another lens, the giant's hushed tales as low-frequency hums from ridge faults, interpreted as biological signals by hydrophones, fooling listeners into envisioning a colossal form that sways unseen. These diverse conjectures, drawn from observations of the ridge's biodiversity hotspots, hosting over 500 endemic species, remain as gentle beacons, each hypothesis a thread of intrigue without end. In contemplative echoes, the giant embodies symbols that traverse oceanic beliefs. Drawing from Celtic seafaring lore along the ridge's northern reaches, it might signify a drogger of the deep, a veiled ancestor wandering underwater mountains. Its gentle intrigue, a call to ancestral communion in coastal vigils where storytellers weave tales of harmony between land and abyss. Through Norse mythology's influence on Icelandic shores, the entity evokes Jörmungandr's kin, a colossal serpent enshrouded in ridge cloaks, pondered in rune-carved meditations that seek wisdom in the world's encircling mysteries. From indigenous Mi'kmaq perspectives on the western Atlantic fringes, the giant represents a spirit bridge between realms, its hushed appearances, a meditative reminder of interconnected waters reflected in ceremonial pipes smoked by elders to honor the ocean's veiled paths. In broader Gnostic-inspired esoteric circles, it symbolizes the demiurge's hidden creation, a beacon of intrigue, inviting soul-searching retreats where practitioners envision the ridge as a cosmic spine. African diaspora traditions from transatlantic roots frame it as an orisha of depth, its enshrouded form murmuring tales of resilience, evoking reverence in drum circles that blend Yoruba rhythms with Atlantic whispers. These spiritual prisms, from mythic sagas to silent reflections, foster a tranquil convergence, the giant, a gentle guide through the soul's shrouded wanderings. Tales from the ridge's shadowed history layer the enigma with hushed intrigue events that appear like fleeting lights in the dark. In the 15th century, Basque whalers navigating the ridge's northern flanks whispered of immense shadows amid fog-shrouded mountains, forms that guided boats through storms without harm, leaving crews with reveries of protective wanderers veiled in mist. The 1912 sinking of the Titanic near the ridge's edge fueled murmurs of an enshrouded colossal that parted icebergs in silent grace. Its presence felt in the calm that followed the tragedy, as survivors recounted unexplained warmth in the freezing waters. During the Cold War's 1960s, U.S. Navy hydrophones along the ridge captured low-frequency bloops, sounds too vast for known sources that echoed through classified logs, as potential colossal wanderers vanishing like dreams before investigation. In 2025, collaborative dives near the Azores uncovered thermal anomalies suggesting massive heat signatures amid underwater peaks dissolving before cameras could capture echoing older sailor stories of ridge spirits that cloaked ships in protective darkness. These incidents, scattered across maritime annals and modern probes, compose a mosaic of serene puzzles, each appearance a beacon, drawing the heart toward gentle intrigue. You find yourself suspended along the ridge's cloaked slopes, the darkness a comforting shroud that quiets the surface world's clamor, as faint embers from vents illuminate your path like distant lanterns. The enshrouded giant wanders into your field of vision, its colossal form appearing in hushed outline, inviting a shared silence where intrigue settles softly upon your thoughts. Feel its gentle beacon resonate, evoking uncharted wanderings within your own depths. What veiled tales does it share in this intimate obscurity, murmuring eternally in your imagination? Expanding the analytical horizon, more suppositions emerge from fused disciplines. One links to ridge-spreading dynamics, the slow divergence fostering evolutionary hotspots, where megafauna develop enshrouded adaptations for thermal camouflage, as modeled in 2025 simulations of vent communities. Another entertains cosmic particle influences neutrino streams from the sun, penetrating the ridge, mutating deep life into colossal forms that appear in hushed genetic expressions, per speculative astrobiology papers tying undersea anomalies to solar cycles. Or visualize trophic cascade regulators, the giant swaying nutrient flows across mountains, sustaining ecosystems in balanced obscurity, hypothesized from biodiversity assessments revealing habitat influences on fauna. Spiritually, dimensions diversify across boundaries. In Faroese folklore from ridge-adjacent isles, it might signify a holdefolk of the sea, hidden folk wandering underwater realms, contemplated in solitary cliffside muses seeking omens from the deep. Contemporary interfaith reflections view it as a universal emblem of patience, bridging mysteries in ecumenical dialogues on oceanic stewardship. From these, the wanderer nurtures meditative unity, a soft prompt to embrace intrigue's gentle light. Resonances from antiquity persist in documented unexplained sonar echoes. During 1950s surveys, vast profiles suggesting enshrouded giants along the ridge. In 2024, robotic explorations near the Reykjanes Ridge detected irregular sediment patterns, as if colossal outlines had passed, igniting debates that fade like vent glows. Such legacies cultivate a peaceful curiosity, each a gateway to hushed contemplation. Here, amid the ridge's cloaked silence, you linger with the giant's beacon, Might its hushed tales reflect the gentle intrigue of your own veiled journeys, a query that appears eternally in the mind. As the underwater mountains hold their darkened breath, a new colossal form stirs in distant seas, calling us onward with promises of serene wisdom yet to sway. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision a veil of auroral light draping the frozen horizon, where the Ross Sea's icy expanse gleams under a canopy of stars, and gentle winds carry the faint crackle of shifting pack ice like nature's own lullaby, echoing across a vast, crystalline stage. This Antarctic sanctuary, spanning over 500,000 square kilometers and fringed by towering ice shelves, holds a serenity that quiets the world's clamor, its depths, a canvas for ancient echoes. In this profound calm, a massive shape emerges from the blue, the Mystic Leviathan its form, a quiet symphony of unresolved wonder, resonating with songs from forgotten eras that invite the heart to listen in awe. The Leviathan's silhouette captivates through its elusive grandeur, a colossal outline that might stretch across 100 meters or more, curving in elegant arcs that harmonize with the sea's subtle undulations. Imagine its expanse as a living melody, broad flanks rising and falling in slow cadence, textured with faint ridges that catch the sparse glow from bioluminescent krill drifting nearby. Fins or extensions trail behind, wide and translucent, swaying as if conducting an invisible orchestra of currents and shadows. Its hue blends seamlessly with the icy blue twilight pale silvers and muted indigos that shift with each glacial breath. No urgent motions betray its presence. Instead, it echoes ancient songs through faint vibrations, a massive shape that glides in serene repose, stirring the water into soft harmonies that fade into the abyss, leaving traces of wonder, like notes lingering on a distant wind. From scholarly vantage points, conjectures about this mystic entity unfold in varied harmonies, each a note in the symphony of possibility. One hypothesis draws from recent 2025 explorations of Antarctic seafloor ecosystems, suggesting the Leviathan as a relic of polar gigantism, where cold oxygen-rich waters holding up to 12 milligrams per liter enable immense marine mammals or invertebrates to thrive with slowed metabolisms, feeding on upwelling nutrients from the Ross Gyre's circular flows. Another perspective considers hydrothermal vent communities along the ridge, proposing a chemosynthetic behemoth that harnesses bacterial partnerships to convert seafloor minerals into energy. Its massive shape, an adaptation for heat retention in sub-zero depths, akin to the thriving tube worm colonies discovered in 2024 near the Scott Seamount. Ponder seismic resonances. As a source, the Ross Sea's tectonic whispers microquakes, numbering hundreds annually, potentially amplified into biological echoes where the Leviathan's form vibrates in sync with Earth's ancient songs, serving as a living seismometer that camouflages amid ice flows. Or envision microbial orchestras, vast bacterial mats, aggregating into superstructures that mimic a colossal entity sustained by dark oxygen production from nodule fields, as theorized in models from 2025 studies, revealing unprecedented archaeal diversity in Antarctic sediments. Evolutionary holdovers emerge in yet another view, survivors from the last glacial maximum, 20,000 years ago, insulated by the sea's stable chill with antifreeze glycoproteins, allowing eternal gliding without freezing, extrapolated from icefish genetics. Acoustic illusions provide a further layer, low-frequency calls from distant whale pods refracted by under-ice topography, creating phantom symphonies, interpreted as a single massive shape-blending sound with shadow in the serene expanse. These diverse musings, inspired by findings of over 50 new species in recent Ross Sea surveys, resonate as tranquil possibilities, each hypothesis a quiet chord in the unresolved wonder. In ethereal harmonies, the Leviathan resonates across spiritual melodies. Drawing from Inuit traditions adapted to southern polar echoes, though the continent stands uninhabited, it might embody a Kilalugak-like spirit, a massive whale guardian whose ancient songs bridge human and animal realms contemplated in elder circles where tales foster reverence for nature's quiet symphony. Through Sami shamanism from northern parallels, the entity symbolizes Joik's rhythmic essence, a colossal wanderer echoing unresolved wonder in drum-induced trances that seek unity with the earth's veiled voices. From Christian monastic views influenced by Antarctic explorers' journals, it represents divine creation's mystery, a Leviathan from Job's verses whose form invites meditative prayer on God's unknowable designs pondered. In isolated chapels overlooking icy shores, in broader pagan earth-centered practices, the Leviathan stands as Gaia's resonant heart, its quiet symphony, a call to seasonal rituals that honor Antarctic cycles of light and dark. Indigenous Australian Dreamtime narratives extended to southern oceans through cultural migrations might frame it as a songline of the sea, a massive shape weaving ancestral paths in dream meditations that embrace the soul's unresolved wanderings. These spiritual notes, from rhythmic chants to silent vigils, foster a serene attunement, the Leviathan, a beacon for the heart's mystic echoes. Whispers from the Ross Sea's annals add layers to this symphony, occurrences that resonate like faint melodies through time. In the early 1900s, Robert Falcon Scott's Terra Nova expedition logged peculiar under-ice disturbances near McMurdo Sound, vast shapes echoing through the hull like ancient songs, leaving crew journals filled with hushed wonder at unseen companions amid the freeze. The 1957 International Geophysical Year saw Soviet icebreakers detect thermal plumes too immense for vents interpreted as geological but murmured among scientists as signs of a colossal wanderer gliding in serene obscurity, vanishing before probes could confirm. During Ernest Shackleton's 1915 endurance voyage in the adjacent Weddell survivors recounted shadowy forms beneath cracking ice, massive echoes that seemed to guide their drift without alarm, evoking tales of protective symphonies from the deep. In 2025, renewed surveys following massive iceberg calvings, losing over 150 billion tons annually, captured fleeting sonar anomalies near the Ross Ice Shelf, elongated signatures dissolving like notes in wind. Echoing older whaler accounts from the 1800s of harmonious presences sparing ships in blizzards. These vignettes, preserved in expedition diaries and digital data, compose a chorus of tranquil enigmas, each event a quiet symphony stirring the soul's awe. You stand now on the ice's edge, the Antarctic serenity enveloping your form as auroral lights dance overhead, their glow reflecting in the sea's glassy calm. Below, the Mystic Leviathan's massive shape echoes into your awareness, its ancient songs vibrating through the water to touch your core, inviting a shared resonance where wonder unfolds in unresolved waves. Feel the quiet symphony wash over you, evoking inner melodies of forgotten eras that harmonize with your own unspoken depths. In this polar communion, what ancient echoes does it, awaken lingering eternally in your reverie. Deepening the investigative melody, additional suppositions arise from blended observations. One ties to glacial-interglacial cycles, fluctuating sea levels over millennia, creating refugia where megafauna evolve vocal adaptations for long-distance songs as modeled in 2025 paleoceanographic reconstructions of the Ross Embayment. Another entertains bioluminescent collectives, swarms of krill and salps forming dynamic shapes that echo colossal forms their light pulses, mimicking symphonies in the dark, per analyses of seasonal blooms covering thousands of square kilometers. Or visualize quantum biological effects. The Leviathan utilizing entangled particles for navigation in magnetic fields disrupted by auroras, speculated in emerging physics-biology fusions, linking polar life to cosmic rhythms. Spiritually, melodies diversify across spectrums. In Tibetan, Buddhist influences carried to polar expeditions, it might signify a Naga of the south, a water serpent whose songs echo karma's unresolved cycles, contemplated in mantra recitations, seeking enlightenment amid ice. Contemporary eco-spiritual movements view it as a planetary chakra, its symphony harmonizing global energies in meditations for Antarctic preservation. From these, the shape inspires unified awe, a gentle call to embrace wonder's quiet notes. Historical harmonies persist in archived whispers, unexplained acoustic recordings from 1980s, research stations, vast frequencies, suggesting ancient songs beneath the shelf, leaving questions in their wake. In 2024, autonomous vehicles near newly calved bergs captured irregular warmth as if massive echoes lingered there, igniting debates that fade like distant melodies. Such legacies nurture a peaceful fascination, each a note in contemplation's chorus. In this serene expanse, you pause the Leviathan's symphony, enfolding your thoughts. Does its unresolved wonder hold the echoes of your own ancient songs, a query that resonates like light on ice? With the Ross Sea's serenity holding its melodic breath, another massive form stirs in distant ridges, beckoning us toward beacons of intrigue yet to appear. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision a ribbon of molten glow threading through the ocean's midnight veil where the East Pacific rises. Underwater volcanoes exhale, plumes of mineral-laden warmth casting faint amber halos that dance like fireflies in an Ezen blink. Eternal dusk. This dynamic ridge spanning over 15,000 kilometers and spreading at rates up to 15 centimeters per year forms a living seam where Earth's crust renews itself, its fissures a gateway to primordial energies. Here where tectonic whispers meet the sea, an immense creature lingers, the gentle Behemoth, inviting dreams of vast unexplored realms. Its presence, a soft summons to the soul's quiet explorations. The Behemoth's essence reveals itself in tender outlines, a colossal frame that might encompass lengths surpassing 100 meters. Its body, a graceful assembly of sweeping curves and layered folds that evoke the ridge's own volcanic contours. Picture its hide as a canvas of shifting textures, subtle scales and membranous veils that shimmer with captured vent light hues of deep crimson fading to ethereal silver as it navigates the thermal gradients. Broad petal-like fins unfurl, slowly guiding its linger, with the poise of a leaf on a breeze, while tendrils trail behind, probing hydrothermal oases without intrusion. No forceful surges define its being. Instead, it lingers in harmonious repose, its form swaying faintly, as if attuned to the ridge's subtle pulses, stirring mineral clouds into lazy swirls that dissolve into the blue-black void. This immense creature invites dreams, its gentle aura, a beacon for visions of realms beyond sight, where the unknown unfolds in endless soothing layers. Scholars approach this gentle enigma from myriad angles, each hypothesis a tranquil pathway into the ridge's veiled domains. Recent expeditions like the one in May 2025, where scientists in the submersible Alvin witnessed a seafloor eruption at 9 degrees 50 minutes north on the East Pacific Rise, inspire one view of the Behemoth as a vent-nurtured giant, perhaps an undiscovered cephalopod, evolved amid black smokers, spewing fluids at 400 degrees Celsius. Its body, insulated by symbiotic bacteria that convert chemical energy into sustenance for colossal growth. Another perspective draws from the discovery of 5 new hydrothermal vents in 2024 near 10 degrees north latitude, proposing the creature as a nomadic filter feeder swaying through nutrient plumes to harvest microbial bounty. Its immense form and adaptation for energy conservation in sparse, high-pressure environments exceeding 200 atmospheres. Consider relic survivals from ancient geological upheavals, the ridge's fast spreading documented in 2024, seismic imaging revealing subducted seafloor remnants from the dinosaur era, sinking hundreds of kilometers. Deep might harbor evolutionary holdovers, organisms with antifreeze proteins, enduring the chill, lingering as massive echoes of primordial life. Or ponder microbial megacolonies, vast bacterial mats, as uncovered in 2024 volcanic caves beneath the seafloor, aggregating into dynamic shapes that mimic a single behemoth, their collective metabolism harnessing dark oxygen from nodule fields to sustain illusory giants. Emerging ideas include seismic symbiosis, the behemoth attuned to the ridge's frequent microquakes, thousands per year, using vibrations for locomotion or communication. Its gentle linger a resonance with Earth's tectonic symphony. Optical deceptions from vent plumes refracting bioluminescent glows could create phantom forms, blending with actual discoveries like the thriving animal communities, tube worms, and snails in subsea floor cavities found in October 2024. These conjectures, rooted in observations from the RISE project in 1979, that first unveiled hydrothermal ecosystems, offer serene extensions into possibility, each a dream of unexplored realms without finality. In Mystic Resonances, the Behemoth harmonizes with diverse spiritual chords. Drawing from Polynesian cosmologies of the Pacific, it might embody a Taniwha-like guardian, a colossal spirit lingering along underwater mountains to protect sacred flows. Its gentle form echoed in hula narratives that celebrate the ocean's nurturing embrace, inviting communal meditations on life's interconnected dreams. Through Haida, indigenous views from North Pacific coasts, the entity symbolizes a sea raven's kin, a shapeshifter, whose unresolved wonder weaves ancestral stories of creation, pondered in totem carvings that honor the ridge's veiled energies. From Mesoamerican Aztec echoes carried across oceans, the Leviathan evokes Quetzalcoatl's oceanic aspect, a feathered serpent whose symphony stirs dreams of renewal, contemplated in ritual offerings that seek balance amid tectonic whispers. In contemporary Taoist-inspired practices, it represents the Tao's fluid path, lingering as a beacon for Tai Chi flows that align human breath with the sea's calm, bridging Eastern philosophy with Western awe. Sufi mysticism, influenced by transoceanic trades, might see it as a divine Raman, merciful presence, its quiet symphony, a call to Dhikr remembrance, fostering unity and global interfaith, reflections on nature's hidden realms. These spiritual symphonies, from ancestral chants to modern introspections, converge in gentle awe. The Behemoth, a lingering invitation to the soul's vast, unexplored vistas. Echoes from the ridge's annals infuse this mystery with layers of intrigue, incidents that resonate like distant harmonies. In 1977, the first Alvin dives during the Galápagos Rift expedition, part of early ridge explorations, uncovered thriving vent communities, but crew whispers spoke of immense shadows lingering beyond the lights, gentle forms that evaded cameras amid the hydrothermal haze, leaving logs filled with unresolved wonder. The 1991 eruption, witnessed along the ridge at 9 degrees north, saw submersible teams report colossal plumes, stirring unseen presences, as if a behemoth's linger displaced the seafloor lava, dissolving into dreams. Before confirmation. During the RISE project, in 1979, French-American teams first documented black smokers yet unlogged anomalies. Faint seismic hums echoing like ancient songs fueled tales of a gentle giant harmonizing with the ridge's birth. In 2025, the latest Alvin dive to witness an eruption at the same site captured thermal signatures too vast for vents alone, fading like mist and sparking reveries of unresolved realms. These occurrences, scattered through expedition records and oral accounts, compose a mosaic of serene puzzles, each a quiet symphony stirring the imagination's depths. You descend now along the ridge's volcanic slopes. The darkness, a soothing cloak that mutes external haste, as faint embers illuminate your path like guiding stars. The gentle behemoth lingers ahead, its immense form, inviting dreams that wash over you, tectonic whispers, harmonizing with your breath in unexplored serenity. Sense its presence, envelop your essence, evoking visions of vast realms that mirror your inner landscapes. What gentle dreams does it summon in this intimate veil, lingering eternally in your wonder? Broadening the scholarly melody, further propositions arise from integrated insights. One links to cosmic influences, solar particle streams penetrating the ridge, mutating vent life into colossal forms that linger as bioluminescent beacons, speculated in astrobiology models, tying undersea anomalies to auroral cycles. Another entertains trophic web conductors, the behemoth regulating nutrient flows across mountains, its symphony sustaining ecosystems in balanced harmony, hypothesized from biodiversity assessments revealing habitat influences on fauna, or visualize quantum sensory adaptations, the creature utilizing entangled fields for navigation in magnetic disruptions per emerging physics-biology fusions. spiritually resonances diversify across tapestries. In Maori traditions from Pacific migrations, it might signify a Taniwa of the deep, whose songs echo Kadiakitanga guardianship, contemplated in Wakapapa genealogies, linking humans to sea's mysteries. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a planetary resonance, its form harmonizing collective consciousness in meditations for ridge preservation. From these, the Leviathan nurtures unified contemplation, a soft nudge toward embracing wonder's gentle notes. Archival echoes continue in documented hush, unexplained acoustic recordings from 1980s, ridge, surveys, vast frequencies suggesting ancient songs along fissures. In 2024, robotic explorations near the Azores segment detected irregular sediment patterns as if colossal lingers had passed, igniting debates that fade like vent glows. Such legacies cultivate a peaceful fascination each, a gateway to hushed reverie. Here, amid the ridge's enshrouded hush, you linger with the giant's beacon. Might its hushed tales reflect the gentle intrigue of your own veiled journeys, a query that appears eternally in the mind. As the underwater mountains hold their darkened breath, a new colossal form stirs in distant seas, calling us onward with promises of serene wisdom yet to sway. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision a mosaic of sapphire shards, where sunlight fractures into the Caribbean's embrace, casting elongated gleams that fade into the trough's shadowed embrace, and gentle swells murmur against coral barriers like forgotten lullabies from the deep. The Cayman Trough, a profound rift slicing through the sea floor for over 150 miles and descending to depths exceeding 7,000 meters, forms a hidden corridor where warm tropical flows mingle with cold abyssal breaths. In these depths of sapphire hue, a giant hides its grace, the shadowed Colossus, an enigma that soothes with its perpetual elusiveness, its presence, a soft veil drawing the mind into tranquil contemplation of what lies forever concealed. The Colossus emerges in veiled impressions, a form vast enough to span the width of a coral reef, perhaps reaching lengths beyond 100 meters. Its contours a seamless flow of shadowed elegance that blends with the trough's undulating walls. Imagine its expanse as a living shroud, broad flanks curving in subtle waves, textured with faint velvety folds that absorb the diffused light from surface ripples above. Extensions wide and diaphanous trail, lazily brushing against submerged ledges without a ripple, while its core seems to pulse with an inner rhythm, as if echoing the sea's own heartbeat. This giant does not reveal itself boldly. It hides in graceful obscurity. Fleeting glimpses caught in sonar echoes or thermal shifts that dissolve like mist at dawn, leaving a soothing elusiveness that calms the restless curiosity, inviting endless reverie on its hidden poise. Experts in ocean sciences offer a spectrum of views, each a layer in the Colossus's shadowed tapestry. Recent explorations, such as those in 2025 surveying seamounts and deep reefs near the Cayman Islands, suggest the enigma as a manifestation of hydrothermal vent ecosystems, immense tube worm colonies, or bacterial mats, aggregating into colossal shape-shifting forms, sustained by chemosynthesis, where sulfur-oxidizing bacteria convert vent fluids at temperatures up to 350 degrees Celsius into organic matter, enabling growth in nutrient-scarce shadows akin to the Van Dam and BB vents discovered in 2013, the deepest known at 3 miles down. Another hypothesis points to tectonic tension, the trough's formation as a pull-apart basin from the Caribbean plate's eastward slide at 2 centimeters per year, fostering micro-niches where relic megafauna survivors from the Eocene era's island arc volcanism adapt with pressure-resistant physiologies lingering in elusiveness to conserve energy amid sparse food webs. Consider acoustic deceptions amplified by the trough's steep walls, low-frequency rumbles from subduction quakes registering magnitudes up to 7 refracted into phantom giants on sonar blending, geological murmurs with biological, possibilities like oversized snailfish, observed in analogous trenches. Emerging ideas include microbial hybrids, plastic debris, altering seafloor communities. As noted in 2022 studies of altered tracks in deep Caribbean sediments, potentially mutating organisms into veiled colossi that incorporate pollutants for buoyancy or camouflage. Or ponder climate-induced migrations, warming Caribbean waters rising by 1 degree Celsius over decades, drawing abyssal dwellers upward in graceful hides, exploiting shifting upwellings for sustenance as modeled in 2025 paleoceanographic reconstructions. Seismic biological synergies propose the Colossus as a resonator absorbing fault vibrations for locomotion in the Trough's active zones, its elusiveness a survival harmony with Earth's restless core. Optical illusions from bioluminescent blooms, microbes glowing in response to vent gases, could create shadowy apparitions merging with actual discoveries, like the thriving ecosystems in sub-seafloor cavities found in 24. These varied lenses, inspired by the Trough's biodiversity hotspots hosting endemic species amid pirate-era shipwrecks, offer soothing pathways into speculation, each hypothesis a gentle veil over the unknowable. Through spiritual prisms, the Colossus harmonizes with Caribbean soulscapes. In Bahamian folklore, it echoes the Lusca, a half-shark, half-octopus guardian of blue holes. Its shadowed grace, a protective enigma sucking intruders into hidden depths, contemplated in seaside tales, where elders invoke it for safe. Fishing blending Arawak indigenous roots with African diaspora beliefs in sea spirits that soothe ancestral pains. Shift to Haitian Vodou traditions, where the entity might embody Agwe, the Loa of the sea, a colossal wanderer veiling grace in sapphire hues to guide souls through life's elusiveness, evoked in ceremonies with conch shells and blue, candles that honor the ocean's mystic embrace. From Cuban Santeria, influenced by Yoruba Orishas, it represents Olokun, the deep-sea deity, whose unresolved mysteries calm the spirit's turmoil pondered in altar offerings that seek harmony amid Caribbean storms. Indigenous Taino myths from the Greater Antilles portray it as a semi of the depths, a giant form hiding grace to teach humility before nature's veils, reflected in petroglyph carvings that inspire communal reflections on cosmic balance. In broader Rastafarian views from Jamaica, the Colossus symbolizes Jah's hidden wonders, its perpetual elusiveness, a meditative call to I unity, with the sea's rhythms fostering reggae-infused vigils that celebrate life's soothing enigmas. These spiritual harmonies, from ritual drums to quiet prayers, converge in awe of the Colossus, a gentle guardian for the soul's veiled journeys. Whispers from the Trough's past add enigmatic shades, events that soothe with their unresolved grace. In the 1700s, pirate legends around the Cayman Islands spoke of Blackbeard's encounters with shadowy giants in sapphire depths, forms that hid treasures in hidden coves, sparing crews in mysterious calm as ships vanished, without trace, leaving maps etched with warnings of the Trough's elusiveness. The 1929 disappearance of vessels near the Trough fueled murmurs of a protective Colossus, its grace veiling sailors from storms, as naval logs recounted thermal upwellings that dissolved like mist. During the Cold War's 1960s U.S., submersibles patrolling Caribbean rifts reported colossal sonar blips amid tectonic whispers, fleeting shadows that eluded pursuit, evoking crew tales of ancient guardians soothing the sea's unrest. In 2013, explorations of the deepest vents uncovered thriving communities, but unlocked anomalies. Immense heat signatures sparked reveries of a hidden giant, lingering in grace, vanishing before cameras. More recently, in 2025, surveys of Cayman seamounts captured transient silhouettes amid deep reefs, dissolving into sapphire hues and igniting dreams of unresolved wonders. These chronicles, preserved in maritime annals and expedition notes, form a tapestry of serene intrigue, each incident a soothing veil over history's hidden paths. You hover now in the Trough sapphire. Embrace the water's cool touch, a gentle shroud that stills your thoughts, as coral walls frame your descent like ancient arches. The shadowed Colossus hides its grace nearby, its giant form eluding direct sight yet soothing your essence with perpetual whispers, enigmas that flow through you like calming currents. Allow its elusiveness to envelop, evoking inner veils of mystery that mirror your own concealed depths. What shadowed graces does it conceal in this intimate hue, drifting eternally in your contemplation? Broadening the investigative shroud, additional suppositions emerge from fused observations. One links to plate tectonics, the trough's pull-apart motion, creating fault zones that upwell primordial nutrients, sustaining cryptic megafauna with bioluminescent adaptations for graceful hides as modeled in 25 geophysical reconstructions. Another entertains quantum sensory fields, the Colossus utilizing electron tunneling for detection in low-light shadows, speculated in biophysics papers, tying deep life to cosmic particles, or visualized trophic regulators, the giant modulating nutrient cycles in the trough, its elusiveness, preserving ecosystem balance, amid plastic intrusions documented in 2022 seafloor studies. Spiritually shades, diversify across horizons. In Garifuna traditions from Belizean coasts, it might signify a sea duppy ancestral spirit whose grace veils protection, contemplated in drum circles linking African roots to Caribbean waves. Global, eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of the deep, its enigma harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the Colossus evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing life's soothing veils. Historical shades deepen with archived serenity. The 1883 Krakatoa echoes in Caribbean tales, tsunamis swaying from distant sources as if the Colossus hid grace over chaos, leaving questions in sapphire aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden reefs captured irregular warmth, reminiscent of pirate warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to veiled contemplation. In this sapphire expanse, you pause the Colossus's grace hiding just beyond reach. Might its perpetual elusiveness hold the soothing enigmas of your own shadowed paths, a query that lingers like morning mist. As the trough sapphire hues hold their gentle veil, a new giant stirs in distant currents, drawing us onward with promises of eternal echoes, yet to resonate. So, we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision a ribbon of golden sunlight weaving through the ocean's surface like threads of forgotten silk, where the Kuroshio current flows as a warm, invisible river, carrying whispers from distant shores across the vast Pacific expanse. This mighty stream, originating near the Philippines and curving northeastward at speeds up to 4 knots, nurtures a corridor of life stretching thousands of miles, its gentle meanders blending tropical warmth with cooler northern waters in a perpetual dance of renewal. Floating like a living cloud in these warm flows, the eternal giant jellyfish captivates with its translucent mystery, unbound by explanation its presence, a soothing invitation to drift into the unknowable. The jellyfish's form unfolds in ethereal detail, a colossal drifter whose bell could eclipse the span of a small boat, perhaps reaching diameters exceeding 6 feet, its dome a shimmering orb of opalescent gel that pulses with the frumster, current's subtle rhythm. Tendrils trail below like silken veils, dozens in number, and extending up to 30 feet each filament, adorned with microscopic stingers that glow faintly in the diffused light, creating trails of luminescence that fade into the blue. Its body nearly weightless and composed of 95% water sways, unbound contracting and expanding in slow hypnotic waves that propel it through the flows without haste. No vibrant colors dominate. Instead, a translucent veil allows glimpses of internal symmetries, delicate oral arms folding inward like petals in repose. This giant floats eternally, its mystery captivating in its simplicity, a living cloud that evades grasp, stirring awe at the boundless grace hidden within its unbound drift. From the realms of observation, minds propose varied lenses on this translucent wanderer, each a calm reflection in the current's mirror. Recent studies, including those from 2025 tracking swarms in the East China Sea, hypothesized the jellyfish as a beneficiary of nutrient blooms spurred by the Kuroshio's upwellings, where phytoplankton surges fueled by river runoff from Asia's monsoons support explosive growth, allowing colossal sizes through rapid asexual reproduction in polyp stages attached to seafloor rocks. Another viewpoint draws from climate models showing the currents warming by 1 degree Celsius over decades, suggesting altered migration patterns that carry larvae northward, resulting in unbound drifters that evade predators in Poseidon. Warmer, stratified waters. Consider evolutionary relics. Descendants of ancient cnidarians from the Cambrian explosion, 540 million years ago, adapted with simple nervous nets for sensing pressure changes their translucent mystery, a camouflage against open ocean hunters like sea turtles, whose populations have declined due to overfishing. Or ponder microbial partnerships, symbiotic algae within the bell, providing energy through photosynthesis, enabling eternal floating without need for active hunting, as theorized in analyses of similar species like the lion's mane. Jellyfish? Emerging thoughts include pollution. Influences microplastics ingested from coastal runoff, altering buoyancy, creating hybrid forms that drift unbound, their mystery amplified by human-induced changes in ocean chemistry. Seismic correlations offer yet another angle, the Kuroshi's path over subduction zones, generating low-frequency vibrations that guide the jellyfish's drift. Its colossal size, a resonance with Earth's subtle pulses. Bioacoustic deceptions propose swarms aggregating into illusory giants, their combined tendrils mimicking a single entity in sonar echoes, blending collective behavior with individual grace. These perspectives, inspired by observations of swarms numbering hundreds of thousands in Japanese waters during 2025, remain as drifting possibilities, each captivating without tethering the unknowable. In contemplative flows, the jellyfish harmonizes with spiritual currents across Pacific horizons. In Japanese Shinto beliefs, it might embody a kami of the sea, a translucent spirit drifting unbound to remind of Mujo impermanence, its eternal form pondered in seaside shrines where fishermen offer rice for safe passage, blending animism with reverence for nature's veiled cycles. Through Hawaiian indigenous views, the entity echoes Mo'o, dragon-like water guardians, whose mystery soothes the soul in hula chants that celebrate the ocean's nurturing flows, inviting communal reflections on ancestral connections to the Pacific's warm streams. From Chinese Taoist traditions along the current's origin, the drifter symbolizes wu-wei effortless action, its living cloud, a meditative emblem of Tao's unbound harmony, contemplated in ink paintings and quiet Tai Chi by the shore. In broader Buddhist-inspired contexts from Southeast Asia, it represents samsara's illusory nature, its translucent veil, a call to mindfulness practices that dissolve ego in the current's drift. Indigenous Ainu folklore from northern Japan frames it as a messenger of the Kamui, a colossal wanderer carrying souls across realms, evoking rituals of gratitude for the sea's gifts. These spiritual harmonies, from shrine bells to silent breaths, foster a serene unity, the jellyfish, a captivating guide through the soul's drifting mysteries. Legends from the Kuroshi's path infuse this drifter with layers of intrigue, occurrences that captivate like whispers on the wind. In the early 1900s, Japanese fishermen in the Seto Inland Sea reported swarms of colossal jellyfish carried by the current, their translucent forms clogging nets and halting boats, yet sparing lives in a mystery that locals attributed to sea spirits, unbound by human folly, leaving villages with tales of eternal guardians. The 2005 bloom, one of the largest on record with hundreds of thousands washing ashore, fueled reveries of an ancient drifter awakening from the depths, its living cloud veiling fishing grounds in soothing obscurity without malice. During World War II's Pacific campaigns, Allied submarines navigating the current detected immense shadows on sonar, colossal forms drifting unbound amid battles, evoking crew whispers of protective enigmas that calm turbulent seas. In 1832, early European explorers charting the Philippines noted ethereal clouds in warm flows, jellyfish swarms that hid ships in mist-like veils dissolving before capture, and inspiring logs filled with awe at the current's hidden grace. More recently, in 2025, collaborative surveys tracked a swarm near Okinawa, their translucent mystery evading full count as tendrils tangled sensors, echoing older fisher stories of eternal drifters, soothing storms. These vignettes, preserved in maritime journals and modern data, compose a mosaic of serene puzzles, each a captivating drift into the unknowable. You float now. In the Kuroshi's warm flows, the current cradling your form like a mother's gentle hold as sunlight scatters above in golden flecks. The eternal giant jellyfish drifts beside you, its colossal bell pulsing, translucent mystery that envelops your senses' unbound tendrils, brushing the water in silent invitation. Allow its living cloud to resonate, evoking dreams of vast realms that mirror your inner drifts. What eternal truths does it whisper in this intimate flow, captivating eternally in your soul? Broadening the exploratory horizon, further suppositions emerge from fused observations. One links to current dynamics, the Kuroshi's meanders fostering eddies that concentrate polyps, potentially triggering gigantism through hormonal surges in warming waters as modeled in 2025 oceanographic simulations. Another entertains cosmic seeding, meteor-borne microbes evolving into jellyfish ancestors, their unbound drift, a remnant of extraterrestrial adaptation speculated in astrobiology papers tying Pacific blooms to solar cycles. Or visualize trophic imbalances, overfishing, removing competitors, allowing colossal swarms to thrive in nutrient-rich flows per biodiversity assessments, revealing ecosystem shifts. Spiritually, facets branch into diverse horizons. In Korean shamanism along the current's edge, it might signify a Hesu sea dragon, whose mystery soothes ancestral rites, contemplated in mudang ceremonies, linking human fate to oceanic drifts. Global mystical movements view it as a chakra of fluidity, its translucent form harmonizing collective energies in healing meditations. From these, the drifter evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing life's captivating veils. Historical layers deepen with archived serenity, unexplained swarms in 2009, vast numbers veiling Japanese coasts as if the jellyfish breathed calm over chaos, leaving questions in their wake. In 2024, autonomous drones near Taiwan captured transient aggregations reminiscent of ancient warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to unbound contemplation. Drifting in this warm expanse, you sense the jellyfish's mystery pulse faintly. Does its translucent form hold reflections of your own unbound journeys? A query that floats like a living cloud? As the Kuroshi's flows carry their captivating hush, a new colossal drifter beckons from distant chill, promising veils of eternal allure, yet to unfold. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision a canopy of northern mists, swirling like ethereal veils over jagged volcanic peaks, where the Aleutian Trench carves a profound scar into the Pacific's floor, its walls echoing the sighs of subterranean fires that bubble forth in subtle steam. This remote chasm, stretching over 2,000 miles and plunging to depths exceeding 7,000 meters, forms a boundary where the North American and Pacific plates grind in slow, inexorable dialogue, birthing islands, wreathed in fog. Mystery. Beneath these mists and sighs, a vast entity moves in slow rhythm. The Whispering Titan, a puzzle that whispers peace to the curious heart, its presence a gentle hum that lulls the spirit into realms of endless contemplation. Allow the Titan's form to materialize in your mind's quiet space, a colossal silhouette that could dwarf a submarine, spanning perhaps 150 meters in Languid extension. Its body, a seamless tapestry of undulating layers that mimic the trench's folded strata. Surfaces ripple with fine, almost imperceptible grooves, capturing faint glimmers from bioluminescent specks, drifting in the dark tones of muted obsidian and pearl, shifting with each deliberate motion. Limbs or projections, broad and flexible, extend in measured arcs, tracing the contours of volcanic outcrops without a trace of disruption, as if the entity itself is an extension of the Earth's deep exhale. It moves not with urgency, but in a slow, rhythmic cadence, sending soft vibrations through the water, whispers that resonate like distant wind chimes, carrying hints of ancient calm. This vast being remains a puzzle, its details eluding full grasp, whispering peace that settles over the heart like a warm blanket, inviting you to ponder the harmony hidden in its deliberate obscurity. Scientists peer into this whispering enigma from diverse standpoints, crafting hypotheses that unfold, like layers of mist parting at dawn. One view suggests the Titan as a relic of abyssal gigantism, where the trench's cold, oxygen-saturated waters, holding levels up to 8 milligrams per liter, allow for oversized cephalopods or crustaceans to evolve with minimal metabolic demands, feeding sporadically on detritus from surface blooms carried down by subduction currents. Another perspective explores chemosynthetic sustenance, the entity drawing energy from bacterial symbionts in hydrothermal vents, dotting the trench, converting sulfur-rich fluids into biomass. Its slow rhythm, a conservation strategy in food-scarce zones, akin to the tubeworm communities, thriving in analogous Pacific rifts. Consider tectonic symbiosis as a possibility, the Titan attuned to the ridge's frequent quakes averaging magnitudes of 5 or higher several times, yearly using seismic waves to propel its vast body in energy-efficient glides. Its whispers low-frequency biosounds that mimic geological hums for camouflage. Or ponder microbial conglomerates, colonies of archaea and bacteria forming cohesive, shape-shifting superorganisms that whisper through chemical signals sustained by dark oxygen production from seafloor nodules, as theorized in models of Hadal ecosystems, where individual cells aggregate into meter-scale entities. Evolutionary isolates emerge in yet another conjecture, survivors from the Miocene era's volcanic upheavals 15 million years ago, insulated by the trench's stable chill with adaptations like pressure-resistant proteins, enabling eternal rhythmic existence unbound by surface cycles. Acoustic mirages provide a further layer infrasound from Aleutian storms, refracted by the trench's walls, creating phantom colossi in sonar readings that blend atmospheric size with biological echoes. Bioluminescent deceptions could craft the puzzle swarms of deep-sea organisms aggregating in response to vent gases, their combined glow and movement, whispering as a single vast entity. These myriad ideas, inspired by expeditions uncovering over 300 new species in Pacific trenches during 2025, linger as peaceful invitations, each hypothesis a whisper, adding to the heart's calm without claiming the final note. In spiritual whispers, the Titan resonates across northern cultural echoes. Drawing from Aleut indigenous traditions of the Aleutian Islands, it might embody an Atka, a sea spirit guardian, whose slow rhythm whispers ancestral peace, contemplated in Koski communal houses, where elders share stories blending human fate, with the trench's veiled sighs fostering rituals of gratitude for the ocean's nurturing obscurity. Through Haida influences from nearby Pacific coasts, the entity symbolizes a raven's underwater kin, a colossal puzzle hiding wisdom in rhythmic moves, pondered in totem carvings that invite familial reflections on life's harmonious drifts. From Russian Orthodox views shaped by Aleutian history, the Titan represents divine providence's mystery, a vast form whispering serenity amid volcanic trials evoked in icon-lit chapels where prayers seek alignment with nature's unbound grace. In broader shamanic practices from Siberian migrations, it evokes a master of depths, its puzzle, a meditative bridge to other worlds explored in drum journeys that dissolve boundaries between heart and sea. Contemporary interspiritual dialogues frame it as a universal archetype of patience, its whispers harmonizing global energies in eco-meditations for polar preservation. These spiritual cadences, from ancestral drums to silent invocations, converge in awe the Titan, a gentle puzzle, soothing the curious heart's quests. Whispers from the trench's annals add enigmatic layers, events that soothe with their rhythmic obscurity. In the 1800s, Russian fur traders navigating the Aleutians logged immense shadows beneath mists during storms, vast forms moving in slow cadence that guided boats to safe harbors without a sound, leaving journals filled with reveries of whispering, protectors veiling volcanic fury. The 1941 Attu Island battle during World War II saw Japanese soldiers report seismic hums echoing like ancient rhythms from the trench, colossal vibrations that calmed turbulent seas amid chaos, evoking tales of a hidden entity, sighing, peace over conflict. During the Cold War's 1950s, U.S. seismic arrays along the ridge detected low-frequency whispers, too organic for geology, vanishing like mist before verification, fueling classified whispers of a rhythmic giant lingering in the depths. In 2013 expeditions mapping the trench uncovered thermal anomalies, suggesting massive heat sources dissolving before full analysis, echoing older whaler stories of entities whispering calm to storm-tossed ships. More recently, in 2025, collaborative dives captured fleeting sonar profiles amid volcanic sighs, elongated signatures fading into obscurity, sparking dreams of unresolved puzzles. These vignettes, preserved in logs and digital archives, compose a mosaic of serene intrigue, each incident a whisper drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You descend now into the trench's misty veil, the pressure, a comforting weight that quiets external noise, as volcanic outcrops frame your path like ancient pillars. The whispering titan moves in slow rhythm nearby, its vast entity whispering through the water to touch your heart puzzles unfolding in peaceful waves that align with your breath. Feel its presence. Soothe evoking inner cadences of curiosity that mirror your own veiled depths. What ancient rhythms does it impart in this intimate sigh, whispering eternally to your soul? Extending the investigative veil, more suppositions arise from blended insights. One ties to plate boundary dynamics, the trench's subduction fostering nutrient-rich upwellings that sustain cryptic megafauna with polymorphic adaptations for rhythmic camouflage, as modeled in 2025 geophysical reconstructions. Another entertains quantum sensory fields, the Titan utilizing electron tunneling for detection in low-light shadows, speculated in biophysics papers, tying deep life to cosmic particles, or visualize trophic regulators, the giant modulating nutrient cycles in the trench, its whispers preserving ecosystem balance amid plastic intrusions documented in 2022 seafloor studies. Spiritually, whispers diversify across horizons. In Yupik traditions from Siberian Aleutian bridges, it might signify a sea Anernic breath of life, whose puzzle soothes ancestral rites contemplated in igloo gatherings, linking human spirit to oceanic flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of renewal, its rhythm harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the entity inspires unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-calming mysteries. Historical layers deepen with archived murmurs, the 18th century Russian expeditions off the Aleutians waves, swaying from unseen sources, as if the Titan whispered calm over chaos, leaving questions in volcanic aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden vents captured irregular warmth, reminiscent of traitor warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to rhythmic contemplation. In this misty expanse, you pause the Titan's rhythm, whispering to your heart. Does its slow entity hold the peaceful puzzles of your own veiled paths, a query that lingers like northern fog? As the Aleutian mists hold their volcanic sigh, a new vast form stirs in warmer currents, afar beckoning with promises of unbound drifts, yet to captivate. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision a lattice of sunlight fracturing into emerald prisms, where the South China Sea's surface shimmers like a vast breathing mirror, reflecting scattered atolls and distant storm clouds that dissolve into horizon haze. Beneath this tranquil veneer, coral gardens murmur in hushed tones, their branches entwined with remnants of ancient shipwrecks, sunken chests, spilling pearls, and jade that catch fleeting gleams from above. Amid these treasures and whispers, an enormous form glides the dreamlike megalith, evoking tranquil visions of the deep's hidden poetry, its presence a soft verse that lures the imagination into unbound reverie. The megalith silhouette captivates in dreamlike subtlety, a colossal structure that could rival a submerged temple spanning widths exceeding 100 meters, its surface a mosaic of encrusted growths and weathered facets that suggest both organic fluidity and stone-like permanence. Picture its expanse as a gliding monolith edges, softened by algal veils that sway in the current's tender caress hues of muted turquoise and amber blending with the sea's palette to create illusions of motion even in stillness. Protrusions, broad-finned ridges, or columnar extensions trail lazily brushing against coral without harm, as if composing verses in the water's script. It glides without haste, its form evoking poetry through faint rhythmic undulations that stir sediment into ethereal clouds, dissolving like ink in a forgotten scroll. This enormous entity remains unbound, its dreamlike essence, a hidden verse that unfolds in the observer's mind, stirring visions of realms where time and tide merge in tranquil harmony. Scholars contemplate this megalith through lenses of inquiry, each hypothesis a verse in an ongoing poem of possibility. Drawing from 2025 surveys of Paracel Island's reefs, one idea posits it as a geological anomaly, a massive carbonate platform displaced by tectonic shifts gliding on undersea currents fueled by monsoon upwellings that circulate nutrients across the sea's 1.5 million square kilometers. Another view explores biogenic origins, an undiscovered colonial organism akin to siphonophores, but scaled exponentially, where trillions of polyps aggregate into a dreamlike form, sustained by symbiotic algae, harnessing faint sunlight, penetrating to 200 meters, allowing perpetual glide without active propulsion. Ponder hydrothermal influences from the sea's volcanic seamounts, over 100, identified in recent mappings where chemosynthetic bacteria enable megalithic growth. Its enormous form, a living reef, drifting unbound, evoking visions, self-sustaining ecosystems that defy traditional biology. Or consider anthropogenic echoes, sunken artifacts from Ming Dynasty, trade routes numbering thousands of wrecks amalgamating with coral to form illusory giants, their poetry woven from human history and natural accretion as modeled in poetry blaying, simulations of debris, accumulation. Emerging thoughts include climatic drifts, warming trends in the South China Sea, rising by 1.5 degrees Celsius over decades, altering density layers to buoy massive hybrid structures that glide in tranquil suspension. Seismic symbioses propose the megalith resonating with the Manila Trench's quakes magnitudes up to 8, using vibrations to propel its dreamlike path, a natural harmony with Earth's unrest. Bioacoustic deceptions could craft the enigma low-frequency hums from distant shipping, refracted by coral whispers, creating perceptual colossi that soothe with their elusiveness. These conjectures, inspired by discoveries of over 200 new coral species in 2025 expeditions, remain as tranquil visions, each hypothesis a hidden line in the deep's poetry. In spiritual verses, the megalith harmonizes with South China Sea's cultural cadences. Drawing from Vietnamese folklore of the East Sea, it might embody the Long Vung Dragon King, whose dreamlike glide guards sunken treasures, evoking tranquil visions in temple offerings, where fisherfolk pray for calm voyages, blending Taoism with animist roots in rituals that honor the sea's poetic depths. Through Chinese Confucian influences along the paracels, the entity symbolizes Tian Ren, He-Yi, heaven-human unity. Its enormous form, a meditative puzzle of harmony, pondered in ink scroll paintings that capture the sea's unbound. Poetry, inviting scholars to reflect on life's transient verses. From Filipino indigenous Ada views, near the Scarborough Shoal, it represents a capre of the waves. A giant spirit hiding amid coral whispers its elusiveness, a soothing lesson in respect for nature's hidden realms, shared in campfire. Stories that weave human fate with oceanic dreams. In broader Hindu-Buddhist contexts from Southeast Asian migrations, the megalith evokes Varuna's oceanic domain, a colossal form gliding as a symbol of karma's tranquil flow, contemplated in mantra recitations that dissolve ego into the sea's poetry. Contemporary interspiritual dialogues frame it as a universal mandala, its dreamlike essence harmonizing global energies in eco-meditations for marine preservation. These spiritual harmonies, from temple bells to silent reflections, foster a serene convergence, the megalith, a gentle verse in the soul's hidden poetry. Whispers from the sea's annals add poetic layers to this enigma, events that evoke tranquil visions through time. In the 15th century, Ming Admiral Zheng He's treasure fleets navigated these waters, logging immense shadows amid coral gardens. During calm nights, forms gliding like dreamlike guardians that veiled ships from storms, leaving maps etched with symbols of unbound poetry that spared voyages without explanation. The 1929 disappearance of vessels near the Spratly Islands fueled murmurs of a colossal protector, its enormous glide, soothing turbulent seas as crafts vanished into mist, their fates a hidden verse in naval logs. During the South China Sea, arbitration of 2016 survey ships reported sonar anomalies, vast signatures gliding amid sunken treasures that dissolved before verification, evoking crew tales of an ancient megalith whispering harmony amid territorial unrest. In 1885, French explorers charting the Paracels noted ethereal forms in coral whispers, colossal drifters that hid grace from view, inspiring journals filled with awe at the sea's poetic elusiveness. More recently, in 2025, joint expeditions detected thermal plumes, suggesting massive gliding presences near disputed reefs, fading like morning dew and sparking dreams of unresolved wonders. These occurrences, preserved in Admiralty charts and digital records, compose a mosaic of serene intrigue, each incident a verse drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You glide now through a secluded atoll's embrace, the warm currents cradling your form as coral branches frame your path, like living arches, sunlight scattering into prisms that illuminate hidden treasures below. The dreamlike megalith glides into your awareness, its enormous form evoking tranquil visions that wash over your senses, poetry murmuring like soft waves against your thoughts. Allow its presence to infuse your essence, stirring inner verses of hidden realms that mirror your own unspoken dreams. What dreamlike poetry does it evoke in this intimate glide, unfolding eternally in your reverie? Deepening the scholarly verse, additional suppositions arise from interwoven observations. One ties to monsoonal nurturing, the sea's seasonal winds fostering phytoplankton blooms that sustain cryptic megastructures with polymorphic adaptations for gliding camouflage, as modeled in 2025 oceanographic simulations of nutrient cycles. Another entertains cosmic sensory fields, the megalith utilizing photon entanglement for detection in low light depths, speculated in biophysics papers, tying deep life to stellar influences, or visualized trophic web conductors, the enormous form regulating nutrient flows across reefs. Its poetry preserving ecosystem balance amid overfishing documented in 2022 coral studies. Spiritually verses diversify across horizons. In Malay folklore from the Spratly's fringes, it might signify a Hantu Laut sea ghost whose glide whispers ancestral peace, contemplated in boat rituals, linking human spirit to oceanic flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of renewal, its form harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the entity inspires unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-calming mysteries. Historical verses deepen with archived murmurs, the 7th century Srivijaya Empire's trade routes, waves swaying from unseen sources, as if the megalith evoked calm over chaos, leaving questions in coral aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden atolls captured irregular warmth, reminiscent of admiral warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to poetic contemplation. In this coral embrace, you pause the megalith's visions enfolding your thoughts. Does its dreamlike form hold the tranquil poetry of your own veiled paths, a query that glides like sunken light? As the South China Sea's treasures hold their coral whisper, a new enormous form stirs in distant seas, beckoning with promises of serene rhythms yet to resonate. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision a spine of ancient stone rising from the ocean's heart, where the mid-Indian ridge traces a serpentine path through indigo voids its peaks, crowned with hydrothermal plumes that bloom like ethereal flowers in the perpetual twilight. This vast underwater range extending over 3,000 kilometers and separating the African and Indo-Australian plates at a steady creep of 2 centimeters per year pulses with the Earth's quiet renewal vents, exhaling mineral-rich breaths that nourish hidden worlds in depths, reaching 4,000 meters. In these oceanic spines, a giant resides in quiet majesty, the serene Colossus, its secrets a lullaby for the wandering mind, a form that evokes awe at the deep's boundless serenity. The Colossus manifests in subtle grandeur, a silhouette that could eclipse a seamount's flank, its expanse perhaps surpassing 150 meters, shaped in flowing ridges and valleys that echo the ridge's own fractured elegance. Visualize its surface as a canvas of muted luminescence, faint veins glowing from within, like embers under ash, textured with encrustations that shift in hues of obsidian and faint pearl as it navigates thermal gradients. Broad sail-like protrusions extend outward, catching the plume's gentle eddies without resistance, while its core seems to hum with an inner cadence, as if attuned to the ridge's subterranean sighs. It resides without motion's urgency, a quiet majesty that glides in measured repose, stirring mineral veils into lazy spirals that fade into obscurity. This giant eludes direct gaze, its form a lullaby woven from shadows and whispers, inviting the mind to wander through visions of majesty unbound by the surface world's clamor. From analytical horizons, conjectures about this serene entity emerge in diverse reflections, each a pathway into the ridge's veiled poetry. Recent explorations in 2025 uncovering multiple active hydrothermal vent fields along the ridge inspire one idea of the Colossus as a chemosynthetic marvel, a colossal tube, worm, aggregate, or bacterial superstructure, thriving on sulfur-oxidizing microbes that convert vent fluids at 350 degrees Celsius into biomass, enabling growth in nutrient-scarce voids where oxygen levels plummet below 2 milligrams per liter. Another viewpoint draws from subducted carbon studies in mid-ocean ridge basalts, proposing the entity as a carbon-based hybrid where ancient mantle plumes infuse seafloor life, with primordial elements fostering gigantism through enhanced metabolic efficiencies amid the ridge's seismic hums, quakes, numbering hundreds annually. Consider evolutionary sanctuaries formed by the ridge's slow spreading, documented in 2024, geophysical mappings, isolating pockets where relic invertebrates from the Eocene era 56 million years ago persist, with pressure-resistant exoskeletons, their quiet majesty, a survival harmony with the ridge's mineral blooms. Or ponder microbial orchestras, archaeal colonies as revealed in 2025, core samples showing unprecedented diversity in ridge, sediments coalescing into dynamic megaforms that glide on thermal currents, their secrets, collective intelligence unbound by individual cells. Emerging thoughts include climatic resonances, warming trends in the Indian Ocean rising by 1 degree Celsius over recent decades, altering density layers to buoy massive hybrid structures that evoke lullabies through vibrational adaptations to monsoonal upwellings. Seismic biological fusions suggest the Colossus harnessing fault line vibrations for locomotion, its form a natural resonator in the ridge's active zones, blending Earth's unrest with biological serenity. Bioluminescent deceptions could craft the puzzle vent microbes glowing in response to gas emissions, creating illusory giants that soothe with their elusiveness, merging with discoveries of 12 new benthic species in the mid-Indian Ocean ridge system by researchers like Dr. Rangayan Priyasamy. These myriad reflections, inspired by calls for deeper dives into the Indian Ocean's ecosystems beyond 1,000 meters, offer peaceful extensions into speculation, each hypothesis a verse adding to the mind's wandering calm. In contemplative echoes, the Colossus harmonizes with Indian Ocean's spiritual verses. Drawing from Hindu cosmologies, it might embody Varuna's oceanic domain, a serene guardian whose majesty whispers the Rigveda's hymns of creation, evoking lullabies in coastal temples where devotees meditate on samsara's boundless flow, blending Brahman with the ridge's ancient stone. Through Maldivian Divi folklore, the entity symbolizes a rue, a sea djinn hiding treasures in coral depths. Its quiet form, a meditative puzzle pondered in island dicker circles that seek unity with the unseen, fusing Islamic mysticism with Oni Mistruts. From Swahili coastal traditions in East Africa bordering the ridge's southern reaches, it represents a Shetani ya Bahari sea demon turned protector, whose secrets soothe ancestral rites shared in Ngioma dances that honor the ocean's poetic harmony with human fate. In broader Buddhist influences from Sri Lanka, the Colossus evokes the Naga kings of the deep colossal serpents, guarding hidden realms, contemplated in Vipassana sessions that dissolve ego into the ridge's lullaby, bridging Theravada with nature's majesty. Indigenous Andamanese beliefs frame it as a primordial ancestor, its wandering mind, a dreamtime verse linking islands to underwater spines, fostering communal reflections on life's veiled poetry. These spiritual cadences, from Vedic chants to silent invocations, converge in awe the Colossus, a gentle verse in the soul's hidden symphony. Whispers from the Indian Ocean's annals add enigmatic layers to this megalith, events that evoke tranquil visions through time. In the 7th century, Srivijaya Empire traders navigating the sea's routes logged immense shadows amid coral gardens during monsoons, forms gliding like dreamlike guardians that veiled ships from storms, leaving scrolls etched with symbols of unbound poetry that spared voyages without explanation. The mysterious Milky Sea phenomenon, a milky glow spanning thousands of square kilometers due to bioluminescent bacteria, has been reported since the 19th century, fueling tales of a colossal entity stirring the waters into luminous versus its secrets, dissolving like mist at dawn. During the 15th century, Ming voyages Admiral Zheng, his fleets encountered gravity anomalies near the ridge, now known as the Giant Gravity Hole, a vast depression pulling ships into elusive drifts, whispers of a hidden megalith, evoking visions of poetic depths that hid treasures from view. In 2013, explorations of the Diamantina Trench uncovered thermal anomalies, suggesting massive heat sources fading before full analysis, echoing older fisher stories of sea spirits whispering harmony amid sunken cities like Mahabalipuram off India's coast, submerged in the 7th century by tsunamis. More recently, in 2025, joint surveys detected irregular plumes near the ridge, dissolving like morning dew and sparking dreams of unresolved wonders. These occurrences, preserved in Admiralty charts and digital records, compose a mosaic of serene intrigue, each incident a verse drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You glide now through a coral-fringed passage, the warm currents cradling your form as sunken artifacts gleam faintly below sunlight, scattering into prisms that illuminate hidden treasures. The dreamlike megalith glides into your awareness, its enormous form evoking tranquil visions that wash over your senses, poetry murmuring like soft waves against your thoughts. Allow its presence to infuse your essence, stirring inner verses of hidden realms that mirror your own unspoken dreams. What dreamlike poetry does it evoke in this intimate glide, unfolding eternally in your reverie? Broadening the exploratory currents, further hypotheses surface from interwoven observations. One ties to monsoonal nurturing the sea's seasonal winds, fostering phytoplankton blooms that sustain cryptic megastructures with polymorphic adaptations for gliding camouflage, as modeled in 2025 oceanographic simulations of nutrient cycles. Another entertains cosmic sensory fields, the megalith utilizing photon entanglement for detection in low-light depths, speculated in biophysics papers, tying deep life to stellar influences. Or visualize trophic web conductors, the enormous form regulating nutrient flows across reefs, its poetry preserving ecosystem balance amid overfishing documented in 2022 coral studies. Spiritually, facets multiply across horizons. In Malay folklore, from the Spratley's fringes, it might signify a Hantu Lhotse ghost whose glide whispers ancestral peace contemplated in boat rituals, linking human spirit to oceanic flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of renewal, its form harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the entity inspires unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-calming mysteries. Historical verses deepen with archived murmurs. The 7th century Srivijaya Empire's trade routes, waves swaying from unseen sources, as if the megalith evoked calm over chaos, leaving questions in coral aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden atolls captured irregular warmth, reminiscent of admiral warnings yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to poetic contemplation. In this choral embrace, you pause the megalith's visions, enfolding your thoughts. Does its dreamlike form hold the tranquil poetry of your own veiled paths, a query that glides like sunken light? As the South China Sea's treasures hold, their choral whisper, a new enormous form stirs in distant seas, beckoning with promises of serene rhythms yet to resonate. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision a canvas of sun-dappled turquoise stretching endlessly, where the Gulf of Mexico's surface glimmers like a vast breathing opal, concealing depths that descend into velvet night, punctuated by faint shafts of light piercing through like distant memories. This expansive basin, cradled between continents and spanning over 1,500,000 square kilometers, hides layers of sediment, rich with ancient oil and gas, its waters a confluence of tropical warmth and cooler inflows from the Atlantic. Under these sunlit surfaces turned to night, a massive being drifts the veiled Leviathan, a mystery wrapped in the gentle flow of underwater currents, its essence a serene invitation to lose oneself in the deep's unknowable embrace. The Leviathan's form captivates in veiled subtlety, a colossal silhouette that might encompass spans rivaling a blue whale's length, its body a fluid expanse of layered membranes that undulate with the Gulf's subtle pulses. Picture its surface as a diaphanous shroud, translucent in places to reveal inner chambers, glowing faintly with captured bioluminescence, hues of soft indigo fading to ethereal gray as it navigates the twilight zone. Broad wing-like extensions trail behind catching eddies that swirl around sunken platforms and coral outcrops without a ripple of disturbance. It drifts without urgency, a massive presence that seems to breathe in harmony with the currents, its movements evoking a sense of eternal patience, as if the Leviathan itself is a guardian of forgotten rhythms. This being remains veiled its details, eluding clear sight wrapped in flows that soothe the observer's gaze, leaving only the gentle tug of curiosity to ponder its graceful obscurity. Scientists approach this veiled wonder from an array of viewpoints, each offering a tranquil glimpse into potential truths. One hypothesis draws from recent 2025 surveys of the Gulf's abyssal plains, suggesting the Leviathan as a superorganism, a colony of gelatinous zooplankton aggregating into a massive drifting entity sustained by microbial symbionts that convert dissolved organic matter into energy, allowing survival in nutrient-variable depths where oxygen levels dip below 2 milligrams per liter. Another perspective considers deep-water gigantism fueled by the Gulf's loop current, a warm eddy system circulating at speeds up to 2 knots, bringing nutrient upwellings from the Yucatan Channel that support oversized filter feeders, their veiled forms adapted with pressure-resistant gels to withstand 500 atmospheres. Ponder evolutionary remnants from the Gulf's ancient anoxic events, like the Jurassic salt deposits forming vast domes, where isolated pockets harbor relic species, with bioluminescent camouflage drifting unbound to evade predators in the perpetual night. Or envision anthropogenic influences oil spills from the 2010 Deepwater Horizon disaster, releasing over 4 million barrels, potentially mutating microbial mats into hybrid megastructures that mimic living leviathans, their gentle flows, a response to altered chemistry in sediment layers. Emerging ideas include thermal mirages from methane, seeps over 1,000 identified in the Gulf refracting light to create illusory giants, blending geological exhalations with biological echoes in sonar readings. Seismic biological synergies propose the creature resonating with the Gulf's salt tectonics, absorbing fault line vibrations for propulsion, its veiled drift a harmony with Earth's subsurface size. Bioacoustic deceptions could craft the enigma low-frequency hums from distant shipping, refracted by choral whispers, creating perceptual colossi that soothe with their elusiveness. These diverse reflections, inspired by discoveries of 30 new deep-sea species in 2025 Gulf expeditions, offer peaceful extensions into speculation. Each hypothesis, a layer in the Leviathan's soothing veil. In spiritual harmonies, the Leviathan resonates with Gulf Coast's cultural depths. Drawing from Mayan traditions along the Yucatan, it might embody Ixchel's oceanic aspect, a veiled mother whose gentle currents whisper fertility and renewal, evoking lullabies in cave rituals where shamans seek visions of the deep's hidden embrace, blending ancient cosmology with nature's serenity. Through Cajun folklore from Louisiana shores, the entity symbolizes a rougarou of the waves, a shape-shifting guardian drifting in sapphire obscurity pondered in bayou tales that soothe ancestral fears with stories of protective plaint. Mysteries. From Mexican Gulf communities influenced by Aztec echoes, the Leviathan evokes Tezcatlipoca's shadowy domain, a colossal form wrapped in currents as a mirror for self-reflection contemplated in Day of the Dead altars that honor the sea's unbound poetry. In broader Christian contexts from Texas coasts, it represents Jonah's whale reborn, a massive being, drifting as a symbol of divine mercy's elusiveness, inspiring seaside prayers that calm the soul's turmoil. Indigenous Choctaw beliefs from Mississippi Delta frame it as a water pantherkin, its veiled grace, a meditative bridge to spirit worlds shared in sweat lodge, ceremonies that weave human fate with oceanic drifts. These spiritual cadences, from ritual incense to silent invocations, foster a serene unity, the Leviathan, a gentle verse in the heart's hidden symphony. Whispers from the Gulf's annals add enigmatic layers to this veiled wanderer events that soothe with their rhythmic obscurity. In the 16th century, Spanish conquistadors charting the Gulf logged immense shadows amid sunlit surfaces during calm voyages, forms drifting like veiled protectors that spared ships from hurricanes, leaving maps etched with symbols of unbound grace that hid treasures without explanation. The 1910 Deepwater Horizon precursor, early oil rigs collapsing into the depths fueled murmurs of a colossal entity, stirring currents to veil the wreckage, its gentle flows calming turbulent seas as platforms vanished their fates hidden verse in engineering logs. During the Texas City disaster of 1947, explosions on ships created massive plumes, yet survivors recounted shadowy presences in the water that soothed the chaos, evoking tales of an ancient Leviathan whispering harmony amid fire. In 2013, explorations of the Flower Garden banks uncovered thermal anomalies, suggesting massive heat sources fading, before full analysis echoing older fisher stories of sea spirits drifting in sapphire hues. More recently, in 2025, collaborative dives detected irregular signatures amid sunken platforms dissolving like morning dew and sparking dreams of unresolved wonders. These occurrences, preserved in maritime journals and digital data, compose a mosaic of serene intrigue, each incident a whisper drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You descend now into the Gulf's sapphire veil, the pressure a comforting weight that quiets external haste, as faint shafts illuminate your path like guiding stars. The veiled Leviathan drifts alongside its massive being, wrapped in currents that brush your senses, enigma soothing your essence with perpetual whispers. Feel its presence envelop, evoking inner veils of mystery that mirror your own concealed depths. What shadowed graces does it conceal in this intimate hue, drifting eternally in your wonder? Extending the investigative veil, more suppositions arise from blended observations. One ties to loop current dynamics, the Gulf's eddies fostering nutrient-rich zones that sustain cryptic megafauna with polymorphic adaptations for drifting camouflage as modeled in 2025 oceanographic reconstructions. Another entertains quantum sensory fields, the Leviathan utilizing electron tunneling for detection in low-light shadows, speculated in biophysics papers, tying deep life to cosmic particles, or visualized trophic regulators, the massive form-modulating nutrient cycles in the Gulf, its whispers preserving ecosystem balance amid oil intrusions documented in 2022 seafloor studies. Spiritually, whispers diversify across horizons. In Cuban Santeria traditions, it might signify Olokun's deep mystery, whose currents veil protection contemplated in drum circles, linking African roots to Gulf waves. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of the deep, its enigma harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the Leviathan evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-calming mysteries. Historical layers deepen with archived murmurs, the 18th century Gulf Stream explorations waves swaying from unseen sources as if the Leviathan evoked calm over chaos, leaving questions in sapphire aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden reefs captured irregular warmth, reminiscent of conquistador warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to veiled contemplation. In this sapphire expanse, you pause the Leviathan's grace, hiding just beyond reach. Might its perpetual elusiveness hold the soothing enigmas of your own shadowed paths, a query that lingers like morning mist. As the Gulf's depths hold their gentle flow, a new massive being stirs in distant expanses, drawing us onward with promises of luminous allure yet to captivate. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision a frontier of swirling eddies where the Antarctic convergence draws a shimmering line across the Southern Ocean, cold polar waters rising to greet the warmer subtropical flows in a silent, eternal waltz, their meeting point a haze of mist that rises like breath from a sleeping giant. This dynamic boundary encircling the continent over 10,000 kilometers and shifting seasonally with wind and current creates a zone of profound fertility where nutrients well up from the deep to nourish life in a delicate balance of temperatures hovering between 0 and 5 degrees Celsius. Where these waters meet in harmony, an immense creature glows faintly, the luminous Behemoth forever, a source of soft, unending fascination, its presence, a tranquil beacon that lures the soul into the deep's unknowable glow. Allow the Behemoth to take shape in your imagination's gentle light, a form vast enough to span the width of an ice floe, its body perhaps extending over 100 meters in ethereal elongation, a silhouette of layered translucence that pulses with a subtle inner radiance. Its exterior shimmers like frost-kissed glass, faint veins of bioluminescence tracing patterns that evoke distant constellations glowing in hues of pale azure and soft lavender as it navigates the convergence's subtle gradients. Tendrils or fins wide and diaphanous extend outward in unhurried grace, trailing wisps of light that dissolve into the water like fading stars. It glows without flare, a faint aura that illuminates krill swarms in momentary halos before retreating into obscurity. Its movements, a harmonious drift that aligns with the water's meeting, as if the creature itself is a bridge between cold and warm. This immense being captivates in its serenity, a luminous enigma that invites fascination without demand, forever unbound in the deep's soft, unending embrace. Experts in marine realms offer perspectives that illuminate this luminous wonder without dispelling its faint glow, each hypothesis a tranquil reflection on possibility. Drawing from 2025 surveys of the Antarctic Convergence Zone, one idea posits the Behemoth as a product of upwelling gigantism, where nutrient-rich cold waters surging upward at rates of 50 meters per day fuel oversized gelatinous organisms, their bodies adapted with photophores, light-producing organs, to attract prey in the twilight zone between 200 and 1,000 meters deep. Much like the colossal squid juveniles filmed in 2024 with glowing mantles for camouflage. Another viewpoint considers symbiotic luminescence, bacterial colonies within the creature, generating faint glows through chemical reactions, converting organic matter from krill blooms, numbering trillions in seasonal peaks into energy. enabling eternal drifting without active hunting, as theorized in models of polar food webs, where such partnerships sustain life in low oxygen layers. Ponder evolutionary convergences from the convergence's dynamic mixing, documented in 2024 oceanographic mappings, showing temperature fronts shifting by hundreds of kilometers, fostering isolated populations of sea ctenophores or salps that aggregate into megaforms their translucent bodies, resonating light to mimic water's refraction for predator evasion. Or envision climatic adaptations, warming trends in the Southern Ocean rising by 0.5 degrees Celsius per decade, altering salinity gradients to buoy massive hybrid drifters that glow in response to changing pH, potentially explaining thermal anomalies detected in 2025 glider missions. Emerging thoughts include seismic influences from the nearby Scotia Plate, where microquakes thousands yearly generate low-frequency waves that the Behemoth harnesses for bioluminescent, signaling its faint aura, a communication tool in the noisy convergence. Bioacoustic deceptions propose swarms of smaller organisms, creating illusory giants through synchronized glows, blending collective behavior with individual grace in sonar echoes. Microbial orchestras could craft the Enigma archaeal films aggregating on nodule fields, their chemical luminescence producing a colossal glowing entity unbound by traditional biology. These myriad reflections, inspired by discoveries of 40 new deep-sea species in Antarctic convergence zones during 2025, offer peaceful extensions into speculation, each hypothesis a soft glow in the unknowable. In spiritual resonances, the Behemoth harmonizes with Southern Hemisphere's cultural depths, drawing from Maori traditions of Aotearoa, bordering the convergence's southern flows. It might embody Tangaroa the sea, God's luminous kin, a colossal drifter whose faint glow whispers mana spiritual power in Haka. Performances that celebrate the ocean's nurturing embrace, inviting communal meditations on life's interconnected serenity. Through Chilean Mapuche views from Patagonia, the entity symbolizes Nenjaneshan's watery aspect, a massive form, meeting cold and warm as a bridge to ancestral realms pondered in Machi healing rites that seek harmony amid nature's veiled glows. From Australian Aboriginal Dreamtime narratives extended to southern oceans, the Behemoth evokes a rainbow serpent's oceanic echo, its unending fascination, a songline weaving human fate with deep currents shared in corroboree dances that honor the convergence's poetic balance. In broader Christian contexts from Falkland Islands communities, it represents the Holy Spirit's mysterious light, a colossal presence glowing in harmony to soothe faith's doubts inspired in seaside chapels where prayers align with the waters meeting. Indigenous Sami influences from northern parallels, adapted to Antarctic expeditions, might frame it as a haldi of the deep, a protective spirit whose faint aura whispers joic rhythms, evoking shamanic journeys that dissolve boundaries between heart and sea. These spiritual cadences, from ancestral songs to silent prayers, foster a serene unity, the Behemoth, a gentle verse in the soul's hidden symphony. Whispers from the Southern Ocean's annals add enigmatic layers to this luminous drifter events that evoke soft fascination through time. In the 19th century, whaling ships navigating the convergence logged immense glows amid krill swarms during polar nights, forms drifting like living clouds that calmed stormy seas, leaving journals filled with reveries of unbound guardians whose faint light spared vessels from ice without explanation. The 2010 Deepwater Horizon spill's southern echoes, though far north, inspired tales of luminous presences in convergent zones absorbing toxins, colossal drifters meeting cold and warm to purify waters, their secrets dissolving like mist at dawn. During Shackleton's 1915 Imperial Transantarctic Expedition, survivors recounted shadowy glows beneath cracking ice in the Weddell Sea near the convergence, massive forms whose faint aura seemed to guide their drift, evoking whispers of an ancient symphony soothing the frozen chaos. In 2013, explorations of the Scotia Arc uncovered thermal anomalies suggesting massive heat sources, fading before full analysis, echoing older sealer stories of sea spirits glowing in harmony amid sunken whaling stations. More recently, in 2025, glider missions detected irregular luminescence near the convergence, dissolving like morning dew and sparking dreams of unresolved wonders. These occurrences, preserved in logbooks and digital data, compose a mosaic of serene intrigue, each incident a whisper drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You drift now in the convergence's harmonious meeting, the mingling waters cradling your form as cold and warm blend in subtle embrace. Faint glows, illuminating krill like stars in a liquid sky. The luminous behemoth drifts nearby, its immense creature glowing faintly to touch your senses, unending fascination washing over you in soft waves. Allow its presence to envelop stirring inner visions of hidden realms that mirror your own unspoken depths. What luminous secrets does it hold in this intimate harmony, captivating eternally in your soul? Broadening the exploratory horizon, further suppositions emerge from interwoven observations. One links to convergence dynamics, the boundaries eddies fostering phytoplankton blooms that sustain cryptic megastructures, with polymorphic adaptations for glowing camouflage as modeled in 2025 oceanographic simulations of nutrient cycles. Another entertains cosmic sensory fields, the behemoth utilizing photon entanglement for detection in low-light depths, speculated in biophysics papers tying deep life to stellar influences, or visualized trophic web conductors, the immense form regulating nutrient flows across waters, its glow preserving ecosystem balance amid overfishing documented in 2022 krill studies. Spiritually, facets branch into diverse horizons. In Falkland kelp forest folklore, it might signify a sea kelpie's kin, whose glow whispers ancestral peace, contemplated in island rites, linking human spirit to oceanic flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of unity, its form harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the creature evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-calming mysteries. Historical layers deepen with archived murmurs. The 18th century Cook voyages, waves swaying from unseen sources, as if the behemoth evoked calm over chaos, leaving questions in icy aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden fronts captured irregular warmth, reminiscent of whaler warnings yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to glowing contemplation. Drifting in this harmonious expanse, you sense the behemoth's glow pulse faintly. Does its faint presence hold reflections of your own unbound journeys? A query that drifts like a living cloud? As the Antarctic convergence's harmony holds its luminous breath, a new immense form stirs in distant expanses, drawing us onward with promises of forgotten allure yet to unfold. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision a tapestry of azure, woven with threads of golden sunlight, where the Mozambique Channel's surface gleams like a vast, tranquil mirror, reflecting scattered islands and distant horizons veiled in haze. This expansive waterway, stretching over 1,000 miles between Madagascar and the African mainland, varies in width from 300 to 600 miles, its tropical depths averaging 3,000 meters, a realm where warm currents murmur against coral barriers and sunken treasures lie in silent repose. In these azure calms, a colossal wanderer hides the forgotten titan, its presence a soothing echo from realms beyond sight, a gentle enigma that draws the soul into layers of quiet reflection. The titan's form reveals itself in elusive contours, a vast silhouette that could eclipse a fleet of fishing vessels, its length perhaps surpassing 150 meters, curving in graceful arcs that mimic the channel's undulating seafloor. Imagine its expanse as a living shadow, broad flanks textured with subtle ridges that catch faint bioluminescent gleams from drifting plankton hues of deep indigo, blending seamlessly with the surrounding blue to create illusions of invisibility. Tendrils or fins wide and diaphanous extend outward in languid waves, brushing against coral outcrops without a trace, as if the entity is woven from the water itself. It hides without effort, a colossal wanderer whose movements stir minimal eddies, leaving trails of sediment that settle like dust in an ancient library. This forgotten being evokes soothing echoes its presence, felt more than seen a realm beyond sight, where the deep's calm invites endless musing on what lies concealed in its graceful obscurity. Scientists gaze upon this enigma through prisms of possibility, each hypothesis a serene thread in an unending weave. One conjecture draws from 2025 studies of deep-sea nematodes in the channel's seep sediments, proposing the Titan as a relic of abyssal gigantism, where low-activity pockmarks at 789 meters foster oversized invertebrates, adapted to sparse, high-pressure environments through flexible tissues that withstand crushing forces while feeding on microbial mats. Another viewpoint considers eddy dynamics. The channel's unique gyres and eddies, generating turbulence unmatched globally, could support nomadic superpredators that raft on floating vegetation clumps, much like hypotheses for lemur. Ancestors crossing from Africa to Madagascar, their colossal size, an evolution for energy conservation in nutrient-variable flows. Pondered geological influences from the Davy Fracture Zone, a remnant of Gondwana's breakup 180 million years ago, where fault lines create micro-niches for undiscovered coelacanth-like fish, thought extinct until rediscovered in the Comoros Islands near the channel. Their faint echoes, suggesting forgotten titans surviving in isolated pockets with antifreeze proteins to endure temperature shifts. Or envision microbial superaggregates bacterial communities as revealed in analyses of phylogenetic topology for vertebrate colonization of Madagascar, coalescing into dynamic megaforms that mimic a single wanderer sustained by chemosynthesis in seep sediments, where organic deposition fuels growth unbound by light. Emerging ideas include climate-driven migrations, warming trends in the Indian Ocean rising by 1 degree Celsius over recent decades, altering salinity gradients to buoy massive hybrid drifters that hide in azure calms potentially, explaining thermal anomalies detected in 2025 surveys. Seismic biological synergies propose the Titan resonating with the channel's microquakes, absorbing vibrations for propulsion in a harmony with Earth's unrest. Bioacoustic deceptions could craft the puzzle low-frequency hums from distant cyclones refracted by choral whispers, creating perceptual colossi that soothe with their elusiveness. These myriad reflections, inspired by findings of outstanding heterogeneity in megabenthic assemblages across the channel's seamounts, offer peaceful extensions into speculation, each hypothesis a soothing echo from realms beyond sight. In spiritual harmonies, the Titan resonates with Mozambique Channel's cultural depths. Drawing from Swahili coastal traditions, where the sea is a realm of Jinni spirits that guard hidden treasures, it might embody a Shetani Yabahari, a sea demon turned benevolent wanderer whose colossal hide whispers ancestral protection. Evoking lullabies in Tao rituals, where sailors offer kilemba cloths for safe passage, blending Islamic mysticism with Bantu animism in reflections on life's interconnected serenity. Through Malagasy folklore from Madagascar's shores, the entity symbolizes a Famba gassy sea ancestor, a forgotten titan drifting in azure, calms to bridge human fate, with oceanic spirits pondered in Famadihana ceremonies that honor the port Mardier Tu hive, deep soothing echoes fusing Austronesian roots with African influences. From Mozambican Makua beliefs along the mainland, it represents a Mwanawa Bahari child of the sea, whose presence hides grace to teach humility before nature's veiled poetry, shared in Ngoma dances that weave community bonds with the fording Bibel and Grace's channel's rhythms. In broader Hindu-inspired contexts from Indian Ocean trades, the Leviathan evokes Varuna's deep domain, a massive form whose secrets soothe karma's flow, contemplated in mantra recitations that dissolve ego into the sea's harmony. Contemporary interspiritual dialogues frame it as a universal archetype of renewal, its wandering a meditative bridge to global energies in eco-prayers for marine preservation. These spiritual cadences, from rhythmic drums to silent invocations, foster a serene unity, the Titan, a gentle verse in the soul's hidden symphony. Whispers from the channel's annals add enigmatic layers to this colossal wanderer events that evoke soothing echoes through time. In the 15th century, Portuguese navigators like Vasco da Gama, charting the route to India, logged immense shadows amid coral gardens during monsoons, forms hiding in azure calms that veiled ships from cyclones, leaving journals etched with symbols of unbound guardians that spared voyages without explanation. The mysterious Fani Maure volcano eruption in 2018 near Mayotte Island in the Channel created a new undersea mountain, fueling tales of a forgotten titan, stirring the depths, its colossal presence dissolving like mist after the Kwani Plies of the Partamai event, sparking global wonder at the sea's hidden poetry. During the Battle of Madagascar in 1942, Allied forces reported unexplained thermal plumes in the Channel, vast signatures that seemed to guide convoys through enemy waters in serene obscurity, evoking whispers of an explained thermal plumes, ancient entity, soothing wartime chaos. In 1883, Krakatoa's distant eruption triggered tsunamis that reshaped coves, survivors recounting colossal swells, as if stirred by a titan's lazy breath, leaving villages in peaceful yet profound obscurity. More recently, in 2025, joint expeditions detected irregular anomalies near the Mozambique seamounts, elongated signatures fading into azure hues and igniting dreams of unresolved wonders. These occurrences, preserved in navigator logs and digital records, compose a mosaic of serene intrigue, each incident a whisper drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You find yourself drifting in a sun-warmed cove, the azure calm enveloping your form as coral branches sway below like living poems, faint gleams from sunken treasures illuminating your path. The forgotten titan hides nearby, its colossal wanderer evoking soothing echoes that brush your senses realms beyond sight, unfolding in tranquil waves that align with your breath. Feel its presence, soothe stirring inner visions of hidden poetry that mirror your own unspoken depths. What forgotten echoes does it impart in this intimate calm lingering eternally in your reverie? Broadening the exploratory horizon, further suppositions emerge from interwoven observations. One links to eddy nurturing the channel's gyres, fostering phytoplankton blooms that sustain cryptic megastructures with polymorphic adaptations for hiding camouflage, as modeled in 2025 oceanographic simulations of nutrient cycle. Another entertains cosmic sensory fields, the Titan utilizing photon entanglement for detection in low-light depths, speculated in biophysics papers, tying deep life to stellar influences. Or visualize trophic web conductors, the colossal form regulating nutrient flows across reefs, its echoes preserving ecosystem balance amid overfishing documented in 2022 coral studies. Spiritually facets multiply across horizons. In Comorian Islamic folklore from Channel Islands, it might signify a Jinni al-Bar sea jinn, whose hide whispers ancestral peace, contemplated in Tao rituals, linking human spirit to oceanic flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of renewal, its form harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the wanderer evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-calming mysteries. Historical layers deepen with archived murmurs. The 7th century Arab trade routes waves swaying from unseen sources as if the Titan evoked calm over chaos, leaving questions in coral aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden atolls captured irregular warmth, reminiscent of navigator warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to echoing contemplation. In this azure expanse, you pause the Titan's echoes enfolding your thoughts. Does its colossal form hold the soothing poetry of your own veiled paths, a query that hides like sunken light? As the Mozambique Channel's treasures hold their coral whisper, a new colossal form stirs in distant expanses, drawing us onward with promises of serene majesty yet to reside. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision a veil of mist rising from the Tasman Sea's surface, like breath from a slumbering world where sunlight filters through in golden shafts, casting elongated shadows over sandy plains that stretch into infinite blue horizons. This vast expanse separating Australia and New Zealand over 1,200 miles pulses, with the rhythm of converging currents, its depths, a canvas for ancient migrations and unseen wonders. Gliding like a shadow over these plains, the mythic giant ray invites reveries of the ocean's boundless grace, its enormous finned enigma, a gentle reminder of mysteries that elude the grasp, yet soothe the spirit with their quiet allure. The ray's form captivates in its ethereal subtlety, a colossal silhouette that could span widths exceeding 20 meters. Its body, a flattened diamond of supple cartilage edges, curling like the pages of an old scroll caught in a breeze. Visualize its wings as vast undulating sails textured with faint ridges that catch the diffused light from above, hues of mottled gray and silver, blending seamlessly with the sandy seafloor to create illusions of invisibility. A long, slender tail trails behind, tipped with a spine that sways, lazily stirring minimal eddies as it glides without effort, propelling itself with rhythmic flaps that mimic the sea's own heartbeat. No aggressive displays mark its passage. Instead, it embodies boundless grace, its enormous fins brushing the sand in soft caresses, disturbing schools of fish into lazy spirals that dissolve into the blue. This mythic being remains an enigma, its details eluding full sight, evoking reveries where the ocean's poetry unfolds. In slow, mesmerizing verses, a forgotten wanderer whose presence whispers of realms where time and motion merge in tranquil harmony. From the lenses of exploration, ideas about this giant ray emerge in varied reflections, each a pathway into the Tasman's veiled ecology. Recent observations in 2025 of marine heat waves in the region, where surface temperatures rose by up to 3 degrees Celsius, hypothesized the ray as a climate-adapted survivor, its colossal size, an evolution for energy efficiency in warming waters that disrupt traditional migration patterns, allowing it to glide over expanded sandy plains with minimal exertion while feeding on benthic invertebrates stirred by intensified currents. Another perspective draws from seafloor biodiversity surveys, proposing it as an undiscovered variant of the smooth stingray family genus. Bathytotia, known specimens reaching lengths of 7 feet in Tasmanian rivers, but scaled exponentially in offshore depths, through nutrient upwellings from the East Australian. Current its grace, a camouflage against predators like great white sharks that patrol the area. Consider geological influences from the Tasman Basin's ancient formation, a remnant of Gondwana's breakup 180 million years ago, where isolated seamounts like Ball's Pyramid, rising 2,000 feet from the sea, create microhabitats for relic species, the ray, perhaps harboring antifreeze proteins to endure temperature fluctuations, gliding unbound as a living echo of prehistoric oceans. Or envision microbial partnerships, symbiotic bacteria within its skin, generating faint bioluminescence for nocturnal hunting, sustaining its enormous form in food-scarce plains as theorized in models of deep-sea adaptations where such alliances allow survival in low-oxygen layers. Emerging thoughts include anthropogenic echoes, plastic pollution from coastal runoff altering buoyancy in large rays, creating hybrid behaviors that enhance their elusiveness, potentially explaining thermal anomalies detected in 2024 glider missions near Lord Howe Island. Seismic biological synergies suggest the ray resonating with the basin's microquakes, absorbing vibrations for propulsion in a harmony with Earth's unrest. Bioacoustic deceptions could craft the puzzle low-frequency hums from distant cyclones refracted by sandy plains, creating perceptual giants that soothe with their grace. These myriad reflections, inspired by findings of over 50 new benthic species in Tasman surveys during 2025, offer peaceful extensions into speculation, each hypothesis a soothing verse in the ocean's boundless narrative. In contemplative harmonies, the ray resonates with Pacific cultural depths, drawing from Maori traditions of Aotearoa where the Tasman borders sacred waters. It might embody a taniwha of grace, a mythical sea guardian gliding over plains to protect ancestral paths, its enormous fins evoking reveries in Wakapapa. Genealogies shared around moray fires, blending spiritual kinship with the ocean's poetry. Through Australian Aboriginal Dreamtime narratives from coastal clans, the ray symbolizes a rainbow serpent's kin, a colossal wanderer whose shadow invites tranquil visions of creation, pondered in corroboree, dances that weave human fate. With the sea's rhythmic grace fostering communal reflections on life's interconnected serenity. From Polynesian echoes in nearby islands, the entity evokes a mo'o, lizard-like water spirit, whose mythic form glides as a symbol of wisdom and guidance, contemplated in hula chants that celebrate the Tasman's nurturing flows, inviting familial meditations on nature's boundless allure. In broader animist views from Melanesian cultures, the ray represents a totemic ancestor, its elusiveness, a soothing lesson in respect for hidden realms, evoked in mask carvings that honor the deep's poetic harmony. Contemporary interspiritual dialogues frame it as a universal emblem of fluidity, its graceful drift, a call to mindfulness, practices that dissolve boundaries between self and sea. These spiritual cadences, from ancestral songs to silent vigils, foster a serene unity, the ray, a gentle verse in the soul's hidden symphony. Whispers from the Tasman's annals add enigmatic layers to this finned wonder events that evoke tranquil visions through time. In the 17th century, Dutch explorer Abel Tasman, charting the sea that bears his name, logged immense shadows gliding over sandy plains during his 1,642 voyage forms that veiled his ships from storms, leaving journals etched with symbols of unbound grace that spared the expedition without explanation. His discovery of New Zealand shrouded in the mystery of what lurked below. The mysterious globster washed ashore on Tasmania's west coast in 1960, a massive, unidentified mass later debated as whale blubber or unknown creature fueled tales of a giant ray's forgotten remains, its enormous form, dissolving into legend amid the beach's isolation. During Andrew Macaulay's 2007 kayak attempt to cross the Tasman, the adventurer captured a haunting photo of his tiny vessel against the vast sea before disappearing 30 nautical miles from New Zealand, whispers suggesting a mythic ray's shadow guided or claimed him in graceful obscurity. His empty kayak found adrift. In 1893, whaling ships in the sea reported colossal fins breaking the surface, amid krill swarms, enormous shapes gliding like guardians that calmed turbulent waters, evoking crew stories of sea spirits, sparing vessels from cyclones. More recently, in 2025, joint surveys detected irregular thermal plumes near Lord Howe Island, elongated signatures fading into azure hues and igniting dreams of unresolved wonders. These occurrences, preserved in explorer logs and digital data, compose a mosaic of serene intrigue, each incident a whisper drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You glide now over a sandy plain, the Tasman's calm enveloping your form as sunlight scatters above in golden flecks, faint shadows from coral fringes illuminating your path. The mythic giant ray glides beneath you, its enormous finned enigma, evoking reveries that wash over your senses, boundless grace murmuring like soft waves against your thoughts. Allow its presence to infuse your essence, stirring inner visions of hidden poetry that mirror your own unspoken depths. What mythic graces does it evoke in this intimate glide, unfolding eternally in your soul? Broadening the exploratory horizon, further suppositions emerge from interwoven observations. One ties to current dynamics, the Tasman's eddies fostering phytoplankton blooms that sustain cryptic megastructures with polymorphic adaptations for gliding camouflage as modeled in 2025 oceanographic simulations of nutrient cycle. Another entertains cosmic sensory fields, the ray utilizing photon entanglement for detection in low-light depths, speculated in biophysics papers tying deep life to stellar influences. Or visualize trophic web conductors, the enormous form regulating nutrient flows across plains, its grace-preserving ecosystem balance amid overfishing documented in 2022 studies. Spiritually, facets multiply across horizons. In Tasmanian Aboriginal lore, it might signify a Palawa sea ancestor, whose shadow whispers kinship with the land contemplated in ochre paintings, linking human spirit to oceanic flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of renewal, its form harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the enigma evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-calming mysteries. Historical layers deepen with archived murmurs, the 19th century whaling era waves swaying from unseen sources, as if the ray evoked calm over chaos, leaving questions in sandy aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden plains captured irregular warmth, reminiscent of explorer warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to graceful contemplation. In this sandy expanse, you pause the ray's enigma, enfolding your thoughts. Does its boundless grace hold the soothing poetry of your own veiled paths, a query that glides like forgotten light? As the Tasman Sea's plains hold their shadow whisper, a new colossal form stirs in distant expanses, drawing us onward with promises of mythic allure yet to unfold. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Imagine a realm where the Caribbean's turquoise veil gives way to an inky abyss, where the Puerto Rico Trench carves a silent chasm beneath waves that shimmer like liquid jade, and faint currents weave through sunken ridges as if threading dreams through a forgotten tapestry. This trench, the deepest in the Atlantic, stretches over 500 miles and plunges to 8,600 meters, a Caribbean embrace where tropical warmth fades into perpetual night-cradling secrets in its serene depths. In this profound stillness, a vast entity lingers, the silent Colossus, its form a tranquil riddle that fades into dreamy obscurity, a presence that soothes the soul with whispers of the unknowable. The Colossus unveils itself in hushed impressions, a silhouette vast enough to eclipse a coral plateau, its span perhaps exceeding 100 meters, shaped in flowing contours that blend seamlessly with the trench's shadowed walls. Picture its expanse as a living mirage, surfaces textured with subtle velvet-like folds that absorb the sparse bioluminescence from drifting plankton, casting hues of muted sapphire and charcoal that shift with the water's gentle sway. Broad fan-like extensions drift outward, trailing in slow, deliberate arcs that brush against ancient sediment without stirring, as if the entity is woven from the silence itself. No abrupt gestures mark its presence. It lingers in tranquil repose, its form radiating a quiet riddle that pulses faintly, sending soft vibrations through the water, like a distant, wordless hymn. This vast being fades into obscurity, its details eluding capture, evoking dreamy visions that settle over the mind like a delicate mist, inviting endless contemplation of its serene mystery. From the vantage of inquiry, scientists offer a chorus of possibilities, each hypothesis a tranquil note in the trench's silent score. Drawing from 2025 explorations of the trench's Hadal Zone, one theory posits the Colossus as a relic of abyssal gigantism, where extreme pressures over 800 atmospheres foster oversized invertebrates, perhaps akin to the deep-sea isopods or amphipods found in analogous trenches, their bodies adapted with flexible gelatinous tissues to glide silently while feeding on sparse detritus cascading from surface blooms. Another perspective considers chemosynthetic ecosystems, the entity thriving on bacterial symbionts in cold seeps, converting methane and sulfur into energy, its tranquil form a massive aggregator sustained by the trench's seep fields, which number over 50 in recent mappings. Ponder tectonic influences from the trench's position along the Caribbean plate's boundary, where subduction at 4 centimeters per year creates micro-niches for evolutionary holdovers, perhaps fish or cephalopods with pressure-resistant proteins persisting from the Miocene era 23 million years ago, their silent linger, a survival harmony in nutrient-scarce voids. Or, envision microbial superstructures, vast bacterial colonies forming cohesive shape-shifting entities that mimic a colossal being, their metabolism fueled by dark oxygen from nodule fields as theorized in 2024. Studies of Hadal microbial diversity. Emerging ideas include climatic drifts, warming Caribbean waters rising by 1.2 degrees Celsius over decades, altering density gradients to buoy massive hybrid drifters that fade into obscurity with minimal energy expenditure. Seismic biological synergies propose the Colossus resonating with the trench's frequent microquakes, hundreds yearly for silent propulsion. Its form a natural harmonic with Earth's restless pulse. Bioacoustic deceptions could craft the riddle low-frequency hums from distant hurricanes refracted by trench walls, creating illusory giants in sonar echoes that soothe with their elusiveness. These reflections, inspired by discoveries of over 30 new species in the Atlantic's deepest zones during 2025, offer peaceful pathways into speculation, each hypothesis a tranquil note in the deep's dreamy score. In spiritual cadences, the Colossus resonates with Caribbean cultural echoes. Drawing from Puerto Rican Taíno traditions, it might embody Atabey's oceanic spirit, a colossal mother whose silent drift guards sacred waters, evoking lullabies and zemi carvings where communities meditate on the deep's nurturing embrace, blending indigenous reverence with the trench's mystery. Through Haitian Vodou influences, the entity symbolizes Agwe's deep realm, a tranquil guardian fading into obscurity to guide souls through life's uncertainties, pondered in seaside rituals with conch shells that honor the sea's silent hymns. From Cuban Santeria along the Gulf's edges, the Colossus evokes Yemaya's protective veil, its dreamy obscurity, a meditative symbol of maternal serenity contemplated in altar offerings that weave human fate with oceanic rhythms. In broader Rastafarian views from Jamaica, it represents Jah's hidden creation, a vast form lingering in the trench to soothe existential quests, inspiring reggae-infused meditations that align the heart with the sea's calm. Indigenous Carib beliefs from Lesser Antilles frame it as a water semi, its silent riddle, a bridge to ancestral realms shared in storytelling circles that celebrate the deep's poetic harmony. These spiritual resonances, from ritual drums to quiet prayers, foster a serene unity, the Colossus, a gentle hymn for the soul's veiled wanderings. Whispers from the trench's history layer, this enigma with tranquil intrigue events that resonate like soft echoes through time. In the 16th century, Spanish galleons navigating the Mona Passage near the trench logged immense shadows amid calm seas forms, lingering silently, that spared ships from storms, leaving charts marked with symbols of dreamy protectors that faded without trace. The 1968 loss of the USS Scorpion, a submarine vanishing in the Atlantic near the trench with 99 souls aboard, fueled murmurs of a colossal entity guiding or claiming it into obscurity its silent drift, evoking naval tales of serene guardians amid the Cold War's tension. During the 19th century, French explorers charting the Caribbean reported colossal ripples in the trench's vicinity, interpreted as geological but whispered among crews as signs of a vast being fading into the deep's embrace, their logs filled with reveries of tranquil riddles. In 2010, explorations of the trench's cold seeps uncovered thriving communities, but unlogged thermal anomalies hinted at massive presences, dissolving before cameras echoing older sailor stories of sea spirits guarding sunken treasures. More recently, in 2025, autonomous surveys captured fleeting sonar signatures near the Muertos Trough, elongated forms fading into dreamy obscurity, sparking visions of unresolved wonders. These chronicles, etched in maritime logs and digital data, compose a mosaic of serene puzzles, each incident a whisper drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You drift now in the trench's deepest embrace. The pressure, a soothing cocoon that mutes the surface's clamor as faint bioluminescent gleams illuminate your path like scattered stars. The silent Colossus lingers nearby, its vast form fading into obscurity, a tranquil riddle that brushes your senses with gentle currents, evoking inner hymns of mystery that mirror your own veiled depths. Allow its presence to envelop stirring dreams of realms unseen that resonate with your soul's quiet wanderings. What silent riddles does it unveil in this intimate drift, lingering eternally in your reverie? Deepening the exploratory horizon, further suppositions emerge from blended observations. One ties to subduction dynamics, the trench's tectonic activity fostering nutrient-rich seeps that sustain cryptic megafauna with polymorphic adaptations for silent camouflage as modeled in 2025 geophysical reconstructions. Another entertains cosmic sensory fields, the Colossus utilizing photon entanglement for detection in low-light depths, speculated in biophysics papers tying deep life to stellar influences, or visualized trophic web conductors, the vast form regulating nutrient flows across seeps, its riddle-preserving ecosystem balance amid pollution documented in 2022 seafloor studies. Spiritually echoes diversify across horizons. In Dominican merengue folklore, it might signify a saguapa of the deep mythic sea maiden, whose drift whispers ancestral peace, contemplated in dance rituals linking human spirit to Caribbean flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of serenity, its form harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the Colossus evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-calming mysteries. Historical layers deepen with archived murmurs. The 17th century pirate-era waves swaying from unseen sources, as if the Colossus evoked calm over chaos, leaving questions in sapphire aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden seeps captured irregular warmth, reminiscent of galleon warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to dreamy contemplation. In this deepest embrace, you pause the Colossus's riddle, enfolding your thoughts. Does its tranquil form hold the silent poetry of your own veiled paths? A query that fades like dreamy mist. As the Caribbean's depths hold their silent hymn, a new vast entity stirs in distant seas, drawing us onward with promises of luminous grace yet to unfold. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Amid monsoon whispers carried below, a giant moves with serene purpose, a mystery that imagine a veil of monsoon mist draping the Bay of Bengal, where the sea's surface shimmers like a tapestry woven from liquid silver, and whispers of distant rains ripple downward, blending with currents that carry the breath of ancient rivers from the Ganges and Brahmaputra. This vast basin, stretching over 2 million square kilometers and cradling depths that plunge to 4,000 meters in the Andaman-Nicobar Basin, pulses with the rhythm of seasonal tides, its waters a confluence of tropical warmth and silt-laden flows. Amid these monsoon whispers carried below, a giant moves with serene purpose, the enigmatic Leviathan, a mystery that blooms in the imagination, its presence a gentle invitation to wander through the deep's uncharted poetry. The Leviathan's form unfolds in tranquil grandeur, a silhouette that could span the breadth of a coral ridge, its dimensions perhaps exceeding 100 meters, shaped in fluid contours that weave through the water like a dream, unfolding in slow motion. Visualize its expanse as a living hymn, surfaces etched with faint, luminescent patterns that catch the sparse glow from bioluminescent plankton hues of muted emerald and twilight blue, shifting with the current's gentle sway. Broad petal-like appendages extend outward, swaying in harmony with monsoon-driven eddies, their edges trailing wisps of light that dissolve into the silted haze. It moves with serene purpose, not rushing but gliding its motions, a deliberate cadence that stirs minimal ripples, as if the Leviathan itself composes the sea's silent verses. This enigmatic giant blooms in the mind, its details veiled in soft obscurity, evoking visions that ripple through the imagination, like whispers from a forgotten realm. From the lens of inquiry, scholars propose a chorus of possibilities, each a tranquil note in the Leviathan's enigmatic score. Drawing from 2025 explorations of the Bay's fan sediments, one hypothesis envisions the Leviathan as a relic of abyssal gigantism, where nutrient-rich silt from river deltas carrying 50 billion tons annually fosters oversized filter feeders, their bodies adapted with flexible gelatinous tissues to glide through high-pressure depths while harvesting plankton blooms. Another perspective considers chemosynthetic ecosystems, the creature thriving on bacterial symbionts in cold seeps along the Sunda Arc, converting methane into energy, its serene purpose, a survival harmony in nutrient-scarce voids akin to the thriving mussel beds discovered in 2024 surveys. Ponder evolutionary holdovers from the Bay's ancient tectonic shifts, where the Indian Plate's collision with Asia 60 million years ago created isolated niches for relic species, perhaps fish or cephalopods, with bioluminescent adaptations. for camouflage gliding unbound in the monsoon's silted flows. Or envision microbial superstructures, bacterial colonies aggregating into dynamic colossal forms that mimic a single entity sustained by dark oxygen from nodule fields, as theorized in 2025 studies of hadal microbial diversity. Emerging ideas include climatic drifts, warming trends in the bay rising by 1.3 degrees Celsius over decades, altering density gradients to buoy massive hybrid drifters that move with serene purpose in response to monsoon cycles. Seismic biological synergies propose the Leviathan resonating with the Ark's frequent quakes, hundreds yearly for propulsion, its form a natural harmonic with Earth's restless pulse. Bioacoustic deceptions could craft the enigma low-frequency hums from distant cyclones, refracted by sediment layers, creating illusory giants in sonar echoes that soothe with their elusiveness. These reflections, inspired by discoveries of over 100 new species in the bay during 2025, offer peaceful pathways into speculation, each hypothesis a gentle verse in the imagination's bloom. In spiritual cadences, the Leviathan resonates with the bay's cultural harmonies. Drawing from Bengali Hindu traditions along the Ganges Delta, it might embody Ganga's oceanic spirit, a colossal guardian whose serene glide whispers moksha's liberation, evoking meditative chants in riverside temples where devotees seek unity with the sea's boundless flow, blending Vedic reverence with the bay's monsoon whispers. Through Tamil Nadu's coastal folklore, the entity symbolizes Kadal Amma Mother Ocean, a giant moving with purpose to protect sacred waters, pondered in kolam drawings that trace the deep's poetic embrace, fusing Dravidian roots with marine devotion. From Andamanese indigenous beliefs, the Leviathan represents a Puluga spirit of the sea, its enigmatic bloom, a bridge to ancestral realms shared in communal dances that honor the bay's nurturing tides, weaving Austronesian heritage with tidal rhythms. In broader Buddhist context from Sri Lanka's shores, it evokes the Naga king's colossal serpents, gliding in serene purpose to guard Dharma's mysteries, contemplated in Vipassana meditations that dissolve ego into the sea's whispers. Islamic mysticism from Bangladeshi coastal communities frames it as a Rama of the deep divine mercy. Its serene drift, a call to zikr reflections on Allah's veiled creations, harmonizing with monsoon prayers. These spiritual verses, from temple bells to silent invocations, foster a serene unity, the Leviathan, a gentle hymn for the imagination's wandering depths. Whispers from the bay's annals layer this enigma with tranquil intrigue events that ripple like soft echoes through time. In the 7th century, Srivijaya traders navigating the bay logged immense shadows amid monsoon flows, giants gliding with serene purpose that spared does from storms, leaving scrolls marked with symbols of unbound protectors that whispered, calm without trace. The 1969 cyclone that devastated East Pakistan's coast saw survivors recount colossal forms in the bay's depths, their serene drifts calming turbulent waters, fueling tales of a guardian Leviathan blooming in the chaos. Its presence, a mystery in oral histories. During the 16th century, Portuguese explorers charting the Andaman routes reported ethereal silhouettes in silted waters, forms moving with purpose that veiled ships from monsoons, evoking journals filled with reveries of poetic guardians fading into obscurity. In 2013, explorations of the Sunda Arc uncovered thermal anomalies suggesting massive heat sources dissolving before cameras, echoing older Fisher stories of sea spirits gliding in the bay's embrace. More recently, in 2025, joint surveys detected fleeting sonar signatures near the Nicobar Islands' elongated forms, fading into monsoon whispers, sparking dreams of unresolved wonders. These chronicles, etched in trade logs and digital data, compose a mosaic of serene puzzles, each incident a ripple drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You drift now. In the bay's monsoon, embrace the warm currents cradling your form as silt swirls below like scattered verses, faint gleams from plankton, illuminating your path. The enigmatic Leviathan glides nearby, its giant form moving with serene purpose, a mystery blooming in your imagination that brushes your senses with tranquil whispers. Allow its presence to envelop, evoking inner hymns of hidden poetry that mirror your own veiled depths. What enigmatic verses does it unfold in this intimate drift, blooming eternally in your reverie? Deepening the exploratory horizon, further suppositions emerge from interwoven observations. One ties to monsoon dynamics, the bay's seasonal rains fostering nutrient blooms that sustain cryptic megastructures, with polymorphic adaptations for gliding camouflage, as modeled in 2025 oceanographic simulations of silt. Cycles. Another entertains cosmic sensory fields, the Leviathan utilizing photon entanglement for detection in low-light depths, speculated in biophysics papers, tying deep life to stellar influences, or visualized trophic web conductors, the giant regulating nutrient flows across deltas, its whispers preserving ecosystem balance amid overfishing documented in 2022 studies. Spiritually cadences diversify across horizons. In Odia folklore from India's eastern coast, it might signify a Jaladevata water deity, whose glide whispers ancestral peace, contemplated in festival rituals linking human spirit to tidal flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of renewal, its form harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the Leviathan evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing imagination, calming mysteries. Historical ripples deepen with archived Serenity, the 18th century Mughal trade routes, waves swaying from unseen sources, as if the Leviathan evoked calm over chaos, leaving questions in monsoon aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden ridges captured irregular warmth, reminiscent of trader warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination each, a portal to blooming contemplation. In this monsoon embrace, you pause the Leviathan's mystery blooming in your thoughts. Does its serene purpose hold the tranquil poetry of your own veiled paths, a query that glides like whispered light? As the Bay of Bengal's whispers hold their serene hymn, a new giant stirs in distant expanses, drawing us onward with promises of tranquil riddles yet to unfold. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision a realm where the Scotia Sea's icy expanse shimmers under a canopy of pale auroras, their ghostly hues weaving through glacial mists that rise like silent prayers from frost-kissed waves. This southern frontier, cradled between the Antarctic Peninsula and South America, over 800,000 square kilometers, pulses, with the chill breath of currents converging in a delicate dance depths, plunging to 4,000 meters, where darkness cradles secrets in a crystalline hush. In this southern chill and glacial size, an immense shape drifts the whispered Behemoth, evoking peaceful thoughts of the deep's eternal secrets. Its form a gentle enigma that lulls the spirit into realms of boundless wonder. The Behemoth's silhouette unfolds in hushed majesty, a vast presence that could overshadow an ice floe its dimensions, perhaps stretching beyond 100 meters, a fluid mosaic of curves and folds that mirror the sea's frozen contours. Picture its expanse as a living elegy, surfaces cloaked in a delicate sheen of frost-like bioluminescence, glowing faintly in hues of pale silver and muted cyan, catching the sparse light from krill swarms that flicker like distant lanterns. Broad, wing-like appendages sweep outward, trailing in slow, graceful arcs that stir the water into soft eddies, as if the entity itself exhales the glacial sighs. It drifts without haste, a whispered motion that sends subtle vibrations through the icy depths, evoking secrets that resonate like a distant choir, fading into obscurity with each tranquil glide. This immense shape remains, veiled its details, a gentle riddle that soothes the mind, inviting peaceful thoughts to wander through the eternal unknown. From scholarly horizons, hypotheses about this whispered enigma emerge in tranquil layers, each a note in the sea's silent symphony. Drawing from 2025 explorations of the Scotia Arc's hydrothermal vents, one theory envisions the Behemoth as a product of polar gigantism, where oxygen-rich waters holding up to 10 milligrams per liter nurture oversized invertebrates, perhaps cephalopods or crustaceans, with gelatinous tissues adapted to withstand pressures of 400 atmospheres, gliding on nutrient upwellings from the Ark's volcanic seams. Another perspective considers chemosynthetic sustenance, the creature thriving on bacterial symbionts in cold seeps, converting methane into energy. Its whispered drift, a survival harmony in nutrient-scarce voids akin to the thriving tubeworm colonies uncovered in 2024 near the South Sandwich Islands. Ponder evolutionary relics from the sea's formation during Gondwana's breakup 180 million years ago, where isolated niches along the Ark harbor, survivors with bioluminescent adaptations for camouflage, their eternal secrets a legacy of ancient oceans preserved in the chill. Or envision microbial orchestras, bacterial colonies aggregating into dynamic megaforms sustained by dark oxygen from nodule fields, as theorized in 2025 studies of Huddle microbial diversity, their whispered vibrations mimicking a single colossal entity. Emerging ideas include climatic drifts, warming trends in the Southern Ocean, rising by 0.5 degrees Celsius per decade, altering density gradients to buoy massive hybrid drifters that glide in serene obscurity. Seismic biological synergies propose the Behemoth resonating with the Ark's frequent microquakes, thousands yearly. For propulsion, its form a natural harmonic with Earth's icy pulse. Bioacoustic deceptions could craft the Enigma low-frequency hums from distant ice calving refracted by undersea ridges, creating illusory giants in sonar echoes that soothe with their elusiveness. These reflections, inspired by discoveries of over 40 new species in the Scotia Sea during 2025, offer peaceful pathways into speculation. Each hypothesis, a gentle whisper in the deep's eternal score. In spiritual cadences, the Behemoth resonates with southern cultural echoes, drawing from Mapuche traditions of Patagonia bordering the sea's northern reaches. It might embody Huenteo's oceanic spirit, a colossal guardian whose whispered drift guards sacred waters, evoking lullabies in Machi healing rites, where communities meditate on the deep's nurturing embrace, blending indigenous reverence with the sea's icy serenity. Through Falkland Islands' maritime folklore, the entity symbolizes a Kelpie of the deep, a mythic wanderer whose eternal secrets whisper peace to fishermen, pondered in seaside tales that weave human fate with the ocean's glacial sighs fusing Celtic influences with southern isolation. From broader Christian contexts in South Georgia's whaling communities, the Behemoth evokes Leviathan's divine mystery, a colossal form drifting in icy calm to soothe faith's doubts contemplated in chapel prayers that align with the Aurora's Prus, now to 8, glow. In Polynesian echoes carried to southern waters, it represents a Taniwha of the chill, a giant whose whispered glide guards ancestral paths shared in hula, narratives that honor the sea's poetic harmony. Contemporary interspiritual dialogues frame it as a universal archetype of endurance, its eternal secrets, a meditative bridge to global energies, in eco-prayers for Antarctic preservation. These spiritual harmonies, from ritual chants to silent invocations, foster a serene unity, the Behemoth, a gentle verse in the soul's hidden symphony. Whispers from the Scotia Sea's annals layer this enigma with tranquil intrigue events that ripple like soft echoes through time. In 1916, Ernest Shackleton's Endurance expedition, trapped in the nearby Weddell Sea, logged immense shadows beneath the ice forms, drifting with whispered grace that seemed to guide survivors through peril, leaving journals filled with reveries of protective giants, fading into obscurity. The 1957 International Geophysical Year saw Soviet icebreakers detect thermal plumes too vast for geology, interpreted as seismic but murmured among crews as signs of a colossal wanderer gliding in serene silence, vanishing before probes could confirm. During the 18th century, British whalers navigating the South Sandwich Islands reported colossal ripples amid krill swarms interpreted as ice, but whispered as the drift of an unseen behemoth soothing stormy seas, their logs etched with symbols of eternal secrets. In 2013, explorations of the Scotia Ark uncovered anomalous sonar signatures, elongated forms, dissolving into icy depths, echoing older sealer stories of sea spirits guarding whaling stations. More recently, in 2025, autonomous surveys captured fleeting thermal anomalies near the arc, fading like glacial mist and sparking dreams of unresolved wonders. These chronicles, preserved in expedition logs and digital data, compose a mosaic of serene puzzles, each incident a whisper drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You drift now in the Scotia Sea's icy embrace, the chill currents cradling your form as auroral lights cast faint glows above illuminating ice floes like scattered stars. The whispered behemoth glides nearby, its immense shape evoking peaceful thoughts that brush your senses, eternal secrets murmuring like soft waves against your soul. Allow its presence to envelop stirring inner hymns of mystery that mirror your own veiled depths. What whispered secrets does it unveil in this intimate drift, lingering eternally in your reverie? Deepening the exploratory horizon, further suppositions emerge from interwoven observations. One ties to arc dynamics, the sea's tectonic activity fostering nutrient-rich seeps that sustain cryptic megafauna with polymorphic adaptations for whispered camouflage as modeled in 2025 geophysical reconstructions. Another entertains cosmic sensory fields, the Behemoth, utilizing photon entanglement for detection in low-light depths, speculated in biophysics papers tying deep life to auroral influences. Or, visualized trophic web conductors, the immense form-regulating nutrient flows across seeps its secrets, preserving ecosystem balance amid krill declines, documented in 2022 studies. Spiritually, cadences diversify across horizons. In Tierra del Fuego's Yagan beliefs, it might signify a sea Yush spirit ancestor whose drift whispers, ancestral peace, contemplated in canoe rituals, linking human spirit to icy flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of serenity, its form harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the behemoth evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-calming mysteries. Historical layers deepen with archived murmurs, the 19th century sealing-era waves swaying from unseen sources as if the behemoth evoked calm over chaos, leaving questions in icy aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden seeps captured irregular warmth, reminiscent of whaler warnings yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to whispering contemplation. In this icy expanse, you pause the behemoth's secrets, enfolding your thoughts. Does its whispered form hold the tranquil poetry of your own veiled paths, a query that drifts like glacial mist? As the Scotia Sea's chill holds its serene hymn, a new immense shape stirs in distant expanses, drawing us onward with promises of tranquil riddles yet to unfold. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Picture a realm where the Atlantic's surface ripples like a silken sheet under a moonless sky, and beneath the Romanche fracture zone carves a jagged seam through the ocean's crust, its fractured earth exhaling faint tremors that ripple through the water like echoes of an ancient chant. This equatorial chasm, stretching over 600 miles along the mid-Atlantic ridge and plunging to depths of 7,800 meters, forms a hidden corridor where currents weave through volcanic scars, cradling secrets in their gentle flow. Along this fractured earth beneath the waves, a colossal being resides, the Dreamy Titan, its essence a gentle invitation to ponder the unknown, a presence that lulls the soul with visions of serene mystery. The Titan's form emerges in soft, dreamlike impressions, a silhouette vast enough to span a submarine canyon, its expanse perhaps exceeding 100 meters, shaped in flowing contours that echo the zone's rugged fractures. Imagine its surface as a tapestry of liquid shadows, textured with subtle ridges that shimmer with captured bioluminescence, hues of deep violet and muted silver blending with the surrounding gloom to create illusions of fluid motion. Broad veil-like appendages extend outward, swaying in harmony with the current's tender pulse, their edges trailing wisps of sediment that dissolve like ink in a forgotten scroll. It resides without urgency, its movements a tranquil glide that sends faint vibrations through the water, evoking a sense of eternal repose, as if the Titan itself is a dream woven from the Earth's deep murmurs. This colossal being fades into obscurity, its essence, a gentle riddle that stirs the imagination, inviting visions of realms where the unknown unfolds in soothing whispers. From scholarly perspectives, hypotheses about this dreamy enigma unfold in tranquil layers, each a pathway into the fracture zone's veiled depths. One theory, inspired by 2025 surveys of the Romanche's hydrothermal vents, posits the Titan as a product of chemosynthetic gigantism, where bacterial symbionts convert sulfur-rich fluids at 300 degrees Celsius into energy, sustaining colossal invertebrates, perhaps cephalopods or tubeworm aggregates that glide through nutrient-scarce voids. With minimal exertion, their dreamy forms adapted to withstand pressures exceeding 700 atmospheres. Another angle draws from seismic mappings, showing the zone's transform fault shifting at 2 centimeters per year, suggesting evolutionary isolates relic species from the Cretaceous era 145 million years ago, surviving in micro-niches with bioluminescent adaptations for camouflage amid volcanic scars. Consider microbial superstructures, vast bacterial colonies as revealed in 2024, core samples of hadal sediments aggregating into dynamic megaforms that mimic a single entity, their metabolism fueled by dark oxygen from nodule fields, creating illusions of a colossal titan drifting in serene harmony. Or ponder acoustic deceptions, low-frequency tremors from the zone's frequent microquakes, numbering thousands annually refracted by fractured Earth, crafting phantom giants in sonar echoes that soothe with their elusiveness. Emerging ideas include climatic influences, warming Atlantic waters rising by 1 degree Celsius over decades, altering density gradients to buoy massive hybrid drifters that reside in dreamy obscurity, potentially explaining thermal anomalies detected in 2025 submersible missions. Seismic biological synergies propose the Titan harnessing fault vibrations for propulsion, its gentle glide a resonance with the Earth's restless pulse. Bioluminescent orchestras could shape the enigma microbial blooms glowing in response to vent gases, forming illusory colossi that fade into the deep's dreamlike haze. These reflections, inspired by discoveries of over 60 new species in Atlantic fracture zones during 2025, offer peaceful pathways into speculation, each hypothesis a tranquil whisper in the unknown's embrace. In spiritual cadences, the Titan resonates with equatorial cultural echoes. Drawing from Yoruba traditions carried across Atlantic trade routes, it might embody Olokun's deep spirit, a colossal guardian whose dreamy glide whispers divine unity, evoking Zikr meditations in coastal shrines where devotees seek harmony, with the sea's veiled rhythms blending African mysticism with oceanic serenity. Through Brazilian candomblé influences along South Atlantic shores, the entity symbolizes Iemanjah's oceanic embrace, a titan residing in serene purpose to soothe ancestral quests, pondered in beachside offerings that weave human fate with the Sinjanas. Deep's poetic flow. From indigenous Arawak beliefs in nearby Caribbean islands, the Titan represents a Zemai of the abyss, its gentle essence, a bridge to ancestral realms shared in storytelling circles that honor the ocean's nurturing whispers, fusing Taino roots with Atlantic tides. In broader Hindu contexts, from Indian Ocean migrations, it evokes Varuna's primordial domain, a colossal form gliding in dreamy obscurity to guard samsara's mysteries, contemplated in mantra recitations that dissolve ego into the sea's calm. Contemporary interspiritual dialogues frame it as a universal archetype of transcendence, its veiled essence, a meditative invitation to global eco-prayers for marine preservation. These spiritual harmonies, from ritual chants to silent reflections, foster a serene unity, the Titan, a gentle verse in the soul's hidden symphony. Whispers from the Romanche's annals layer this enigma with tranquil intrigue events that ripple like soft echoes through time. In the 15th century, Portuguese navigators charting equatorial routes logged immense shadows amid calm seas near the fracture zone, forms gliding with dreamy grace that spared ships from storms, leaving maps marked with symbols of unbound protectors, fading into obscurity. The 1968 disappearance of the French submarine Minerve near the mid-Atlantic ridge fueled murmurs of a colossal entity guiding or claiming it into the deep's embrace, its silent drift evoking naval tales of serene guardians amid Cold War tensions. During the 18th century, British explorers navigating the equatorial Atlantic reported colossal ripples in the zone's vicinity, interpreted as geological but whispered among crews as signs of a dreamy titan soothing turbulent waters, their logs filled with reveries of poetic protectors. In 2013, explorations of the Romanche's vents uncovered thermal anomalies suggesting massive heat sources dissolving before cameras, echoing older sailor stories of sea spirits guarding fractured Earth. More recently, in 2025, autonomous surveys captured fleeting sonar signatures near the zone, elongated forms fading into dreamy obscurity, sparking visions of unresolved wonders. These chronicles, etched in maritime logs and digital data, compose a mosaic of serene puzzles, each incident a whisper drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You drift now in the fracture zone's veiled, embrace the pressure, a soothing weight that quiets the surface's clamor as faint bioluminescent gleams illuminate your path like scattered dreams. The dreamy titan resides nearby, its colossal essence gliding with gentle purpose, a riddle that brushes your senses with tranquil currents, evoking inner hymns of mystery that mirror your own veiled depths. Allow its presence to envelop stirring visions of realms unseen that resonate with your soul's quiet wanderings. What dreamy invitations does it extend in this intimate glide, lingering eternally in your reverie? Deepening the exploratory horizon, further suppositions emerge from blended observations. One ties to fault dynamics, the zone's tectonic activity fostering nutrient-rich seeps that sustain cryptic megafauna with polymorphic adaptations for dreamy camouflage, as modeled in 2025 geophysical reconstructions. Another entertains cosmic sensory fields, the Titan utilizing photon entanglement for detection in low-light depths speculated in biophysics papers, tying deep life to stellar influences. Or visualize trophic web conductors, the colossal form regulating nutrient flows across vents, its essence preserving ecosystem balance, amid pollution documented in 2022 seafloor studies. Spiritually, cadences diversify across horizons. In West African faun beliefs carried to Atlantic shores, it might signify a Vodun of the deep, whose glide whispers ancestral peace contemplated in drum rituals, linking human spirit to oceanic flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of serenity, its form harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the Titan evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-calming mysteries. Historical layers deepen, with archived murmurs the 17th century pirate era, waves swaying from unseen sources, as if the Titan evoked calm over chaos, leaving questions in equatorial aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden vents captured irregular warmth reminiscent of navigator warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to dreamy contemplation. In this fractured embrace, you pause the Titan's essence, enfolding your thoughts. Does its dreamy form hold the tranquil poetry of your own veiled paths, a query that glides like whispered mist? As the Romanche's depths hold their serene hymn, a new colossal being stirs in distant seas, drawing us onward with promises of gentle riddles yet to unfold. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision a shimmering expanse, where the equatorial Atlantic surface gleams like a liquid mirror under the sun's equatorial gaze, its warm currents weaving through the ocean like silken threads, spun by an unseen hand carrying whispers of distant shores. This vast realm, stretching across millions of square kilometers along the equator, pulses with life where tropical waters blend with deeper, cooler flows, descending to depths of 4,000 meters in a gentle embrace of light and shadow. In these warm equatorial flows, an enormous cephalopod reveals fleeting beauty, the gentle giant squid, an enigma that soothes with its mysterious dance, its presence, a tranquil invitation to lose oneself in the deep's poetic allure. The squid's form unfolds, in delicate dreamlike strokes, a silhouette that could eclipse a ship's hull, its mantle perhaps spanning 30 feet or more, tapering into a sleek arrow that glides with effortless grace. Picture its arms 10 in number, extending outward in a languid ballet, each lined with suckers that shimmer faintly under the sparse light, filtering from above their edges, catching bioluminescent glints like stars caught in a net. Its skin a canvas of shifting hues, soft corals fading to twilight blues adapts to the water's warmth, creating illusions of fluidity as it dances through the currents. Eyes vast and luminous as twin moons gaze with serene awareness, reflecting the ocean's secrets in their depths. This cephalopod moves not with haste but in a mysterious dance, its arms weaving in slow rhythmic patterns that stir the water into gentle whirls, fading into the blue like a half-remembered melody. Its fleeting beauty captivates an enigma that soothes the soul, inviting the imagination to trace its tranquil steps through realms unseen. From scholarly vantages, hypotheses about this gentle squid ripple outward, each a serene reflection in the ocean's mirror. Drawing from 2025 explorations of the Atlantic's equatorial zones, one theory posits it as a master of deep-sea gigantism, where nutrient-rich upwellings carrying millions of tons of plankton annually fuel oversized cephalopods with flexible tissues adapted to pressures of 400 atmospheres, allowing them to glide through warm flows with minimal energy, feeding on schools of lanternfish that thrive in the twilight zone. Another perspective considers bioluminescent symbiosis, the squid hosting photophores powered by bacterial partners, emitting soft glows to lure prey or communicate, a trait extrapolated from the 2019 Gulf of Mexico footage of a juvenile giant squid, its 10-foot form flashing briefly before vanishing. Ponder evolutionary relics from the Atlantic's ancient rifts, where tectonic shifts 500 million years ago formed isolated niches for survivors like Architeuthis kin, their mysterious dance, a camouflage strategy to evade predators in Maine and Seventuavene. Open waters, as modeled in genetic studies of cephalopod adaptability. Or envision acoustic illusions, low-frequency pulses from equatorial storms amplified by the Romanche fracture zone's topography, crafting phantom giants in sonar readings, blending biological signals with atmospheric whispers. Emerging ideas include climate-driven migrations, warming trends in the Atlantic rising by 1.2 degrees Celsius over decades, drawing deep dwellers upward to exploit nutrient blooms, their fleeting beauty a response to shifting ecosystems. Seismic biological synergies suggest the squid resonating with microquakes along the mid-Atlantic ridge, hundreds yearly for propulsion, its dance a harmony with Earth's subtle tremors. Microbial orchestras could shape the enigma bacterial colonies, forming dynamic glowing aggregates that mimic a single cephalopod, their soft light soothing sonar's gaze. These reflections, inspired by discoveries of over 100 new species in equatorial Atlantic surveys during 2025, offer tranquil pathways into speculation, each hypothesis a gentle step in the deep's mysterious dance. In spiritual cadences, the squid resonates with equatorial cultural echoes. Drawing from Yoruba traditions along West African coasts, it might embody Olokun's luminous spirit, a gentle cephalopod whose dance whispers divine harmony, evoking Zikr meditations in seaside mosques where devotees seek unity with the seas. Tranquil flow, blending animism with Islamic mysticism. Through Brazilian Umbanda, influences the entity, symbolizes Imanja's oceanic grace, its fleeting beauty, a meditative bridge to ancestral realms pondered in beachside offerings with white roses that honor the deep's soothing rhythms. From indigenous Mende beliefs in Sierra Leone, the squid represents a water Namo cosmic twin whose mysterious dance weaves human fate with oceanic tides, shared in storytelling circles that fuse Dogon cosmology with Atlantic serenity. In broader Hindu-inspired contexts from Indo-Atlantic trade routes, it evokes Varuna's gentle sway, a colossal cephalopod gliding in serene purpose to guard Samsara's mysteries, contemplated in mantra chants that dissolve ego into the sea's flow. Contemporary interspiritual dialogues frame it as a universal archetype of fluidity, its dance, a call to eco-meditations that harmonize global energies for ocean preservation. These spiritual harmonies, from ritual songs to silent prayers, foster a serene unity. The squid, a gentle verse in the soul's tranquil symphony. Whispers from the Atlantic's annals layer this enigma with soothing intrigue events that ripple like soft melodies through time. In the 15th century, Portuguese caravels navigating the equator logged ethereal arms, rising amid calm seas, cephalopods dancing with fleeting beauty that spared ships from squalls, leaving charts marked with symbols of gentle guardians, fading into obscurity. The 1968 disappearance of the USS Scorpion near the Azores fueled murmurs of a colossal squid, guiding or claiming it into the deep's embrace, its tranquil dance evoking naval tales of serene protectors amid Cold War tensions. During the 17th century, Dutch traders reported colossal silhouettes in equatorial flows, their mysterious dance soothing turbulent waters as journals whispered of sea spirits gliding without trace. In 2019, NOAA's Okeanos Explorer captured a brief glimpse of a juvenile giant squid at 759 meters, its fleeting beauty dissolving before cameras, echoing older sailor stories of cephalopods dancing in the deep's embrace. More recently, in 2025, autonomous surveys detected irregular sonar pulses near the equator, elongated signatures fading into tranquil obscurity, sparking dreams of unresolved wonders. These chronicles etched in maritime logs and digital data compose a mosaic of serene puzzles, each incident a gentle note drawing the heart toward contemplation. You drift now in the equatorial Atlantic's warm embrace, the currents cradling your form as sunlight scatters above, like a cascade of golden sparks. The gentle giant squid glides nearby, its enormous form revealing fleeting beauty, a mysterious dance that brushes your senses with tranquil rhythms. Allow its presence to envelop stirring inner verses of hidden poetry that mirror your own veiled depths. What gentle mysteries does its dance unveil in this intimate flow, soothing eternally in your reverie? Deepening the exploratory horizon, further suppositions emerge from interwoven observations. One ties to current dynamics, the equatorial upwellings fostering nutrient blooms that sustain cryptic cephalopods, with polymorphic adaptations for dancing camouflage, as modeled in 2025 oceanographic simulations of plankton cycles. Another entertains cosmic sensory fields, the squid utilizing photon entanglement for detection in low-light depths, speculated in biophysics papers, tying deep life to stellar influences, or visualized trophic web conductors, the enormous form regulating nutrient flows across twilight zones, its dance-preserving ecosystem, balance amid overfishing, documented in 2022 studies. Spiritually, cadences diversify across horizons. In Ghanaian Akan folklore, it might signify an abosom of the sea, whose dance whispers ancestral peace, contemplated in fishing rituals, linking human spirit to oceanic flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of serenity, its form harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the squid evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-soothing mysteries. Historical layers deepen with archived murmurs, the 18th century slave trade routes, waves swaying from unseen sources, as if the squid danced calm over chaos, leaving questions in equatorial aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden ridges captured irregular pulses, reminiscent of trader warnings yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to dancing contemplation. In this warm expanse, you pause the squid's dance, enfolding your thoughts. Does its fleeting beauty hold the soothing poetry of your own veiled paths, a query that glides like tranquil light? As the equatorial Atlantic's flows hold their gentle rhythm, a new enormous form stirs in distant seas, drawing us onward with promises of serene secrets, yet to unfold. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Picture a realm where the Pacific's vast surface ripples under a canopy of stars, its inky expanse pierced by faint bioluminescent trails that flicker like whispers from a forgotten epoch, and the Kermadec Trench carves a silent chasm. Through the ocean's heart, its walls, a tapestry of volcanic scars woven with the quiet pulse of deep currents. This remote abyss, stretching over 600 miles northeast of New Zealand and plunging to depths exceeding 10,000 meters, stands as one of Earth's most isolated frontiers, where solitude cradles secrets in a gentle, unending embrace. Deep in this Pacific isolation, a vast creature wanders the shadowy Colossus its path, a quiet thread in the fabric of oceanic wonder, a serene enigma that invites the soul to drift through realms of tranquil awe. The Colossus unveils itself, in veiled majesty, a silhouette that could dwarf a submarine ridge, its form perhaps spanning 100 meters or more, shaped in fluid arcs that blend with the trench's shadowed contours. Envision its body as a living shroud, its surface, a mosaic of fine, almost translucent ridges that shimmer faintly under captured bioluminescent gleams, hues of deep charcoal fading to muted sapphire as it navigates the abyss's currents. Broad sail-like appendages extend in unhurried sweeps, trailing through the water, with the grace of a falling leaf, stirring minimal eddies that dissolve into the dark like fading echoes. It wanders without urgency, its path a silent weave through volcanic outcrops, sending soft vibrations that hum like a distant lullaby, a quiet thread that eludes clear sight, yet weaves wonder into the observer's heart, inviting peaceful musings on the deep's hidden tapestry. Scientists peer into this shadowy enigma through diverse lenses, each hypothesis a tranquil stitch in the fabric of possibility. Drawing from 2025 explorations of the Kermadec's Hadal Zone, one theory posits the Colossus as a relic of abyssal gigantism, where extreme pressures over 1,000 atmospheres nurture oversized invertebrates perhaps. Cephalopods or crustaceans with flexible tissues adapted to glide through nutrient-scarce voids, feeding on detritus from surface blooms carried by the South Equatorial Current. Another perspective considers chemosynthetic ecosystems, the creature thriving on bacterial symbionts, in hydrothermal vents, converting sulfur-rich fluids into energy, its shadowy form a massive aggregator sustained by the trench's volcanic seams akin to tube worm colonies, thriving in analogous Pacific rifts. Ponder evolutionary isolates from the trench's formation during Gondwana's breakup 180 million years ago, where micro-niches harbor survivors with bioluminescent adaptations for camouflage, their quiet wanderings a legacy of ancient oceans preserved in the deep's isolation. Or envision microbial superstructures, bacterial colonies, as revealed in 2024, core samples of Hadal sediments coalescing into dynamic megaforms that mimic a single entity, their metabolism fueled by dark oxygen from nodule fields, creating illusions of a colossal wanderer. Emerging ideas include climatic drifts, warming Pacific waters rising by 1 degree Celsius over decades, altering density gradients to buoy massive hybrid drifters that weave through currents with minimal effort. Seismic biological synergies propose the Colossus, resonating with the trench's frequent microquakes hundreds yearly for propulsion, its path a harmonic thread with Earth's restless pulse. Bioacoustic deceptions could craft the enigma low-frequency hums from distant cyclones refracted by trench walls, creating illusory giants in sonar echoes that soothe with their elusiveness. These reflections, inspired by discoveries of over 70 new species in Kermadec surveys during 2025, offer serene pathways into speculation, each hypothesis a quiet thread in the oceanic tapestry. In spiritual cadences, the Colossus resonates with Pacific cultural echoes. Drawing from Maori traditions of Aotearoa near the trench's southern reach, it might embody a taniwha, a sea guardian whose shadowy wanderings weave ancestral mana, evoking meditative haka performances that honor the deep's nurturing solitude, blending spiritual kinship with the trench's quiet threads. Through Tongan folklore from nearby Polynesian islands, the entity symbolizes a Vaka Moana's spirit, a colossal navigator gliding in serene isolation, pondered in communal chants that weave human fate with the ocean's boundless wonder, fusing Polynesian cosmology with tidal rhythms. From broader Christian influences in Pacific missionary histories, the Colossus evokes Jonah's whale reborn, a vast form, wandering in silent majesty, to soothe faith's doubts contemplated in seaside prayers that align with the star's faint glow. In indigenous Kanak beliefs from New Caledonia, it represents a sea totem of endurance, its quiet path, a meditative bridge to ancestral realms shared in dance rituals that honor the deep's poetic harmony. Contemporary interspiritual dialogues frame it as a universal archetype of solitude, its shadowy thread, a call to eco-meditations that harmonize global energies for ocean preservation. These spiritual harmonies, from ancestral songs to silent reflections, foster a serene unity. The Colossus, a gentle verse in the soul's tranquil tapestry. Whispers from the Kermatic's annals layer this enigma with soothing intrigue events that ripple like soft echoes through time. In the 19th century, whalers navigating the trench's northern fringes logged immense shadows amid calm seas, forms wandering with quiet grace that spared ships from storms, leaving journals marked with symbols of unbound protectors, fading into obscurity. The 1942 disappearance of a New Zealand naval vessel near the trench fueled murmurs of a colossal entity guiding or claiming it into the deep's embrace, its silent path evoking tales of serene guardians amid wartime chaos. During the 18th century, Polynesian voyagers charting the Pacific reported colossal ripples in the Kermadec's vicinity, interpreted as navigational signs, but whispered among crews as the wanderings of a sea spirit weaving calm through turbulent waters, their oral histories filled with reveries of poetic protectors. In 2013, explorations of the trench's vents uncovered thermal anomalies, suggesting massive heat sources dissolving before cameras, echoing older sailor stories of sea spirits guarding volcanic seams. More recently, in 2025, autonomous surveys captured fleeting sonar signatures near the trench, elongated forms fading into dreamy obscurity, sparking visions of unresolved wonders. These chronicles, etched in maritime logs and digital data, compose a mosaic of serene puzzles, each incident, a whisper drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You drift now in the Kermadec's isolated, embrace the pressure, a soothing weight that mutes the surface's clamor, as faint bioluminescent gleams illuminate your path like scattered dreams. The shadowy Colossus wanders nearby, its vast form weaving a quiet thread through the currents, evoking oceanic wonder that brushes your senses with tranquil rhythms. Allow its presence to envelop stirring inner verses of mystery that mirror your own veiled depths. What shadowy wonders does its path weave in this intimate drift, lingering eternally in your reverie? Deepening the exploratory horizon, further suppositions emerge from interwoven observations. One ties to subduction dynamics, the trench's tectonic activity fostering nutrient-rich seeps that sustain cryptic megafauna with polymorphic adaptations for wandering camouflage as modeled in 2025 geophysical reconstructions. Another entertains cosmic sensory fields, the Colossus utilizing photon entanglement for detection in low-light depths, speculated in biophysics papers, tying deep life to stellar influences, or visualized trophic web conductors. The vast form regulating nutrient flows across vents, its thread-preserving ecosystem balance amid pollution documented in 2022 seafloor studies. Spiritually, cadences diversify across horizons. In Samoan folklore from nearby islands, it might signify a Sawali'i sea spirit whose path whispers ancestral peace, contemplated in Ava ceremonies linking human spirit to oceanic flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of serenity, its form harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the Colossus evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-calming mysteries. Historical layers deepen with archived murmurs. The 17th century Polynesian migrations waves swaying from unseen sources, as if the Colossus wove calm over chaos, leaving questions in Pacific aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden vents captured irregular warmth, reminiscent of Voyager warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to wandering contemplation. In this isolated expanse, you pause the Colossus's thread, enfolding your thoughts. Does its shadowy path hold the tranquil poetry of your own veiled wanderings, a query that weaves like oceanic mist? As the Kermatic's depths hold their serene hymn, A new vast creature stirs in distant seas, drawing us onward with promises of gentle enigmas yet to unfold. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Picture a frozen expanse where the Weddell Sea's surface gleams like a polished mirror under a sky streaked with auroral veils, their pale greens and silvers weaving through the chill air like threads of an ancient lullaby. Beneath ice, flows that cradle softly, currents hum with the quiet pulse of Antarctic isolation. This vast basin spanning over 1 million square kilometers and plunging to depths of 5,000 meters holds a serenity that muffles the world's clamor. Its waters, a sanctuary for secrets veiled in glacial hush. In this tranquil embrace, a massive form echoes ancient lore, the eternal Leviathan, forever unresolved in its tranquil allure, its presence a gentle summons to lose oneself in the deep's timeless mystery. The Leviathan's silhouette materializes in soft, elusive contours, a vast expanse that could overshadow a drifting berg its dimensions, perhaps stretching beyond 100 meters, shaped in flowing arcs that harmonize with the ice's sculpted curves. Envision its form as a living elegy, its surface, a delicate mosaic of frost-kissed scales that shimmer faintly under captured bioluminescent glints, hues of pale azure and muted pearl blending with the under-ice twilight. Broad, translucent fins sweep outward, trailing in unhurried waves that caress the water without disturbance, as if the creature itself is woven from the sea's quiet breath. It glides with serene intention, its movements, a tranquil echo of ancient songs sending subtle vibrations through the ice that resonate like a distant chime, fading into obscurity with each gentle drift. This massive being remains unresolved, its allure, a soothing riddle that lulls the heart, inviting the imagination to wander through realms where lore and silence intertwine. From scholarly vantages, conjectures about this eternal enigma ripple outward, each a tranquil note in the Weddell's silent symphony. Drawing from 2025 explorations of the sea's subglacial ecosystems, one hypothesis posits the Leviathan as a relic of polar gigantism, where oxygen-rich waters holding up to 12 milligrams per liter nurture oversized marine mammals or invertebrates, their bodies adapted with antifreeze proteins to glide beneath ice flows while feeding on krill swarms, numbering trillions in seasonal blooms. Another perspective considers chemosynthetic sustenance, the creature thriving on bacterial symbionts in cold seeps beneath the Filchner-Ronay's shelf, converting methane into energy, its tranquil form, a massive aggregator sustained by nutrient-scarce voids akin to tube worm colonies discovered in 2024 near the Larsen Sea shelf. Ponder evolutionary holdovers from the Weddell's formation during Antarctica's isolation 34 million years ago, where micro-niches harbor survivors with bioluminescent adaptations for camouflage, their ancient lore, a legacy of primordial oceans preserved in glacial calm. Or envision microbial superstructures, bacterial colonies, as revealed in 2025, sediment cores coalescing into dynamic megaforms that mimic a single entity, their metabolism fueled by dark oxygen from nodule fields, creating illusions of a colossal Leviathan. Emerging ideas include climatic drifts, warming trends in the Weddell, rising by 0.5 degrees Celsius per decade, altering density gradients to buoy massive hybrid drifters that glide in serene obscurity. Seismic biological synergies propose the Leviathan resonating with the sea's microquakes hundreds yearly for propulsion, its form a harmonic echo with Earth's icy pulse. Bioacoustic deceptions could craft the riddle, low-frequency hums from ice calving, refracted by undersea ridges, creating illusory giants in sonar echoes that soothe with their elusiveness. These reflections, inspired by discoveries of over 50 new species in Weddell surveys during 2025, offer tranquil pathways into speculation. Each hypothesis, a gentle chime in the deep's unresolved allure. In spiritual resonances, the Leviathan harmonizes with southern cultural echoes, Drawing from Mapuche traditions of Patagonia near the sea's northern reach, it might embody Huenteo's watery spirit, a colossal guardian whose tranquil glide whispers ancestral peace, evoking lullabies in Machi healing rites that blend indigenous reverence with the Weddell's icy serenity. Through Falkland Islands' maritime folklore, the entity symbolizes a Kelpie of the deep, its eternal lore, soothing fishermen's fears pondered in seaside tales that weave human fate, with the sea's glacial calm fusing Celtic influences with southern isolation. From broader Christian contexts in South Georgia's whaling communities, the Leviathan evokes Jonah's whale reborn, a massive form drifting in silent majesty to calm faith's doubts, contemplated in chapel prayers under auroral skies. In Polynesian echoes carried to southern waters, it represents a Tanawa of the chill, its tranquil allure, a bridge to ancestral realms shared in hula narratives that honor the sea's poetic harmony. Contemporary interspiritual dialogues frame it as a universal archetype of endurance, its ancient lore, a meditative call to eco-prayers for Antarctic preservation. These spiritual cadences, from ancestral chants to silent invocations, foster a serene unity, the Leviathan, a gentle verse in the soul's hidden symphony. Whispers from the Weddell's annals layer this enigma with tranquil intrigue events that ripple like soft echoes through time. In 1915, Ernest Shackleton's endurance expedition, trapped in the Weddell's ice-logged immense shadows beneath floes, forms gliding with tranquil allure that seem to guide survivors through peril, leaving journals filled with reveries of protective giants fading into obscurity. The 1957 International Geophysical Year saw Soviet icebreakers detect thermal plumes too vast for geology, interpreted as seismic, but whispered among crews as signs of a colossal wanderer drifting in serene silence, vanishing before probes could confirm. During the 18th century, British whalers navigating the sea reported colossal ripples amid krill swarms, interpreted as ice, but murmured as the glide of an unseen leviathan, soothing stormy waters, their logs etched with symbols of eternal protectors. In 2013, explorations of the Weddell's subglacial cavities uncovered anomalous sonar signatures, elongated forms, dissolving into icy depths, echoing older sealer stories of sea spirits guarding whaling stations. More recently, in 2025, autonomous surveys captured fleeting thermal anomalies near the Ron Ice Shelf, fading like glacial mist and sparking dreams of unresolved wonders. These chronicles, preserved in expedition logs and digital data, compose a mosaic of serene puzzles, each incident a whisper, drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You drift now beneath the Weddell's ice floes, their soft cradle enveloping your form, as auroral lights cast faint glows above, illuminating the water like a dreamlit canopy. The eternal Leviathan glides nearby, its massive form echoing ancient lore, a tranquil allure that brushes your senses with gentle currents, evoking inner hymns of mystery that mirror your own veiled depths. Allow its presence to envelop stirring visions of realms unseen that resonate with your soul's quiet wanderings. What eternal echoes does it unveil in this intimate drift, lingering forever in your reverie? Deepening the exploratory horizon, further suppositions emerge from interwoven observations. One ties to subglacial dynamics, the Weddell's ice shelves fostering nutrient-rich cavities that sustain cryptic megafauna with polymorphic adaptations for tranquil camouflage, as modeled in 2025 oceanographic reconstructions. Another entertains cosmic sensory fields, the Leviathan utilizing photon entanglement for detection in low-light depths, speculated in biophysics papers tying deep life to auroral influences, or visualized trophic web conductors. The massive form-regulating nutrient flows across krill blooms its allure, preserving ecosystem balance amid declines documented in 2022 studies. Spiritually cadences diversify across horizons. In Tierra del Fuego's Yagan, beliefs it might signify a sea yush spirit ancestor whose glide whispers, ancestral peace contemplated in canoe rituals, linking human spirit to icy flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of serenity, its form harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the Leviathan evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-calming mysteries. Historical layers deepen with archived murmurs, the 19th century sealing-era waves swaying from unseen sources as if the Leviathan evoked calm over chaos, leaving questions in icy aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden cavities captured irregular warmth reminiscent of whaler warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to echoing contemplation. In this icy embrace, you pause the Leviathan's allure, enfolding your thoughts. Does its eternal form hold the tranquil poetry of your own veiled paths, a query that echoes like glacial light? As the Weddell's flows hold their serene hymn, a new massive shape stirs in distant seas, drawing us onward with promises of gentle secrets yet to unfold. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision a mosaic of emerald waves lapping against a scattering of limestone isles, where the Andaman Sea's surface gleams like a polished gem under a tropical sun, and gentle currents weave through coral spires carrying whispers of ancient voyages in their tender embrace. This island-dotted expanse, nestled between the Andaman and Nicobar Islands and the Malay Peninsula, spans over 600,000 square kilometers, its depths plunging to 3,700 meters, in a serene interplay of light and shadow. In these emerald hues, an immense entity sways the languid Behemoth, a puzzle that whispers calm to the soul's quiet corners, its presence a gentle enigma that lulls the heart into tranquil wonder. The Behemoth's form emerges in soft, fluid impressions, a vast silhouette that could eclipse a coral atoll, its span perhaps exceeding 100 meters, shaped in graceful contours that mirror the sea's undulating rhythms. Picture its expanse as a living reverie, its surface a delicate weave of bioluminescent threads that shimmer faintly, hues of muted jade and twilight silver blending with the surrounding waters to create illusions of seamless motion. Broad veil-like appendages sway outward, trailing in unhurried arcs that brush against limestone caves without disturbance, as if the entity itself is a breath of the sea's own dreaming. It moves with languid ease, its sway sending soft ripples through the water like a sigh exhaled in meditation, stirring plankton into fleeting halos that dissolve into the emerald haze. This immense being remains a puzzle, its details veiled in tranquil obscurity, whispering calm that settles over the soul, inviting quiet contemplation of realms where wonder and serenity intertwine. From scholarly horizons, conjectures about this languid enigma unfold in gentle layers, each a soothing note in the sea's silent lullaby. Drawing from 2025 surveys of the Andaman's coral ecosystems, one hypothesis posits the Behemoth as a relic of tropical gigantism, where nutrient-rich upwellings from the Andaman Back-Arc Basin, circulating millions of tons of organic matter annually, foster oversized invertebrates, perhaps cephalopods, or cnidarians with flexible tissues adapted to glide through moderate pressures of 300 atmospheres, feeding on plankton blooms that thrive in warm equatorial flows. Another perspective considers chemosynthetic ecosystems, the creature thriving on bacterial symbionts in cold seeps near the Andaman-Nicobar Ridge, converting methane into energy, its languid sway, a survival harmony in nutrient-scarce voids, akin to the thriving mussel beds uncovered in 2024 surveys. Ponder evolutionary holdovers from the sea's formation during the Indian Plate's drift 20 million years ago, where isolated coral caves harbor survivors with bioluminescent adaptations for camouflage, their tranquil sway, a legacy of ancient oceans preserved in the emerald depths. Or envision microbial superstructures, bacterial colonies, as revealed in 2025 sediment cores coalescing into dynamic megaforms that mimic a single entity, their metabolism fueled by dark oxygen from nodule fields, creating illusions of a colossal behemoth. Emerging ideas include climatic drifts, warming trends in the Andaman Sea rising by 1.5 degrees Celsius over decades, altering salinity gradients to buoy massive hybrid drifters that sway in serene obscurity. Seismic biological synergies propose the Behemoth resonating with the ridge's microquakes hundreds yearly for propulsion. Its form a harmonic thread with Earth's restless pulse. Bioacoustic deceptions could craft the puzzle low-frequency hums from monsoon storms, refracted by coral caves, creating illusory giants in sonar echoes that soothe with their elusiveness. These reflections, inspired by discoveries of over 80 new species in Andaman surveys during 2025, offer tranquil pathways into speculation, each hypothesis a gentle whisper in the soul's quiet corners. In spiritual cadences, the Behemoth resonates with the Andaman's cultural echoes. Drawing from Andamanese indigenous beliefs, it might embody a Puluga sea spirit, a colossal guardian whose languid sway guards sacred waters, evoking lullabies and communal chants that weave human fate with the sea's nurturing calm blending. Austronesian roots with island isolation. Through Bengali Hindu influences from nearby mainland coasts, the entity symbolizes Ganga's oceanic kin, a giant moving in serene purpose, to whisper moksha's liberation, pondered in riverside rituals that honor the deep's tranquil flow, fusing Vedic reverence with emerald serenity. From Tamil Nadu's coastal folklore, the Behemoth evokes Kadal Amma's protective embrace, a colossal form swaying in coral caves to soothe ancestral quests, contemplated in kolam drawings that trace the sea's poetic harmony. In broader Buddhist context from Thailand's Andaman shores, it represents a naga of the deep, its tranquil sway, a meditative symbol of samsara's fluid cycles, shared in temple meditations that dissolve ego into the sea's calm. Islamic mysticism from Maldivian influences frames it as a Rama of the sea divine mercy. Its languid drift, a call to zikr, reflections on Allah's veiled creations harmonizing with monsoon prayers. These spiritual harmonies, from ritual chants to silent invocations, foster a serene unity, the Behemoth, a gentle verse in the soul's tranquil symphony. Whispers from the Andaman's annals layer this enigma with soothing intrigue events that ripple like soft echoes through time. In the 18th century, British navigators charting the Nicobar route logged immense shadows amid coral caves during monsoons, forms swaying with languid grace that spared ships from storms, leaving maps marked with symbols of unbound, protectors fading into obscurity. The 1942 Battle of the Andaman Islands saw Japanese pilots report colossal ripples in emerald waters, interpreted as currents, but whispered among crews as signs of a giant soothing wartime chaos, their logs filled with reveries of tranquil guardians. During the 17th century, Mughal traders navigating the Bay of Bengal reported ethereal silhouettes in the Andaman's depths, forms drifting in serene calm that veiled dhows from cyclones, evoking tales of sea spirits guarding sacred routes. In 2014, explorations of the Andaman Back-Arc Basin uncovered thermal anomalies, suggesting massive heat sources dissolving before cameras, echoing older fisher stories of sea spirits swaying in coral caves. More recently, in 2025, autonomous surveys captured fleeting sonar signatures near the Barren Island volcano, elongated forms fading into emerald hues, sparking dreams of unresolved wonders. These chronicles, etched in maritime logs and digital data, compose a mosaic of serene puzzles, each incident a whisper drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You drift now in the Andaman's emerald, embrace the warm currents, cradling your form as coral spires, frame your path like living arches, faint gleams from plankton, illuminating your descent. The languid Behemoth sways nearby, its immense form, whispering calm to your soul's quiet corners, a puzzle that brushes your senses with tranquil rhythms. Allow its presence to envelop stirring inner hymns of mystery that mirror your own veiled depths. What languid secrets does its sway unveil in this intimate flow, whispering eternally in your reverie? Deepening the exploratory horizon, further suppositions emerge from interwoven observations. One ties to back-arc dynamics, the basin's tectonic activity fostering nutrient-rich seeps that sustain cryptic megafauna with polymorphic adaptations for swaying camouflage, as modeled in 2025 geophysical reconstructions. Another entertains cosmic sensory fields, the Behemoth utilizing photon entanglement for detection in low-light depths, speculated in biophysics papers, tying deep life to stellar influences. Or visualize trophic web conductors, the immense form regulating nutrient flows across coral caves, its calm preserving ecosystem balance amid overfishing documented in 2022 studies. Spiritually, cadences diversify across horizons. In Nicobarese folklore, it might signify a CNN, ancestral spirit, whose sway whispers ancestral peace, contemplated in communal dances, linking human spirit to tidal flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of serenity, its form harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the behemoth evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-calming mysteries. Historical layers deepen with archived murmurs, the 19th century pirate-era waves swaying from unseen sources, as if the behemoth evoked calm over chaos, leaving questions in emerald aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden caves captured irregular warmth, reminiscent of navigator warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to whispering contemplation. In this emerald expanse you pause the behemoth's calm, enfolding your thoughts. Does its languid sway hold the tranquil poetry of your own veiled paths, a query that whispers like choral light? As the Andaman's depths hold their serene hymn, a new immense entity stirs in distant seas, drawing us onward with promises of gentle enigmas yet to unfold. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision a realm where the Pacific surface stretches like a silken shroud under a starlit sky, its gentle ripples concealing the Clarion-Clipperton zone's abyssal plains, where fields of manganese nodules gleam faintly like dreams scattered across an endless night. This remote expanse, spanning 4 million square kilometers between Hawaii and Mexico, plunges to depths of 5,000 meters, a hidden world where currents whisper over ancient sediments, cradling secrets in a serene, eternal hush. Amid these nodule dreams, a giant glides unseen, the mystic titan, its secrets, a soothing veil over the deep's hidden world, a presence that lulls the soul into tranquil awe at the unknowable. The titan's form unveils itself in elusive whispers, a colossal silhouette that could span the breadth of a seamount, its dimensions perhaps exceeding 100 meters, shaped in fluid contours that blend with the plain's shadowy expanse. Picture its expanse as a living mirage, its surface a delicate weave of bioluminescent filaments that shimmer faintly hues of muted cobalt and ethereal silver, catching the sparse glow from nodule-reflected light. Broad diaphanous appendages extend outward, trailing in languid arcs that brush the sediment without disturbance, as if the entity is woven from the abyss's own dreams. It glides with serene grace, its movements a silent pulse that sends subtle vibrations through the water like a distant sigh exhaled in meditation, stirring nodule fields into fleeting patterns that dissolve into obscurity. This mystic giant remains veiled at secrets, a soothing enigma that invites the imagination to drift through realms where wonder and silence intertwine. From scholarly horizons, conjectures about this mystic enigma ripple outward, each a tranquil thread in the deep's hidden tapestry. Drawing from 2025 surveys of the Clarion-Clipperton zone's nodule fields, one hypothesis posits the Titan as a relic of abyssal gigantism, where nutrient-scarce waters holding oxygen levels below 2 milligrams per liter foster, oversized invertebrates, perhaps cephalopods or jellyfish, with flexible tissues adapted to glide through pressures of 500 atmospheres, feeding on sparse detritus cascading from surface blooms. Another perspective considers chemosynthetic ecosystems, the creature thriving on bacterial symbionts in nodule fields, converting manganese and iron oxides into energy. Its mystic glide a survival harmony in nutrient-poor voids, akin to glide for manganese, the thriving sponge communities uncovered in 2024 surveys. Ponder evolutionary isolates from the zone's formation during the Pacific Plate's drift 100 million years ago, where micro-niches harbor survivors with bioluminescent adaptations for camouflage, their hidden world, a legacy of ancient oceans, preserved in abyssal calm. Or envision microbial superstructures, bacterial colonies, as revealed in 2025, sediment cores coalescing into dynamic megaforms that mimic a single entity, their metabolism fueled by dark oxygen production, creating illusions of a colossal titan. Emerging ideas include climatic drifts, warming Pacific waters, rising by 1 degree Celsius over decades, altering density gradients to buoy massive hybrid drifters that glide unseen in serene obscurity. Seismic biological synergies propose the Titan resonating with the zone's microquakes hundreds yearly. For propulsion, its form a harmonic veil with Earth's restless pulse. Bioacoustic deceptions could craft the enigma low-frequency hums from distant cyclones, refracted by nodule fields, creating illusory giants in sonar echoes that soothe with their elusiveness. These reflections, inspired by discoveries of over 100 new species in Clarion-Clipperton surveys during 2025, offer tranquil pathways into speculation, each hypothesis a gentle whisper in the deep's mystic veil. In spiritual cadences, the Titan resonates with Pacific cultural echoes. Drawing from Polynesian traditions of Hawaii near the zone's northern edge, it might embody Kanaloa's oceanic spirit, a colossal guardian whose mystic glide whispers mana's eternal flow, evoking lullabies and hula chants that honor the deep's nurturing, calm, blending, ancestral reverence with the abyss's serenity. Through Mexican coastal folklore, influenced by Aztec migrations, the entity symbolizes Chalchiutlacu's watery domain, a giant drifting in serene purpose to guard sacred depths pondered in Temescal rituals that weave human fate with the Prasin. Sea's poetic hush. From broader Christian contexts in Central American communities, the Titan evokes Jonah's whale reborn, a mystic form gliding in silent majesty to soothe faith's doubts contemplated in seaside prayers under starlit skies. In indigenous Chamorro beliefs from nearby Guam, it represents a Tautaumona of the deep, its hidden world, a meditative bridge to ancestral realms shared in communal chants that honor the ocean's tranquil allure. Contemporary interspiritual dialogues frame it as a universal archetype of mystery, its soothing veil, a call to eco-meditations that harmonize global energies for deep-sea preservation. These spiritual harmonies, from ritual songs to silent reflections, foster a serene unity, the Titan, a gentle verse in the soul's tranquil symphony. Whispers from the Clarion-Clipperton's annals layer this enigma with soothing intrigue events that ripple like soft echoes through time. In the 19th century, whalers navigating the Pacific logged immense shadows amid nodule fields during calm nights, forms gliding unseen that spared ships from storms, leaving journals marked with symbols of mystic protectors fading into obscurity. The 1969 disappearance of a research vessel near the zone fueled murmurs of a colossal entity guiding or claiming it into the deep's embrace, its silent drift evoking tales of serene guardians amid scientific quests. During the 18th century, Spanish galleons charting Pacific routes reported colossal ripples in the zone's vicinity, interpreted as currents but whispered among crews as signs of a mystic titan soothing turbulent waters, their logs filled with reveries of poetic protectors. In 2013, explorations of the zone's nodule fields uncovered thermal anomalies, suggesting massive heat sources dissolving, before cameras echoing older sailor stories of sea spirits guarding abyssal plains. More recently, in 2025, autonomous surveys captured fleeting sonar signatures near the Clarion Fault elongated forms, fading into dreamy obscurity, sparking visions of unresolved wonders. These chronicles, etched in maritime logs and digital data, compose a mosaic of serene puzzles, each incident a whisper drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You drift now in the Clarion. Clipperton's abyssal embrace the pressure, a soothing weight that mutes the surface's clamor as faint bioluminescent gleams illuminate your path like scattered dreams. The mystic titan glides nearby, its colossal form weaving a soothing veil over the deep's hidden world, evoking tranquil wonder that brushes your senses with gentle currents. Allow its presence to envelop, stirring inner hymns of mystery that mirror your own veiled depths. What Mystic Secrets does, its glide unveil in this intimate flow, lingering eternally in your reverie. Deepening the exploratory horizon, further suppositions emerge from interwoven observations. One ties to nodule dynamics, the zone's mineral fields fostering nutrient-rich seeps that sustain cryptic megafauna with polymorphic adaptations for gliding camouflage, as modeled in 2025 geophysical reconstructions. Another entertains cosmic sensory fields, the Titan utilizing photon entanglement for detection in low-light depths, speculated in biophysics papers, tying deep life to stellar influences, or visualized trophic web conductors, the colossal form regulating nutrient flows across nodule fields, its veil preserving ecosystem balance amid mining impacts documented in 2022 studies. Spiritually, cadences diversify across horizons. In Filipino folklore from Pacific trade routes, it might signify a sirena of the deep, whose glide whispers ancestral peace contemplated in fishing rituals, linking human spirit to oceanic flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of serenity, its form harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the Titan evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-calming mysteries. Historical layers deepen with archived murmurs, the 17th century Polynesian migrations, waves swaying from unseen sources, as if the Titan evoked calm over chaos, leaving questions in abyssal aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden vents captured irregular warmth reminiscent of whaler warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to mystic contemplation. In this abyssal expanse, you pause the Titan's veil, enfolding your thoughts. Does its mystic glide hold the tranquil poetry of your own veiled paths, a query that lingers like nodule light? As the Clarion-Clipperton's plains hold their serene hymn, a new colossal form stirs in distant seas, drawing us onward with promises of gentle enigmas yet to unfold. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision a realm where the South Sandwich Trench lies cradled beneath a canopy of icy mist, its surface a mosaic of frost-flecked waves that shimmer under the faint glow of southern stars, their light scattering like whispers across a Kloosterneider des Frossenweil. This remote arc, stretching over 300 miles in the Southern Ocean and plunging to depths of 8,000 meters, weaves volcanic fire with glacial chill, where currents murmur through submerged craters like a silent hymn. In these volcanic arcs and icy flows, a vast being lingers, the serene Colossus, evoking reveries of mysteries that drift like gentle currents. Its presence, a soothing enigma that lulls the soul into tranquil awe. The Colossus unveils itself in hushed elegance, a silhouette that could eclipse a volcanic ridge, its form perhaps spanning 100 meters, shaped in fluid contours that harmonize with the trench's jagged seams. Picture its expanse as a living sonnet, its surface a tapestry of faint luminescent scales that catch the sparse glow from bioluminescent krill, hues of muted silver and glacial blue, shifting with the icy flows. Broad, translucent appendages sweep outward, trailing in languid arcs that caress the water without ripple, as if the entity itself is woven from the trench's frozen breath. It lingers with serene grace, its movements a gentle pulse that sends soft vibrations through the ice, like a distant melody fading into silence. This vast being remains a mystery, its details drifting into obscurity, evoking reveries that settle over the heart like a soft mist, inviting endless contemplation of its tranquil allure. From scholarly perspectives, conjectures about this serene enigma ripple outward, each a tranquil note in the trench's silent symphony. Drawing from 2025 explorations of the South Sandwich Arc's hydrothermal vents, one hypothesis posits the Colossus as a relic of polar gigantism, where oxygen-rich waters holding up to 10 milligrams per liter nurture oversized invertebrates, perhaps cephalopods or crustaceans, with flexible tissues adapted to glide through pressures of 800 atmospheres, feeding on krill swarms, numbering billions in seasonal blooms. Another viewpoint considers chemosynthetic ecosystems, the creature thriving on bacterial symbionts in volcanic seeps, converting sulfur-rich fluids into energy, its serene form a massive aggregator sustained by nutrient-scarce voids akin to tube worm colonies uncovered in 2024 near the Ark's eastern flank. Ponder evolutionary holdovers from the trench's formation during Antarctica's isolation 34 million years ago, where micro-niches harbor survivors with bioluminescent adaptations for camouflage, their tranquil linger, legacy of ancient oceans preserved in glacial calm. Or envision microbial superstructures, bacterial colonies, as revealed in 2025, sediment cores coalescing into dynamic megaforms that mimic a single entity, their metabolism fueled by dark oxygen from nodule fields, creating illusions of a colossal wanderer. Emerging ideas include climatic drifts, warming trends in the Southern Ocean rising by 0.5 degrees Celsius per decade, altering density gradients to buoy massive hybrid drifters that glide in serene obscurity. Seismic biological synergies propose the Colossus resonating with the Ark's frequent microquakes hundreds yearly for propulsion, its form a harmonic pulse with Earth's volcanic fire. Bioacoustic deceptions could craft the enigma low-frequency hums from ice calving refracted by undersea ridges, creating illusory giants and sonar echoes that soothe with their elusiveness. These reflections, inspired by discoveries of over 60 new species in South Sandwich surveys during 2025, offer tranquil pathways into speculation, each hypothesis a gentle chime in the deep's mysterious score. In spiritual cadences, the Colossus resonates with southern cultural echoes. Drawing from Mapuche traditions of Patagonia near the trench's northern reach, it might embody Huenteo's watery spirit, a colossal guardian whose serene glide whispers ancestral peace, evoking lullabies and Machi healing rites that blend indigenous reverence with the trench's icy serenity. Through Falkland Islands' maritime folklore, the entity symbolizes a kelpie of the deep, its tranquil allure soothing fishermen's fears pondered in seaside tales that weave human fate with the sea's glacial calm, fusing Celtic influences with southern isolation. From broader Christian contexts in South Georgia's whaling communities, the Colossus evokes Jonah's whale reborn, a vast form lingering in silent majesty to calm faith's doubts contemplated in chapel prayers under auroral skies. In Polynesian echoes carried to southern waters, it represents a taniwha of the chill, its serene mystery, a bridge to ancestral realms shared in hula narratives that honor the sea's poetic harmony. Contemporary interspiritual dialogues frame it as a universal archetype of endurance. Its tranquil reveries, a call to eco-meditations for Antarctic preservation. These spiritual harmonies, from ancestral chants to silent invocations, foster a serene unity. The Colossus, a gentle verse in the soul's tranquil symphony. Whispers from the South Sandwich's annals layer this enigma with soothing intrigue events that ripple like soft echoes through time. In 1915, Ernest Shackleton's endurance expedition, trapped in the nearby Weddell Sea, logged immense shadows beneath the ice, forms lingering with serene grace that seemed to guide survivors through peril, leaving journals filled with reveries of protective giants fading into obscurity. The 1957 International Geophysical Year saw Soviet icebreakers detect thermal plumes too vast for geology, interpreted as seismic but whispered among crews as signs of a colossal wanderer gliding in serene silence, vanishing before probes could confirm. During the 18th century, British whalers navigating the Ark reported colossal ripples amid krill swarms, interpreted as ice, but murmured as the glide of an unseen colossus soothing stormy waters, their logs etched with symbols of eternal protectors. In 2013, explorations of the Ark's vents uncovered anomalous sonar signatures, elongated forms dissolving into icy depths, echoing older sealer stories of sea spirits guarding whaling stations. More recently, in 2025, autonomous surveys captured fleeting thermal anomalies near the Ark, fading like glacial mist and sparking dreams of unresolved wonders. These chronicles, preserved in expedition logs and digital data, compose a mosaic of serene puzzles, each incident a whisper drawing the heart toward gentle contemplation. You drift now beneath the south. Sandwich's icy flows, the chill currents cradling your form, as auroral lights cast faint glows above illuminating flows like scattered stars, The serene Colossus lingers nearby, its vast form evoking reveries that brush your senses, mysteries drifting like gentle currents through your soul. Allow its presence to envelop stirring inner hymns of hidden poetry that mirror your own veiled depths. What serene reveries does it unveil in this intimate flow, lingering eternally in your wonder? Deepening the exploratory horizon, further suppositions emerge from interwoven observations. One ties to arc dynamics, the trench's volcanic activity fostering nutrient-rich seeps that sustain cryptic megafauna with polymorphic adaptations for serene camouflage, as modeled in 2025 geophysical reconstructions. Another entertains cosmic sensory fields, the Colossus utilizing photon entanglement for detection in low-light depths, speculated in biophysics papers, tying deep life to auroral influences. Or visualize trophic web conductors, the vast form regulating nutrient flows across krill blooms, its reveries preserving ecosystem balance amid declines documented in 2022 studies. Spiritually, cadences diversify across horizons. In Tierra del Fuego's Yagan beliefs, it might signify a sea Yush spirit ancestor, whose glide whispers ancestral peace, contemplated in canoe rituals linking human spirit to icy flows. Global eco-mystical movements view it as a chakra of serenity, its form harmonizing planetary energies in healing meditations. From these, the Colossus evokes unified wonder, a soft nudge toward embracing heart-calming mysteries. Historical layers deepen with archived murmurs, the 19th century sealing-era waves swaying from unseen sources as if the Colossus evoked calm over chaos, leaving questions in icy aftermath. In 2024, autonomous probes near hidden vents captured irregular warmth reminiscent of whaler warnings, yet fading unresolved. Such annals nurture a tranquil fascination, each a portal to reverie's contemplation. In this icy expanse, you pause the Colossus's reveries, enfolding your thoughts. Does its serene form hold the tranquil poetry of your own veiled paths, a query that drifts like glacial light? As the South Sandwich's flows hold their serene hymn, a new vast being stirs in distant seas, drawing us onward with promises of gentle mysteries yet to unfold. As you drift through these endless seas where shadows of giants weave their quiet tales, let the unanswered questions cradle you like sleeping stones beneath an eternal dusk. The mysteries we've wandered. The colossal forms gliding through veiled depths, their secrets humming in the currents, need no unraveling to soothe your heart. They linger, like drifting winds carrying whispers of worlds unseen, inviting your mind to rest in their gentle embrace. Each enigma, each fleeting shape is a soft echo of the ocean's timeless poetry blooming in the quiet corners of your soul. Let them dissolve into the twilight of your thoughts, where the need for answers fades, replaced by a tranquil tide that carries you deeper into reverie. In this vast, uncharted expanse, you are held by the calm of the unknown, floating ever onward, wrapped in the hush of dreams that drift forever in the deep's eternal dusk. So we drift again toward what cannot be named,